Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
¡Ajas!
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Right?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. away what used to be? Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
And welcome to the last day of week 1 here in the LEC Winter Playoffs. We had an amazing weekend of games, and I hope that today is going to deliver again as we see Vitality getting in the studio. And of course, I'm waiting for the BDS entrance. Okay, what have they cooked for us this time around? Just chilling on their Segway, entering the studio. And ready for a banger fight because Vitality surprised everyone yesterday, as we're going to talk about soon. I'm Laure, and I'm going to be with Treats and Aragon for today's pre-show. And Aragon, I'm going to let you talk first. You haven't been with us for the whole week. What was your first impression of the playoffs so far? I just mentioned Vitality upsetting, but what was the highlights for you this weekend?
Yeah, I had the pleasure of just watching all the chaos unfold.
Amazing.
Just sitting back and seeing pentaflexes and 50-minute bangers. No, I had a great time.
Vitality, Fnatic yesterday. Fnatic with the most Fnatic Mad Lion-esque ending of the game. It's becoming a habit between the two teams.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think there's just something in the Fnatic blood. They have to go for these 40-minute banger games, right? They just can't have kind of a normal 25-minute game, so maybe we'll see more of that today, who knows?
Yeah, I want to recap a bit what the Vitality game that we had, because Aragon, you were not with us yesterday, but we've been talking about the fact that Vitality, you can expect everything but mostly chaos from them. And what we saw yesterday was nothing but chaos.
Yeah, I mean, every time I see clips of this, or whilst I was watching it at least, I just kept feeling bad for Super. I think this was the hardest Xayah game I have ever seen in my life, with all the range going on, just the pure, I think Draco said, artillery battle. But in the end, it came down to a massive 50-minute slugfest, triple Elder Drake and triple Barons.
That was crazy, yeah. I mean, it went super long. No one kind of could when we were watching the green room, we were like, how is this going to end? We had no clue. In the end, I guess the more poke won. So yeah, congrats to Fnatic.
Yeah, congrats to Fnatic, honestly, but props also for Mad Lions for trying the difficult compositions that they've been trying so far. It's not easy when you're a set of rookies like this to just try stuff on the Rift, especially against a team like Fnatic, who's way more experienced than them. But when you look at the bracket like this, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, does it say a lot about the strength of the team that we have?
I mean, I think that Vitality, obviously, with their upset against SK, was kind of the big shocker from yesterday. And obviously, coming into today, I think now that the teams have gone the 2-0s out of the system, I don't think we're going to see that today.
Aragon, we haven't seen your tier list so far, and I know that all of you guys did one ahead of the split. We want to check how you're doing. Are you confident in the fact that...
So parts of it are going to be a little embarrassing, and I think a lot of people had BDS low as well. So I'll take that on the chin. You know, I had BDS way too low. I don't even know why I put them there, but Vitality I'm proud of. And a big reason for that is because I thought they had great individual pieces, as well as a fantastic coaching staff that could bring them all together in Mac and Pad, as well as Candy Floss X is his old name.
Yeah, Carter.
Carter, there
Yeah.
you go.
I mean, we're going to talk about Vitality a bit later, but so far, great start, honestly, on the LEC and in the playoffs especially. We had a new patch.
We
Also, 14.2, a lot of new things in the jungle, especially with some fire treats.
Definitely. I think the brand has surprised me a lot. This champ was very strong even on the last patch, but no one kind of played him. So it's interesting to see how he got picked up now in playoffs and has won 3 out of the 4 games that has been played so far. And I think he can be played without kind of having this AD mid laners, and I'm interested to see if someone will do it today, but he just looks like a big threat in teamfights, right? Even if you can shut him down early game, if he gets his items and gets rolling later, he will be a massive threat in teamfights.
Yeah, I think there's been a couple of misdrafts though involving him. I think definitely, unlike MDK, you need to have some kind of beefy frontline to be able to have Brand cast multiple rotations of spells, have a support who's more melee and tanky so that you can actually have someone to face check with you and drop wards down. Because if you have, for example, MDK's draft where you have Rakan, squishy top lane, Brand really struggles. Brand really struggles to play.
And I feel like teams have not been drafting it like this all the time, honestly, and maybe sometimes it's... we saw in the case of Mad Lions, for instance, yesterday, maybe lacking some engage and follow-up, but look at this Vitality comp.
This Vitality comp I thought was really nice. Obviously the Lee Sin into the Akali ended up being into Illusion, so it's a bit trickier, but this is a perfect brand draft, I would say. He has a bunch of tanky champs behind him, and there's just a lot of fighters that kind of make the job easier for him in teamfights, so this was a perfect brand example, I would say.
Yeah, and on top of that, the team enabled the brand too, right? I really want to shout out Kazi and Hillisang, absolutely dumpstering Exakick in the bot side with spacing, as well as just finding consistent plays to pop summoners to make Douglas and Vetio's life really easy in the mid to bot plays.
What about the flex picks? Because honestly, here it's easy to read because we know exactly who went where, but drafting and looking at this yesterday, trees were like, okay, what have they been cooking and is it going to be a good food?
I mean, you never know if it's going to be good, right? This was a pretty good cooking, I would say, personally. Yeah. I like the thought process of the Lee into Akali. You can kind of reveal her in the Shroud, and then obviously G2 had a bunch of crazy flex picks too, so the drafts have been interesting and the games have been interesting, and I hope that the teams keep it up.
I've been wondering if teams can cook more flex picks like this. What's your read on the meta so far and how much we can expand and be creative, Aragon?
I think everyone's still sort of figuring it out because for some reason Riot have decided, you know, we want to change the game completely every single patch this year, and because of that I think we're going to get wild and wacky picks every single week when a patch drops. I think it will slowly tone down when people realize what setup bans you need for what and what conditions you need to draft in certain ways, but overall I expect to still see wacky plays today.
And I love what Vitality prepped for us yesterday, and I know that Hillisang in the interview was saying we have more, we should have more, and I hope they do, because they're going to face off against one of the best teams we have in the league right now in the likes of VDS, but Vitality, night and day treats compared to what we've been seeing from them in the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, me and Broxa were kind of flaming them before their series yesterday against SK, and I think it was impressive to see kind of the aggression and the discipline that they had in mid-game. I think a lot of the times they've had okay early games, but then mid-game fights come and they look a bit like uncoordinated, but I think yesterday it looked very clean from them, and they had 2 very, very solid games against SK.
Yeah, I had massive belief in this roster from the start, even though, you know, they kept doing badly and then well and then badly and then well. I spoke to Pad, their strategic coach, and he kept saying to me, please believe in me, because we are so good when it comes to hands diff, especially in team fights. We just keep fumbling the early game, and once we sort that out, we are going to be a fantastic team, and I think they showed it yesterday.
I always expect Mac and Pad to add some discipline in the teams that they've been coaching, but I saw that Vitio yesterday tweeted, I was not expecting this. I think none of the players expecting them to play so well against SK especially, and I know that later on in his stream he was like, we've been progressing fast, but maybe we didn't realize how good we were getting, and I'm just wondering, is it going to help them today, because you want to grab this momentum early on in playoff streets? Yeah,
momentum is a massive thing in playoffs. I think the regular season can go up and down, but if you start 2-0 like they did Vitality, the momentum is on their side, right? And I think the confidence it brings, it's just massive. And sometimes we've seen teams that are really fumbling in regular season, and then they just go up and up and up in playoffs and end up kind of winning the entire split as well. So it will be super interesting to see if Vitality can keep the momentum now going into the next years as well.
And amazing to see the bot lane stabilize also. Yeah. We'll see if that's the case today, but Karzi had an amazing performance yesterday. So let's see what he had to say ahead of today's series.
Thank you so much, Laura. We have Karzi here ready for an interview ahead of your matchup against BDS. Yesterday was an incredible performance from yourself during that series. So talk us a little bit through the preparation that went into that and what allowed you to excel so much.
So I think we've put a lot of effort into playing better macro during our scrims this week. and I think everyone worked really hard. And then it showed on stage, luckily, because usually, even if teams have a good practice, it's for some teams hard to show up on stage when it really matters. So I'm really happy about how we played, and it was a lot easier for me to play the game as well, since we played smart and slow as a team.
Is that what you prefer as an AD carry, just having the team play a little slower, a little...
I mean, it depends on the champions, but usually, like, it's better to play slow and let the enemies make mistakes first, especially in EU. So.
Okay, especially in EU. Okay, respect. Now, your next game is going to be going up against BDS, another French organization that you potentially could be taking down. How are you feeling about that one? Are you nervous? Do you think what we've seen yesterday, we'll be seeing it again today?
I mean, I'm not really nervous. I think they're playing quite well right now, but I think the only good team in EU is G2 right now.
Okay.
And I think everyone else is perfectly beatable for us.
Is there anything particular that you're looking at from the side of BDS that you think that's exploitable?
I mean, I think that sometimes they are way too fast at like contesting neutral objectives. So we will see how we'll punish that.
Slow and steady wins the game. Thank you so much for the interview, Karzi. Laure, back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Great to hear from iPad. Great to hear from Karzi. A sleepy Karzi, honestly. I don't know him like this.
I think he just woke up, Shirley.
Yeah.
I've never seen him that low energy and that chill before in my life.
But honestly, great job from the Vitality bot lane once again. If I just can add one point about this, it's for me consistency. Karzi, Hidisang, you never know what side of the coin you're gonna have. Aragon today, any expectations on this side? Not predictions yet, but from the bot lane only.
I think it's great watching Hylissang. He always loves to play on the edge, right?
Yeah.
He always says, can we bait out this spell? Can I test the limits here? I absolutely love that. But expectations? I think we might be in for some upsets, potentially. No predictions, but I really like how Vitality played yesterday.
I mean, it's tricky because you have this whole momentum that maybe Vitality grabbed yesterday against SK, who was, I want to remind it, one of the most methodical teams we had in the league. Can Vitality do it again today against BDS, who is one of the best teams, the top teams we have right now in the LEC?
Yeah, it's really hard to predict because I feel like Vitality comes in with this momentum, as you said, but also BDS, obviously, they're kind of, I would say they're a bit SK 2.0 in a way. I think they also play very consistent, and I think they had the edge that kind of SK didn't have yesterday. So for me, I would still say BDS is a bit favored in this matchup, but I do like what Vitality cooked yesterday, and especially on bot side, even if they didn't have the overall carry consistent performance, they played super well, and they had kind of the push in bot lane, which I think will be important today.
I think their longevity as a team has shown in their team fights. Every single time it comes to third dragon, if they're behind, if they're ahead, they always find absolutely banger engages with really easy to execute drafts. Stuff like the Virel, stuff like Ori ball delivery. It's always incredibly easy, so shout out to the drafting, as well as the execution in those team fights.
How do you think the mid lane matchup is going to go when you go a bit more in depth? Because we saw VTO yesterday shining with the Lee Sin, the Yone, bringing the confidence. What do you want to see from VTO? But on the other side of this French mid lane matchup, which I really like, you have Nuke. Nuke, it doesn't feel the same purpose in this team, I feel.
Yeah, I feel like he's kind of like, he doesn't have to be the enabler. I think he can kind of soak a lot of pressure. I think something that Niski does well is if he gets the lead, he can kind of roam around. But I think Nuke, on the other hand, he's had a stellar performance so far in playoffs, and I think he's kind of better at absorbing pressure than Niski, so might be trickier for VTO to have this kind of banger performance that he did yesterday.
I mean, he said it on social media. He was like, well, bringing the Lee Sin again, I'm going to hit you with Malphite. But I'm not used to seeing Nuke playing this kind of champions.
Yeah, no, you typically see Nuke on these Orianna Azirs, which I really wonder how Vitality are going to deal with. Do you ban the Orianna? Because they're so consistent with the Orianna ball delivery. Azir's almost always banned against him, and you never really see him off of anything else, so it'll be interesting to see what he pulls out against Vetio.
Do you want to venture some predictions here, maybe? I know that I threw you guys under the bus yesterday, and I think that everybody was betting against Vitality, rightfully so, but would you do the same again today, knowing how well they performed yesterday? Predictions and why?
I think I'm going to go with a 2-0 Vitality. I'm just going to send it. I think, you know, they got the momentum like you're highlighting, and I absolutely believe they're spiking at the right point.
I mean, I can't say that I think Vitality is going to win. I think they're going to have a better performance than I expected them yesterday, because now I kind of see what they're cooking, right? I see what they're coming with, so I would say 2-1 for BDS, but I think Vitality has a lot of pressure coming into today.
In that sense, BDS had time to look at Vitality and watch Vitality yesterday and maybe what they've been practicing. Do you think that Vitality has more in store? I know that Hili-san said so, but do you see them as a team that can cook something different every day with the meta they have right now, Rakan.
The thing is, I don't think they need to. I think their style inherently counters BDS because of how well they're playing through bot side right now with BDS, Ice and Lebrov not doing so hot. I think they can absolutely exploit that as an advantage rather than having to cook something new.
Yeah, I think that's a solid point. I mean, the BDS bot lane, they haven't really looked super good in lane, I would say. I think they have a lot of impact on the map, but lane specifically, I do agree Vitality has a slight edge.
All right, well, let's find out right now because it's time to kick off the action with BDS and Vitality with my favorite new combo for the LEC casters, Hysterious. Back to you.
Oh, yeah, it is Hysterious, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It sounds better every time she says it, and I'm just, again, so glad that finally after the years, well, we haven't cast
After the years.
We haven't cast it. I was just like, hang on,
I appreciate that you look up to me as the caster so much, Hysterics. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you. We have a banger of a time every time we get to cast together. I'm sure we're guaranteed a banger of a series today.
And did you notice as well, they dressed me up like Vitality today? You know? They said, I went in the back, I'm like, look, I'm casting Vitality today. Just put me in their image. And they went,
but you know they're a B, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Yesterday, they hustled their way through. They smacked down 2-0. No one expected them. They came through, and now look at how much real estate they own. In the LEC, they've moved straight to the second round. They've got another BO3 ahead of them, as we talked about with BDS today. But remember, the winner here goes to BO5s. You go into longer form draft, and more importantly, go to that upper bracket semi-finals that can lead you into the grand finals of winter. It's a very short run if you can make your way through now, and that's why today's such a big matchup for both these teams, actually.
An important day for both of these teams. Reminder that even if they do lose, there is still the lower bracket for them to play through. It is not the end of the world by any means. But let's see what they have prepared for us today. Draft-wise, we've been seeing a bunch of different picks. A lot of things that came as a surprise. We got to see Adam on Rumble, something that we don't typically get to see.
That's right.
We saw Douglas put high priority on the brand as well, something that we also saw from Fnatic yesterday. And I'm curious as to what other new champions we will see. Will Nuke get his hands on one of the control mages that he's had so much success on so far this split?
And will he be matched with something crazy like a Lee Sin? Video's Lee Sin up against Niski on the Lucian. It was a surprise. It wasn't the best laning phase, but with how proactive he was, I think Video, now I've got my eyes on him once again. That brand starts off our draft though. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. An instant ban against Douglas, as well as that Kalista down towards Kazi. So getting rid of some of the priority bot lanes to open things up with the Orianna taken away from Nuke in the meantime as well.
So far this playoffs, we've had 2 Varus games from Ice, we've had 1 from Kazi, and then 1 Kalista game. So they're going to have to show us something different here in playoffs from the both of them. Now, of course, I'm expecting them to have very deep champion pools. We know that Kazi, he's been getting a lot of praise from the community so far this split, and I think it's very warranted. Even though Vitality had a bit of a shaky performance during the regular season, I think that he was one of the standout performers on this Vitality squad, and I'm expecting much from him today as well. Darius can be banned away from Adam. So what will the priority be? Will we go back to something like a Maokai priority? Will something like the Xin Zhao perhaps be that priority? It looks like they're going to stick with the Maokai for now.
Yeah. Really high tier so far. I mean, at the end of the regular season, even coming into playoffs, we've seen a lot as Karma was left open. That's the one thing we didn't mention. With all the pocket picks being taken away like the Darius, Karma has sailed by. For BDS, they don't care about taking away the Ezreal combination. They're like, here, we'll play the Aphelios Blitz bot. But now you just know that Kazi gets the Ezreal if he so chooses, which is such an S-tier duo lane.
I know you're a big fan of Lebrov's Blitzcrank. We've had the pleasure of casting it before, and he's had some very impressive performances on it so far this split. The AD carry that will be paired up alongside it, I wonder if it will be the Ezreal, or if they cooked up something different. Maybe they want to prioritize their mid laner here for VTO. With the Orianna banned away, maybe something like a Nico could rise in the priority list. Or the Akali. Akali could also just be locked in. Personally, I don't love playing Akali into things like Maokai. The amount of chain CC that this champion has can make Akali's life very, very difficult. But you've already got 2 dive threats on the side of Vitality. Douglas and VTO going to be working together to threaten that backline. But it does mean that the AD carry pool can now be pinched from the side of BDS. They could look to remove the Ezreal if they so choose. Maybe even Jhin is something that they'll look to take off the boards. But this does confirm that we will likely see the Karma in that support position. There's always the possibility of it being flexed. It could very well still go top lane.
Good point.
I'm not going to remove that entire possibility. The Malignant's Karma has been running amok in solo queue. But Twisted Fate can be taken away. We did see Talia banned away yesterday from Mad Lion's Koi, something that can be pretty effective into the Akali. They've got to be careful of something like Tristana as well. I know that we've been seeing a lot of tank Maokais, not AP Maokais, like we did see last year. But there's still possibility for Adam to bring an AP top laner out.
Very true.
But they're not going to do it. They're going to take away the Olaf instead.
Okay, Twisted Fate alongside it. Just a quick note as well, we've seen enough Akali top that I'm not even sure 100% that, you know, Photon won't be willing to do that. In the matchup versus SK, it was Irrelevant who drew it into him. Photon, historically, or at least this split, has been the Cassante player of Vitality. He's consistently pulled that champion out. And options like this, where they want to play for the final R5 pick. Nautilus going to be there instead.
So the Karma is going top lane. And they've used the Nautilus as an answer into the Blitzcrank. That's the beauty of this Karma. The fact that you can flex it around gives a lot of power. Now BDS, what do they want to lock in? Do they want to go for something standard like the Nico plus something, well, top lane? You could just go for the Cassante for Adam. He's no stranger to the champion. They could also do something like Tristana and AP top, but it does look like that they're going to go for the safer direction for now. A very traditional BDS composition would be something like the Nico. Maybe even an Azir for Nuke. He's really favored those control mages. It definitely feels like it's been his meta this split.
Yeah, I mean, Nuke's Azir, greatest example of his success so far, I feel. As we've talked about, is Orianna that's been banned away. Final pick coming through for mid, and then we get to see what option they bring in AD carry on the other side. There's the Azir, just quietly mentioned. Vitality on the other side, counter pick for AD carry. I mean, Kazi is a great team fighter. Let's not go away from that. One of the best team fighters in the league. And while he might die early, he also outputs the damage, as Dagda was saying yesterday. We just want to see what's going to be highlighted this game, as so many AD carry options have been pinched out in total.
The hovering Yasuo.
Surely not this one.
Shouldn't get baited.
Jinx.
Yeah, that's why it's always dangerous. But the Jinx lock in for Kazi. So we've gone back to a Felios Jinx meta.
Yeah, we have.
I thought we'd gone away from this, but with all these AD carry bans, Kazi's pool was rather pinched, so we had to dig deep. Scaling option towards the bot side of the map. You will have a bit more peel coming out from Karma. Very curious as to what sort of itemization we will see from this Karma, whether it's more supportive or whether it is more damage orientated.
True.
We already talked about the Malignants, but the big reason for those that don't know, Karma had some pretty significant buffs on patch 14.2. Really increased her prominence in pro play, I should say. And I'm excited to see it here played up against BDS, because they've got a very traditional BDS composition. Very strong team fighting, very solid laners. I think that they maybe got caught off guard a little bit by the flex from the Karma towards the top lane. I'm sure that they anticipated it, but prioritizing that Blitzcrank definitely suggested that they were expecting that Karma to be towards the bot side of the map. But I'm excited to see what they can do. Not a huge amount of early options for BDS. I feel like the Vitality with this Xinjiao in particular can really drive forward the early game. But it's going to be about team fights once again. And we know that BDS is an incredible team fighting team. This is how they often win a lot of their mid to late games and how they blow games wide open. Let's see how they pan out.
Well, especially with Labrov on Blitz, you highlighted it before. Seeing him back on this engage tool, this pick tool for BDS, puts a lot of faith in coming through from one of our top teams, second seed in the end of the regular season, but now being tested by Vitality, a rather unknown. They came in yesterday as underdogs versus SK, and they wiped the floor with them. Video's Lee Sin, game number 2, a bit of a highlight from yours truly. But, you know, Photon POV during the regular season, bit of cat to spare. We've changed our minds. During playoffs, Photon is pogging out of his mind as Sheo going to be met with some Vitality Bush mechanics here. Hylissang, all it takes is a dredge line onto Sheo's Maokai, but he won't pull the trigger just yet. Hovers over the wall, Ward spots him out. Vitality pull away even as a 5-man unit, not to overstay.
So just information being gathered. You'll notice Icer observes a highlighting of Forest now, dropping that ward onto the blue buff to just gain that early information for his team. Nothing too crazy. Douglas has a bunch of options. We kind of look at pushing lanes. I would anticipate that the Karma has push up towards the top side of the map. The bot side is going to be very interesting on who can actually get that push out. My initial expectations would be that Kazi and Hylissang are able to, because Labrov only really has the threat of the hook, and the second that that threat has disappeared, it's really not that threatening. But we'll have to wait and see. Wouldn't be surprised if we just saw some fairly safe jungle pathing for the time being, because Vito up against Azir. Many will say that this is a favorable matchup for the Akali, and I would agree, typically, but in the early laning phase, it's rough. You just don't quite have the same wave clear. Going for the Conqueror in mid lane rather than the fleet footwork, a little bit more of an aggressive rune choice, but makes it harder in the early laning phase, but towards the later game gives you a lot more dueling power and damage.
The weird thing about mid is it depends on the region. Like, I've seen Azir's absolutely body this lane and continue to end up winning the game because of it as well.
Oh, for sure.
You know, it's a discussion I feel like I've had with a lot of you so far. I'm just going to pause because we're expecting the dredge line to come through. There's a hook in response, but it's Aphelios at level 1. Small trades, but significant, depending on who hits level 2 first. But yeah, it always changes hands through that mid lane, so I'll have to see how this game goes in particular, as Video has had a really good start to playoffs. I already mentioned it yesterday, but we can say the same about Nuke, and especially on Azir. That's been highlighted throughout the season so far. So I was looking forward to this one. I think there's a lot of flair individually, and both in their team fighting mechanics that we highlighted earlier, that we'll definitely get to see this game with how it's built out.
Sure. Now you'll notice in terms of early jungle pathing, Sheo was concerned about his Raptors being stolen away, so we started there, then pathed up towards his top side, going to do a full clear, and then path back down towards his bot. Meanwhile, Dakler's doing a full top side clear, pathing towards bot side. So both junglers should meet with the priority that Kazi and Hylissang have for the time being. It means that Vitality should have priority over the Scuttle Crab. And depending on whether they get information on Sheo, this could be a window for Photon to actually move down and steal away the Scuttle Crab as a potential option. I actually noticed Vito getting a bit of control over that mid wave as well. Something you don't often see in the early laning phase, but perhaps Nuke just playing a little bit more reserved. Actually, I say that the wave is going to slowly go in that favor, so it's very neutral. And Vito taking a lot of damage. This is why you often see fleet footwork into this matchup, just because you will be harassed. The footwork can help mitigate some of that chip damage.
Douglas starts on the bottom side scuttle. We just saw a sneaky ward as well from Video to spot any entrance into river by Sheo. Try and get more information gathered as Douglas pauses after taking the scuttle. He might have an opening here. We talked about the wave pushing back, and it's Nuke right now who's low on the mana bar, but he gets shoved in and shoved out at the same time. Doesn't burn anything except his mana bar to make sure he stays safe while Douglas just crosses to get double scuttle.
Nicely done from Douglas. Recognizing he's that much stronger in the early game means that he's going to gain an early jungle advantage. Vito going to match the base of Nuke, knows that he has TP, wants to quickly go back to base, spend that gold and get back into lane. But overall, very slow early game, very much what we expected. Douglas, the only real lane that he can look to play through is bot lane because of the CC setup that this Nautilus has. Maybe you could play through top, but I always think ganking a Cassante is a difficult thing to do, and even if you do gank him, he's Cassante, so putting him behind is a very... it's just a very, not always the most effective thing. Vision going to be cleared out, gives Sheo access to the bot side of the map. But what can they do with it?
How sus are you as Vitality thinking, well, timing's everything. Where's the jungler? Dredge line out. Hilly doesn't hit that, and that's dangerous. Graviton comes through. The punch up from Labrov. Kazi trying to get a trade, but he gets rocket grabbed in. All for the Blitzcrank. I don't think it's worth. First blood down, but with Graviton, the get excited means get bent. Double kill. Ice picks up it. And ladies and gentlemen, BDS bot lane are off to the races.
Really easy play, and nice setup from BDS. Photon. Ooh, it looked like that he had the mantra, couldn't quite get the Q off because the minions were in the way. Vito has now made his way bot.
Has indeed. Shuriken
He has the damage here.
He does, but Ice can come in, grab him, flash out anyway. Oh, respect not given over. Video does take a summoner with him, and Douglas will take some grubs in the top side of the meantime. That's the only trade though, but you've just given 2 kills over to an Aphelios early game.
Yeah, I am surprised that Kazi and Hilly didn't respect the possibility of a gank there. The sweep onto the wards, I would imagine, has to be a little suspicious at least.
Just a bit.
But they thought that they could catch this bot lane off guard. BDS's bot lane turn it around with the assistance of the Maokai. They secure themselves 2 kills. The fact that Kazi gets 1 back is definitely better than nothing. Sure. But they look at this health advantage and they say, hey, you know what? This could be a really good fight for us. Let's go for it. The hook doesn't connect. They don't think it's that big of a deal. The traps, though, go wide, which means the Labrov walks over. Good damage onto Labrov. And a hook connects onto Kazi, meaning that at this point they've committed. The best case scenario is Kazi can get first blood before Ice. Doesn't quite get it. So the BDS bot lane secures first blood, and then Ice says, you know what? I'll pick up a second for my troubles.
Don't disrespect Labrov. I mean, he's on Blitzcrank. You give him Blitzcrank over to him again. People started banning this against him for a reason. When we come back to live, Dragon does go down, but I'm looking at Labrov again. Hex Flash only, but speeds his way up in the overdrive. Lands it again. The flash away, but Bramble Smash incoming onto Douglas. He gets knocked on up, but Inver Shuffle in for a pound. Nuke is taking everyone down to the ground. He'll die to the turret, but in the meantime, you give those kills to Ice and Labrov, and you know that they're going to carry while you die.
Such a massive wave is going to be lost in the bot lane as well. BDS making stuff happen in the bot sides, punishing this bot lane as much as they can. And that was just another clean hook from Labrov onto Douglas. The flash away drags the Maokai underneath the tower where you think, oh no, this could be a very dangerous situation. Have BDS overcommitted? But then the arrival of Nuke with a fantastic shuffle just makes the play very one-sided in favor of BDS. So there's the hook, the flash away immediately from Douglas, brings Maokai near to the turret, doesn't quite give him tower aggro, but then look at this. 3-man ultimate. Nuke does lose his life. Nice auto attack connects onto him from Kazi to, again, at the least get something back. 1 for 2. But you can see that gold starting to mount in favor of Ice now. A 500 gold lead. And BDS off to a good start.
Felios Gaming, that's the setup right now. Yes,
I think they're coming bot again.
I would have that suspicion too. Kazi Hilly, is there a reason we haven't seen Jinx before this split? Well, she's not very mobile, and as Labrov hooks on up, Kazi's going to die again. No summoner. Ice gets the kill. Red and white makes everything all right. It's a double. Ice is 5-0-1 at 8 minutes in the game. I feel like that's an issue.
You know what? That's a great assessment, Hysterics. I would agree with you.
My arm's off. I should probably go to the doctor, you know? we're at about that stage.
I mean, the BDS are making it look so easy. They're kind of treating it like a solo queue game where they're just perma-ganking bot.
Yep.
And what can Vitality do about it? Like, Douglas can camp and try and match, but multiple times now, it's either been a Labrov engage or it's been the Sheo ultimate this time round. Very clean stuff from BDS. They're making it look incredibly easy. Sure, Adam's on the weak side, but he's happy to be here, knowing that his AD carry is 5-0-1.
Yeah. About to say he's happy, he doesn't care. Photon, on the other hand. Well, we hitting that despair angle again. I mean, bot, 5 deaths in total. And as I was saying during the play, Vetty, first Jinx coming through. We didn't see one in winter regular season. We haven't seen one in playoffs yet. Kazi pulled this out, and we know the risk to Jinx is you can get bullied down. You don't have mobility, especially against Labrov's Blitzcrank. Dare I repeat the point? Why was this left open for him?
He's had some great performances on it so far this split. And for those that don't remember last year, spring, upper finals, it was BDS versus Vitality. They were fighting for a spot in the finals. Best of 5, BDS 3-0. They clean sweep Vitality. Of course, Vitality was a very different roster back then.
Yep.
But the way that things are trending, BDS looking to cement themselves as a top team here in Europe.
You know what's also fun about this matchup is it's a vice versa. Vitality changed everyone except for Photon. Now Douglas, I know, guessed it in, but still, we change out the 4 core members of Vitality, shuffle it around a bit. BDS have changed out 1. You know, they've kept everyone but 1, with Ice coming in over Crowny. Talk more about that later. Just a fun observation, to speak properly, as Labrov's flashed away. The cats are out. A 2-man route, Gravitron coming through, and he hits it again! The bop up as Nuke can't get video. It's a well-timed flash from the Azir's Emperor Divide. Labrov setting up the picks again. The pressure's on for Vitality in this bottom lane.
In these narrow choke points, Maokai just offers so much value. A really nice hook from Labrov over the wall. Forces the flash out from VTO. BDS continue to find advantages. Won't secure another plate in the bot side, but you know what? 1.2k gold lead for your AD carry. So I think you're still sitting pretty comfortable right now. And the problem for Vitality is every time these plays are happening, Douglas just isn't in the area. And it always feels like BDS have the numbers advantage. 3 versus 2, 4 versus 3. It's always Nuke moving with the team. Or if Nuke isn't, he's making sure that VTO can't get involved. And if VTO is trying to get involved, then Nuke is there to match him.
Yep. I guess we are seeing a more standard representation of Azir versus Akali. The laning phase continuing to play out, extending through, and Nuke is outranging continuously. As you're saying, controlling this Akali, doing quite well. Teleport going to be burned in the mid lane now. As I will note that Dragon's coming up in about 10 seconds. Anyone else at home notice that that Karma skin, when it goes into Mantra, sounds a little bit like Briar's ult?
Oh, it does.
I don't know if there's a crossover there. It's, you know, Briar is a little bit messed up. Shadow Isles is not a happy place. Was she jailed in the Shadow Isles? I don't know the law. Maybe not an important time to bring it up because Shay are going to get hooked in. Teleport immediately from BDS though. Vitality like, no, we're going to get out of there. Look at the gun selection from Ice as well, who's just picked up the Storm Razor. Vitality have to think their next move precisely.
They're not going to get this objective. The Maokai ultimate is going to send them away.
Then why are they here?
They're observers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're here to watch the dragon be slain. An impressive slaying, one could say, from BDS. Wave did get pushed in bot lane from Kazi. Ooh, that's a flash.
Okay, that's why they're here. They get a summoner. I take it. Vitality go in deep.
They have control over the access to the mid lane. This could give another plate over to VTO. Definitely a little bit gold would be favorable for Vitality. I will have to acknowledge that the goal difference isn't so dramatic that Vitality are terrified as of yet. It's just the difference between the AD carries that creates that point of concern.
Right.
That doesn't mean that Vitality are down and out. When we look at the compositions, BDS have a very traditional front to back. Very, I say easy to execute in that it's simple, right? Your Maokai ults, your Blitzcrank can just cause interference, and then your Felios and the Azir hit behind the wall that is Maokai and Cassante, right?
Yep.
Whereas Vitality, they have a little bit more dive, they have a little bit more nuance in how they're executing that fight. Kazi is this long-range potential damage threat, but he doesn't necessarily have the same peel or frontline to play around that BDS do. So Vitality are going to have to get a little more creative about how they actually execute upon these fights, because it's not as straightforward as BDS is.
They're not in the same position as yesterday, but again, Vitality in playoffs, a bit of a different Easter egg, I'd say. Hopefully that continues here as they try and find a layout in the bottom side. Douglas moving into position, Ice and Labrov paying respect. Well, that trade in the other side of the map, giving Adam a bit of priority as well.
This is really nice, though, that they're funneling all this extra gold into Kazi. That's 250 Gs now. And Ice and Labrov have to respect this. Oh, he may have overstayed.
What is the word respect? Kazi going to get out?
Okay.
Labrov has to take the long way. That's what Overdrive does. As soon as you extend through the main period, you slow down way as hell. So Kazi paying respect in advance, and you're right, getting some gold back onto Kazi has to feel good with how this early game started out.
So now we wait. The next dragon going to be spawning at about 1640. The I was going to say the Herald should be up soon. My mind blank because I was looking at the minimap and I was like, I don't see a Herald spawning soon. Am I imagining things? Like, no, there it is. There's the Herald.
We just don't get we don't get a little hourglass. It's just popped up out of nowhere.
Yep.
Both teams are running directly towards it as well.
That was the objective I wanted to talk about. This is what I imagine both teams are going to be playing for next.
Yep.
Notice that Labrov is only... Okay, there's the level 7 ticked over. BDS will be the first to start this off. I think Vitality are too late to contest this objective. Photon does have the TP, but in this position, it's a difficult fight to take. Are they really going to gamble this? I don't think it's worth it.
Just go on.
They're going to take the safer approach. I think this is smart. Now, what are they going to do with Kazi? In an ideal world, they'd love to move him into mid now. It's a much safer lane for him to be in.
Actually, Nature's Grass comes out. Hilly going to be hooked back instead. No, it's Douglas. Hilly gets out of the way with the flash, but his jungler's going to die because of it. Adam picks up that one, and it's another great pick from Labrov. Oh, geez, what a surprise.
I felt like Vitality spent far too much time spectating. They were just awkwardly standing in that choke point, and BDS primed to take advantage. TP now coming in from Photon.
Hilly's walking up to the turret. The turret's almost dead. He sets up the engage. Should make a death rocket onto Labrov as Video tries to find the kill, and he will. Perfect execution. Video doing it again today. But 1 versus 2. He's now stuck in the middle. The ult flies through. Ice now has a new target, but he won't finish off that kill either. Video, the source of light for Vitality fans right now, as I thought that was just going from bad to worse.
Yeah, I mean, impressive performance there from Vito, really knowing his damage limitations. Photon hovering on the flank. Are they going to try and dive this?
Well, that's a Malignant's karma. You don't mess with that right now. Photon around, not going to get through the brick wall. That is Adam. Labrov's hook dodged away from Photon. Is playing fancy feet in front of 2 turrets. Now into Ice. He will not get that Mantra Q. The Inner Fire holds back as Ice just clears out the wave.
They need to be careful, though, because they're overstaying. Adam has had an opportunity to go back to base, does have the TP, and the Dragon's going to be spawning in about 40 seconds. Vitality, they're going to invest their time to unlock this tower. Objective gained, but it could very well cost them an ability to contest this Dragon. With this reset coming through, there's likely a lot of gold on Kazi's side to be spent. But okay, fine. I actually expected BDS to just make a beeline towards that Dragon, set up for that objective, but the reset needs to come through from Ice as well. He hasn't had that opportunity. And now gold being spent, items getting closer to being completed.
Almost there for the full item. Just a note on your note. Ice has got components only, not that full second item before this Dragon spawns in about 3 seconds.
But impressive stuff from Vito. Whenever he got his hands on Akali in the past, it was always a terrifying prospect for teams to deal with. We've seen him solo carry games on this champion before. He's incredibly confident on it. One of the best Akali players we have here in Europe. And now the TP comes through. Will it be matched by Vito? Nope, they're going to concede.
Douglas just takes the blast cone out of there. He's done. He'll leave it. And so 2 Dragons for BDS here. It is only Chemtech, but the individual stats are going to make a difference. I guess Vitality on the side are going to make the trade-off. Hylissang not going to get the dredge line. And BDS staying in the top side right now with teleport available. BDS trying to wait and see if he pulls the play.
I mean, the advantage of Vito spending so much time in the side lane is he's starting to build a level lead. You'll notice that little pink bar next to his champion icon. He's very close to level 13, whereas Nuke has only just now ticked over to level 12.
True.
Labrov
doing it again. Silence gets a hook and the flash away from Hilly. Excuse me, was the dredge line still buffered in the end. Looked janky as hell, but that's the Blitzcrank Nautilus interaction we've seen many times in the LEC.
Well played from Hilly there. Top wave does get pushed in. The bot wave is going to be caught by Photon. And we've resulted in a very neutral mid-game. That Ophelos is still very scary, don't get me wrong, but you kind of look at that itemization, and if you're the Jinx, you're sitting there thinking, there's really only a boost to score. Okay, now the Collector's been picked up, but that Infinity Edge is very close for Kazi. Now finished off his boots as well, so, you know, the 800 gold difference you can see, that is the difference in the completion of the item. But still, I don't think Vitality are too concerned in their current state. It's just when we look at how these neutrals are playing out, the second that BDS is there first, look how difficult it is to really contest. Like, you have to have Hylissang walk as your face check, he's your front line. But then there's the threat of walking into a Blitzcrank hook. There's the Maokai ultimate that's just going to zone you away. There's the potential for a Shurima shuffle out of nowhere that you don't expect. It's very difficult to contest the objective once BDS has already planted their feet there.
It's so frustrating. Again, you have a Jinx who the safeguards aren't really there. Photon is going to be a great shielder with Horizon Focus. Remember, this is a Karma who's going to deal a lot of DPS. Maybe not be stuck to the side of Kazi. For the meantime, quick update. Of course, Dragon timers aren't working, so that's where we come in. 22:05 is the next one, so about 3 minutes time before we start setting up for that. But Baron's up in less than a minute too.
And that becomes a big point of contention as well.
Look at the DPS. You kept talking about it before, you know, with a front-to-back team fighting comp. They also have consistent DPS, and Azir Aphelios with the right guns will shred that
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great point. Now, VTO looks like he's going for a death cap second. Does he have enough money for it?
Don't know, you check his wallet.
He's waiting, he's waiting, he's waiting.
Does he have it?
He's waiting a long time.
Wait, there it is.
There it is. All right, so Death Cap picked up second. This is one of those ones where mathematically, it's one of like the highest value things you can get.
Okay.
But it's also just raw AP. So he doesn't have like the additional HP that you would get from many other items. But all right, he's just going for burst. He's very close to 14 as well, maintaining that level advantage over Nuke, the amount of time he spent sitting in the side lane. He's the only one with a gold lead over his lane opponent, as Adam has now found a small advantage in the jungle in that AD character. There's Infinity Edge for Kazi. Vitality should feel pretty good about going for a fight right now. You talked about the Dragon at 22:05, so 2 minutes time. This is when we should start to see teams setting up for that objective. BDS are doing a good job of keeping the waves pushed in, but they haven't really set up a huge amount of vision just yet. Ward's littered around Vitality's half of the map, but I imagine them to start moving that vision towards the bot side so they can start contesting and setting up for this Dragon spawning very soon.
It's just crazy to me how Vitality have weathered the storm a bit. Gold dead even is not what I thought I'd say. Running into this mid game after how bot just got eviscerated. Kazi trading on his way out every time he ends up dying. It's the fact that, again, we've talked up VTO, and top just went smoothly enough as Zakama. But now you have a lot of relevancy moving into this fight. You can see Vitality able to push and pull on the vision line as well. Set themselves up through River, push BDS back a bit, and get some know-how as to where BDS are going to make this approach, where Lavrov is, more importantly, Hilly, not going to be hooked in this time.
So Nuka's pushed in bot lane, gonna go back to base. He should complete his next item. There it is. Adam gonna go catch top, and I will say that BDS love this point of the game. You know, this is where we often see, we've seen many games from BDS where it's very even, very steady. They enter the mid game and then a single fight, they just stomp you. They'll get 5-0, and that's how they win a lot of their games. Their team fight setup and their objective setup, I think, is a large part of why they sit at the top of the table here in the LEC. So Vitality are going to be tested here. Labrov looking for the hook.
It's Karma. All you have to do is line her up. She steps the wrong way. That could be Baron. It could be Dragon just as easily as well. Speaking of which, 15 seconds. How's my math? No, let's try 20. Or maybe 10. Either way, it's up soon. Vitality holding as a 4-man unit. BDS know this because Video's coming off the side, but they just jump all in onto Douglas, but they can't kill him. Video runs in, he's quickly silenced, but onto Labrov, he found the target. The engage tool erupted, but it's a shutdown onto Video in the meantime as the Twisted Advance re-engages the fight, but Ice is untouched. Ice hasn't taken a lick of damage at all. The poke's big, but this AD carry still has the ability to fight.
I mean, it's the fact that that team fight was won for BDS just goes to show how good they are at team fighting. The way that they navigated backwards, the TP now coming in from both players.
Hilly's one shot as well. As you said, both TPs that come through. It's Adam on top of Hilly, but he re-engages onto Kazi. This Jinx ain't got a hope as Ice is again not taking any damage at all. Nuke will absorb some, and BDS team fights, it does look too easy, however extended it is.
Just like that, BDS are going to blow the game wide open. A single team fight is all they ever need. They execute it to near perfection, and they're going to get a Baron off the back of it. Vitio has TP'd to bot lane. They know they can't contest this. He's going to try and trade something back. Maybe Douglas can sneak away that Dragon. But BDS in firm control of the game now. And the positioning from Ice, just flawless. No real threat from the Akali. And well played once again to BDS, demonstrating that it only takes one fight for them to take full control of the game.
I love at the start of the game, you're like, you know, this game can be hard to play as an Akali. You look at all the tools, I think it was something you actually said in draft. Maokai, Cassante, even hell, Azir at the end, the Blitzcrank especially. Video tried his heart out to get back there, but he didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, let's watch the Akali, right? So he's going to come in from the flank, a little late to the fight, starts on a 4v5. Then Akali gets knocked up by the Maokai, gets pushed back, gets that initial kill. The moment he dives in, though, one shot. The Cassante uses the ultimate. Nuke and Ice all turn their attention to him.
Oh, we're doing it. He waited for the dredge line. Labrov gets the hook back. That was clean. And guess who's behind them again? It's Mr. Damage. 9-0-4. And after the Baron, after we come back to live, this is the first major gold lead in the game. And it feels like it's one that is going to be a slow burn. Unless Vitality can find a miracle of a pick.
It's just great awareness from BDS. The fact that they treat fights, it feels like they're going into the fight, they say, these are the threats, these are the low priority targets. And they just play around that very well, very patiently too. And the second that Akali showed her face, they were like, okay, focus her, shut her down, don't prevent it. The moment she was gone, it was one fight for BDS.
Yep.
Now with the Baron buff, they're beginning their siege. Slow start, they're threatening this bot tower, but they don't have much of a wave to play with. They're waiting for that mid wave to start coming in. The thing that Vitality have to be scared of is Labrov trying to find a hook over the wall. That mid wave has been pushed in. Adam now making his way towards bot. Vitio has been sent over, and the Maokai ultimate going to be used to secure this tower.
Ninja's grasp, great zoning. Hilly gets caught on the end of it. Labrov with a hook again finds the jungler, and Douglas, even though he's got the no circle again, they'll only be able to prevent some of the damage. Vitality trying to get them off going any further up, but it's the inner turret in bot that's already been taken. It's Baron recalls, at least faked it first. That now will come through and give good timing windows here with the last minute of Baron for BDS.
BDS playing this slow and steady. And they're consistent, as they've shown all splits long. Obviously, doubts coming into the beginning of the split. How strong would this team actually be? They only replaced a single member, but their playstyle is very clean, very calculated, and there's very little to criticize, you know? They were even very proactive in the other game, right? They found consistent advantages towards the bot side of the map. And Vitality, they didn't have answers, and I feel like that unless Vitio can really pop off, I'm not sure how Vitality can turn this game around. Level 16 on the Akali. He's gone voice. He has full damage.
He's just
no
he's
Zhonya's. He's all about trying to kill that AD carry. Ice doesn't have his flash up just yet, but it's going to be up soon. Labrov is going to clear out all of this potential flank vision. There are no deep wards for VTO to TP to. And as long as they can keep Ice alive, you've also then got the nuke problem.
Oh, that too. There's always something here for VTO, isn't there? Vitality group up, Nature's Grasp out again. Kazi's not here yet, the engage. I guess on the reverse side of Douglas is there, but Adam tanks up, tanking pretty much nothing for now. That's a Moonlight Vigil Infernum. And Ice, even though he doesn't hit everyone, it's still impactful as Labrov on this off angle, trying for a hook under turret. Vitality's turret's just getting worn down bit by bit by bit by bit, and here comes Adam jumping in bit by bit. Labrov, I believe he hooked a minion there as Hilly jumps in with the dredge line. Oh no, has to flash over after realizing his mistake, and another inner turret bites the dust. Labrov's hook at this point doesn't have that long of a cooldown. He frontlines. He's ready to get this trade kill. He doesn't care, but it's a bit of a whiff. In a choke now, an opportunity for Vitality. Photon realize, gets the slow onto Adam, but they still don't have enough DPS. Kazi can't step up. He's still too scared. And BDS walk away with their lives quite okay.
The wall that is Adam seems impenetrable right now. As long as he is standing there, Vitality is hesitant to engage, and BDS, casually, calmly, they secure themselves another outer tower, and they're just getting closer and closer to the base of Vitality. No need to rush for them. They know that the Baron spawns in about a minute and a half. That will likely be the next objective that they set up for. And look at this magic resistance now being built by Ice. He knows exactly what this Akali wants to do. And he's going to do what he can to mitigate that damage. The dragon spawning as well. Felios doing a lot of damage. That credit to Kazi doing what damage he can.
Yeah.
The difference is that that damage is going into these frontline tanks that just refuse to fall. Hilly.
Is he dead? That's a real question. Nuke is here. He slides over, and yeah. Well, Hilly's dead a sixth time. 10 combined deaths between this bottom lane. And look, to give them credit, they've tried to play this game out as best they can, but they have been slaughtered all game long. They have been bullied. Like, even it feels like the teacher's bullying at this point. Is a flash for flash. That's Kazi's flash gone. That is a jinx. A jinx without flash. Oh no, Ice is the one diving. He just one-shot. Oh my lord, that TP coming in. I don't know if you want to be there, video. Just call it quits. Game one is done. They fly in, Nuke flies them out. And Douglas and Hill are saying, there's something at the base waiting for you, but I won't tell you till you die. A triple kill goes over, and how's that to end it out?
A 5-for-0 ace. VTO not given an opportunity to pop off. Ice is going to end this game 11-0-7. But what an incredible team effort from BDS. An impressive performance, sub 30-minute win.
How did that spring match go again?
It was 3-0.
It was 3-0. Well, BDS haven't lost their flair, have they? This team with another great hook from Labrov. Got away with Murder in game number one, and Murder is all they wrote to open up their match here and get one step closer towards that upper bracket BO5.
I mean, Ice was involved in 19 of the team's 20 kills, don't get me wrong, but Sheo and Labrov, fantastic support, fantastic setup. Very well played from the supporting crew to allow Ice to shine in this game.
Labrov should not be allowed to be given Blitzcrank. He's too damn good on it. And while we go to a break now, we can all think it over, what happens and what changes in the draft, heading into game two of BDS and Vitality.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, she's not very mobile, and as Labrov hooks on up, Kazi's going to die again. No summoner. Ice gets the kill. Red and white makes everything all right. It's a double. Ice is 5-0-1. Bramble Smash incoming onto Douglas. He gets knocked on up, and Inver shuffle in for a pound. You get taking everyone down to the ground. He'll die to the turret, but in the meantime...
Okay, I'm tipping now. Tipping as well. I come with you, Adam. I have all champs, I think. Yeah. I'm coming. They don't flash. Flash. All of them. Go, guys. Yeah, Jinx. Go Nash.
My name is Sang-hun Yoon. I'm 22 years old and I'm from Korea. I started league at 2012 and I started pro player at 2019. Aggressive style. I played in LSB.
And who are your favorite champions?
Apelios.
Is there any player or any team in LEC you want to play against?
Oh, G2 is best team in LEC.
What about Noah?
Noah. I won't play with Fnatic, but G2 is better.
And welcome back here at the analyst desk. It's great hearing about Ice for the first time this season. And he said, my favorite champion is Aphelios. I think we all noticed after this game. Amazing game from BDS, still undefeated here in the beginning of playoffs. And from their AD carry Ice, we knew that Crowley was amazing on late game scaling AD carries. I present you the new version this year.
Yeah, and I think even in this pop-off game, he was still playing relatively reserved. You could see it, he was so far ahead, but he decided not to take any chances, playing it safe, and obviously finishing the game with 0 deaths.
Yeah, it's classic media style, right? Everything explodes at third dragon. They do this every single time. Despite having a 5-0 carry, despite maybe being able to force more earlier on, that's when they win. That's when they solidify their victory.
They've been good at punishing mistakes here. I feel like that Vitality have been making, but not so much as forcing mistakes on the side of Vitality. As you said, Broxa, playing reserved, even though they had a fantastic early game, things slowed down a bit in the mid-game, the usual.
Yeah, and I think for them, with Vitality, doing typical Vitality things, you know, it was pretty easy because they would just kind of suicide into them. Huli in particular got caught out a lot. A few of them had, you know, a couple of unfortunate moments, and BDS just took advantage of it.
We're going to talk about Vitality a bit later, but on Ice, honestly, how do you rate his progression, Aragon, from the beginning of the season till the point where you are right now in playoff, and what do you want to see more from him?
I really like to see it because I think a lot of people thought that he was a bit shaky to start with, but now seeing, you know, even the Varus, kind of the crutch AD carry at the moment, being banned away and still performing on a hyper carry like Aphelios in these front-to-back situations, still performing well is a great look.
I gotta be honest, I'm really mad at Vitality because we set them up in the pre-show about them being finally the consistent team that we want to see, at least clean in the early game in every stages of the game. Today, not so much. The other side of the Healy coin, Broxa, maybe, or how do you explain what happened
I guess
here?
we just learned that you shouldn't really compliment them, because yesterday I was flaming Vitality a pretty solid amount, and they actually, for once, performed pretty well. Now you guys were hyping them up, and here we are.
I want to take a look at the draft though to see what we had here, because Ice was saying, hey, Aphelios, my favorite AD carry, got his hand on him, but we saw the very first Karma here in playoffs was permabanned so far. What did we think of the champion and how impactful it can or could be?
Yeah, of course it's a really strong champion, right? But I think we were talking, I was talking with Treats as well. Is it a bit of a fake flex when you don't really want to put someone like Hilly on it, right? You said potentially Hilly Karma isn't that free of a win in nice terms. And I don't think it's a Vetio champ either. So maybe dialing that back down. I think it's really interesting though that Vitality took blue side because now they don't have to ban Varus and potentially pick it away themselves. I think that's definitely an angle. I loved it when Kazi was on some kind of lane dominating pick and could dictate the flow of the game.
Yeah, we saw the comeback of Jinx. I don't know if we're going to see the champion again. You wanted to add something on this, right?
Yeah, I think the tricky part for Vitality is that for the most part they got a draft that they can definitely be happy with. Sure, picking the Karma top is new for Photon and it's a different style, but outside of that, comfort champs for everybody, really strong front-to-back team fight that's pretty to execute. The issue being that they just made so many mistakes in the early game that they never got to that point. And when they finally tried, Ice was one-shooting everybody.
Yeah, too late.
Yeah, and the fishing from Labarv was really great as well. I really thought Vitality's draft could pull off a miracle here because they had so many ways to avoid the front-to-back in the Xin Zhao R, the Akali Shroud, that they could pull it off, especially with the Enchanter Bazin combination. But in the end, they were just too far behind, and Ice took over.
We've been talking about Labarv and his Blitzcrank and how they this is not the champions that you should let him keep his hands on. What do you want to see on the side of the bans, on the side of Vitality, maybe adapting, moving on to the next game, Aragon?
Yeah, so on blue side, you're more free, right, to target ban. So maybe drop the blitz ban if you want to. I think that's been a pretty big staple for a lot of the sports in EU. We have a lot of blitz players, and like I said before, I would gun for that B1 Varus.
Roxa?
Yeah,
the band's side again, we're 1 minute away from the draft.
I'm pretty much on same wavelength. I think they should prioritize the Varus. Kasi has looked absolutely amazing on it. It's going to make it really easy for them to play through bot lane. Not 100% sold on Huli's Nautilus. I would like to see him on something like perhaps a Rakan, a Rel.
Bring back the Ashe.
Yeah,
Bring
the
back
Ashe,
the
that was
Ashe,
amazing
yeah.
yesterday. Slightly different style for him, but ultimately, I don't think they need to make too many changes overall. Just adapt a little bit in draft, clean it up where you can, but for the most part, just start playing League of Legends, start playing good macro and playing more control.
Yeah, that's the thing. For me, it's not so much of a draft issue than a discipline issue on the side of Vitality. What advice would you give players? We know what they're capable of. They did it yesterday, again, against SK Gaming, who's one of the most methodical teams we had in the early game especially. It's just an attitude shift for me, I think, here, Aragon.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit of a refocus angle. Hilly, get your head in the game, you can do this. Maybe bring Douglas down to help them out a bit more as well. We saw it yesterday where Douglas wasn't down bot side enough, in my opinion, on that Varus Renata lane. So maybe a shift of plan to that.
And we see BDS, they're back. They're in the driver's seat here. Is it the moment you want to innovate maybe and throw something new? We know that they're capable of this. We saw this in the first day they played.
Well, the question is how much BDS would actually innovate when it comes to it, because I think for the most part they have a pretty set style. It's mostly Adam who spices it up, but even for him it's usually a tank or a bruiser. So if I was in BDS's shoes, I would continue drafting in a similar fashion, try to deny some of the picks like Brand that Vitality has had a lot of success with in the past, and then, from a draft point of view, that should be good to go.
Yeah, this time actually making an adaptation. They don't want to deal with the Orianna. Actually, no, they banned that last time. So the Azir is still up. The Blitzcrank ban, just like we talked about, and we'll have to see what they ban on the red side if Team BDS.
I'm wondering what the Maokai priority is going to look like, because,
there you go.
Well, there you go, we won't.
BDS don't want to deal with that. Very powerful jungle champion and very easy to execute. Vitality, at this point in the previous draft, had banned the likes of Varus. They third ban was Darius. We spoke about them leaving Varus open and first picking it, so the question is if they still want to remove Darius from Adam.
Yeah, my favorite BDS drafts are the ones with really easy engage, right? The ones with Virel, Ball Delivery. Now the Ball is banned, but you can still play standard front to back with the Azir, and we've seen Nuke's really good on that. The Karma, though, taken off because they really respect Team BS. We've seen Adam even pilot it. Adam branching out from the gods, now playing Karma, Rumble, etc. is pretty good.
We'll see what the last ban can be here on the side of BDS. What did we have last time? Do you want to ban some 80 carries, maybe? I don't know.
Well, I think if they are to touch the 80 carry pool, it would be either Kalista or Varus for sure. They decide to go for the Rel instead. Most likely just going to trade the two of them, because they know they're going to get a priority 80 carry either way. Here, they could also look for something like the Xin Zhao or the Vi for Shio if they want to secure a priority jungler.
Renata rises up in priority here, right? Because of Blitzcrank ram, so they could look to deny that. Both sides, Kalista Renata, Varus Renata, very potent, sets up for those slow pushes, every single slow stack you dive on, and that was exactly what Douglas and Vitio were really good at. That's why they won their series yesterday.
Well, let's see what they have in mind right now. This pick is going to determine pretty much how the rest of the draft is going to go, deciding to take the jungler already. Question is whether they want to secure the Renata, like you just mentioned, Aragon, or if they want to save support for later and just smash the 80 carries.
I'm not buying that yet, yo. There you go, that's more like it.
This is
If you
staple
want to blind
Adam.
pick something, yeah.
This is staple Adam. Like, he's been very happy with... I might have to hold my thought there. I don't think we've ever seen Ice pick that. That's way more Ice.
Well, I like this. This is, slightly different, or rather spicy, but very much an Ice pick, something he's very comfortable with. And Yeah, looking forward to seeing how Vitality plans on punishing that Jhin. I would expect a rather aggressive support pick coming out here one way or the other.
When it comes to Jhin, I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's to match the range of Varus, right? But typically you kind of lose anyway. And I also see a lot of problems with it when it comes to killing tanks. But the Ashe Varus is exactly what they played yesterday. I'd love to match it with some kind of low economy jungler who could permanently sit bot side. Something like the Rel, which has been taken away, unfortunately, for Douglas. That was his best champion. Any other options you think? For junglers, you're the jungler.
Well, I think right now Vitality should consider taking the Vi, because otherwise they're going to go pretty far down the jungle pool. The likes of Poppy, Jarvan also available. But
wow, the Akali again.
Decide to prioritize their Kali. I would argue a little bit questionable based off of what we just saw, but again, it wasn't entirely on Vichu, of course.
They really value it, don't they? They think it's more important than potentially jungle getting pinched. Maybe they think they have enough junglers to survive 2-second rotation.
I think it's a comfort pick also for VTO, and the fact I don't know if he's really comfortable on the champion, so I think he
it is
save it
worth
now.
Pointing out right now that Vitality's team comp is going to be really high execution. There's a lot of things that can go wrong if they don't play the early game near perfectly, while BDS already establishing a really solid and straightforward front-to-back team comp. Challenge for them is going to be to keep Jhin and Nautilus alive early on, because like we saw when Vitality played Varus Ashe yesterday, Cassie and Julia are going to go really aggressive, and you don't want to let your bot lane play pure 2v2 versus that.
I think definitely you want some skirmishing from Vitality in that jungle role. Vi, Poppy, like you were saying, I think have a lot of value here. And you play for Vetio or just play straight for bot side here because of that range advantage and the trade potential. Shio is going to have to lift bot because the way these kinds of matchups go, you kind of just chill until your jungle comes and then you try to all in. So I definitely want to see both junglers living bot side.
Well, right now Vitality could consider banning, I was about to say, one of Adam's champions. Darius still open, Olaf is an option. Obviously BDS do have last pick, and there's a very high chance they're going to leave that for Adam, knowing that Nuke can already counterpick their Kali. If Vitality are to target mid with one of the upcoming bans, it could be the likes of Azir, for example, a champion that Nuke has looked absolutely amazing on. Nico is open, but we'll see how it plays out.
If we see an Olaf ban here, it's pretty obvious that it's going to be a Cassante or a Zac. I don't think Adam plays Zac. He wasn't a big fan of it in PGL last week, but if they ban an Olaf, it's another setup ban for the Cassante. So I am kind of expecting that priority from Vitality here. Adam could also just pick that up though.
Well, what is it going to be? Are we going to remove the Azir? If that's not an Azir ban, I think there's a very high chance BDS is going to lock it in pretty quickly on 4. Olaf was removed like we spoke about, and well, they could still take top lane early here for Adam, of course, but I would argue it makes more sense to just leave it for 5 unless they really want to get their hands on the likes of Cassandra before Vitality takes it away.
If they take Cassante, then they could answer with either Aatrox or Gwen. So Photon has his pick the litters. They're not going to do that. Instead, they're going to secure Azir for Nuke, which makes a lot of sense. He's been loving these two champions, Azir and Orianna.
Well, we are going to need to see what Douglas has to offer in the jungle. Vi is still available, one of the top 3 junglers at the moment, has seen a lot of success in the LEC, but there could be a potential
Sejuani,
surprise.
right? Potentially.
We haven't seen Sejuani.
I think the issue with Sejuani and their comp is that they get countered pretty hard by Mercs, if that's the direction it goes for. I would like to see one way or the other, a solid 80 jungle pick. Viego could also work, has a pretty solid jungle matchup into the Xin Zhao as well.
I like Vi, no? Into these champions. Long range, easy. They're just going to go for the diving skirmishing. This jungle duo. What do you think, Fox?
Vi is the boring route, but Douglas is clearly a Giga chat. Like, he wants the glory, the hype. You know, I can see it working. They have a lot of burst damage, could probably easily nuke somebody on BDS's side and get some Viego resets. With Cassandra being blinded from Photon, obvious answer being Adam, of course, is going to be Darius, and they'll have to show that they can actually shut it down. They banned it away in game 1, and now Photon has to play against it.
I mean, that is going to be interesting, because you see BDS with the comfort, easier to execute champions and composition that we know from them, and on the other side, Vitality, who apparently want to send it completely and are presenting themselves 0-1 right now with a very hard to execute composition. How are they going to play out?
So top side should be free scaling for Adam. He has picked the litter to do whatever he wants. He could even do something level 1 with some kind of cheeky invade. But bot side are where my eyes are at. You have to perma push in these kinds of lanes. And just like you said, Broxer, if this lane goes badly for the Ashe Varus, we all know how frail that kind of lane is, and it can just boom the game there.
I think there's a very high chance that Kazi and Huli are either going to win or lose this game in the first 10 minutes. Full solo queue style, full aggression. Either they are going to nuke everybody and quickly win the game, or we're going to see Huli with 10 deaths at the end of it.
All right, everything for content. Let's see if VDS can advance in the upper finals as we send it to Hysterics and Vidius.
Thank you very much, Law. And, you know, to emulate Broxor, just to, what's the English word? To repeat him. You know, it's fight or flight, right? And to talk about it in a different way, it really is fight or flight for this Vitality lineup. It can sink or swim. It'll go 10-0 or 0-10. Can they do it? I mean, you're in such a great position. You don't want to go to the lower bracket. You've got a second chance, of course, but it is just so nice to make that upper bracket run. Lock yourself into guaranteed top 3 with this win. And we have not had a game go to game 3 yet in Winter Playoffs, so it would be nice to start now, especially before we get into G2
Yeah,
versus
we have
Fnatic.
just had 2 0s this weekend, haven't we? It's been quick days.
What's the deal?
I mean, I feel like the upper bracket, sorry, the top teams, there's a gap, a pretty significant one between them and the bottom teams. Excited for G2 versus Fnatic later. I imagine that that'll be a pretty close series. But yeah, I'm not going to count Vitality out just yet.
Good.
They're a team that have impressed us already.
Oh, no.
No.
Hang on, wait. Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
He's fine.
Let's wait and see, hey?
Lebrov, what are we up to?
What are we up to?
They've seen Nuke. Nuke doesn't know if he's been spotted. There are pings.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Gets a reverse fade. The
no.
ward's down.
He's fine.
Ward gained, though. Advantage. Hiller-san.
But what about Vito? What is he going to do?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I don't know. I think you should tell me.
Okay, well, I could tell you the VDS is just going to walk to lane.
All right, he's just going to walk to lane.
And BDS are going to start on the opposite
All right,
side of the
okay,
map.
so red and blue are going to be traded. The question is, do they know?
I guess Lebrov knows there's a ward there, so yes. Wait, we're doing it again. Round 4, Dredge line connects. Okay, we finally started off. Rooted in his Kazi, ignites down, but Lebrov is one shot away. Kazi matches over. First blood surely going to him. There ain't enough damage. It's a Jin at level 1. Dagda must be seething backstage watching this as the Boots 4 pot man is just left on his lonesome in this lane, and sink or swim. I think Vitality already starting to swim.
All right, well, a lot of summoners were used in that very interesting level 1, where it felt like that the teams were just circumventing all of the vision. Hilly, there's no way you steal this. Nah, he's going to back off. They need to get that level 2, but let's look back at it. So again, they get spotted. This ward offering so much value. Douglas makes a beeline. The stun coming out from the Viego. And just the early damage from Kazi's E. The health bot doing wonders for LeBron, buying him a little bit of time, but Douglas and Hylissang recognize we don't need to keep this fight going. Flash traded for Flash once again.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of summoner spells burnt towards the bot side of the map. I wonder if Douglas will consider a bot lane dive in the near future. He's done a full bot side clear. Sheo is on his way as well. He has to recognize the possibility is real.
Bit of poke damage to follow through as well. As you said, here he comes. Ice is at 0 CS at the moment. Now, getting to level 2 might make this a little bit easier.
If he loses this wave, it is very bad.
It's really done, isn't it? I mean, already it's rough. And meanwhile, mid, BDS
Adam
are making a roam of their own. Adam's just ghosted for this. Video is one person who didn't lose his flash early on. Adam is going to burn his. I mean, he's chasing him down to the bottom lane. Douglas is here. And he gets nothing. Video doesn't even burn a summoner from that. The early game from BDS is going to hell in a handbasket.
Ice will at least get a bit of farm, but he's going to be forced to base. Look at the advantage now being built up for Kazi, a 700 gold lead. Douglas still hovering around the bot side of the map.
God.
They know that Douglas isn't on the top. I mean, they're going to definitely know now.
And Lebrov's only level 2. Hilly is going to tank it up for now. Douglas gets the damage in, ignites down Hilly. Good juggling of aggro. Kazi with the next piece. And he survives. Ladies and gentlemen, Worth, it's clean. And another kill to Vitality. This is such a great start.
It's perfectly calculated. Sheo would love to steal away some jungle camps now. He knows that the recall is coming through. Okay, he's going to choose to prioritize the crab. I thought there was a window where he could skip that, but Photon expecting a potential invade. Also path towards to blue buff. and mitigates it. I guess he was spotted down on a ward there, which likely deterred Sheo from actually going for that invade, which means that all of the topside camps of Douglas are also up for him to clear. He can path back towards bot afterwards, and he can look for another play. Remember that when Hylissang gets level 6, he's going to have that ultimate ready. Cleanse is, of course, up for Ice, but that bot lane is getting spicy. The analysts talked about how they needed to find these advantages, and what a great start for Vitality.
Yeah, it was a hard to execute comp. I guess not if that early invade goes well, right? Then everything lines itself up and the game becomes equivalently easier to play. 1k gold lead already, and you look on your screen, you see a 500, 600 gold lead just from Kazi alone. Remember that wave is slowly pushing into him too. So look at the size of it. They are not on even CS, not even close. Ice just got a massive shove in, and as Sheo comes in, this is the only thing that could maybe bring the bot lane back to an even state, but do you really want to dive it at this point, knowing that Viego is going to beeline back to bot and probably be there for a counter?
They've got a nice freeze in the bot lane as well. The Raptors interrupting VTO. Okay, so what happened there? Douglas went into his Shroud, which means that the monsters lost aggro, so they aggroed the nearest target, which ended up being VTO and interrupting his base. So that's a little frustrating for VTO. He doesn't have the TP, of course, so his wave is going to be in a bit of an awkward spot. Labrov, though, hovering, looking for some type of pick. He's just going to have to settle for deep vision for now, but he doesn't have any wards, so...
He's got a lens. Okay. Hex Flash over the wall. Waiting for VTO to come back to lane. Akali's hard, though, with Flash available as well. This needs to go perfectly, but BDS pull off on the dive.
I think that's the safer play. VTO still lost a lot in mid lane, though. That interrupt on his back going to cost him a decent amount of farm and XP. He's only just now taking over to level 6.
Spotted.
Nice there from Hylissang. Douglas going to be spotted. Oh, actually, no, he should be, right?
Should be, but I mean, look, Douglas walking in regardless. Nuke is the first one to roam down, by the way. As you mentioned with VTO, that makes a difference, but Labrov doesn't go in for a hook. That guy would be annihilated at this point in the game, being so far down.
So much jungle attention being spent around the bot side of the map. Hilly and Kazi went backstage and they said, Douglas, I don't know if you know this, but enemy jungle perma-lived in our bot lane.
Yeah.
Can you make a visit, please? And Douglas like, say no more. Here he is.
Hold my beer.
Now they're setting up for an invade on the blue buff. They have the push in mids. Keeping eyes on Photon as well. He's making his way down. No, he's just going to reset for now.
He just ghosted for this, by the way. Right under Sheo. Flashes away. Douglas flashes backwards. Interesting move.
Okay, a lot of skill shots going wide.
A lot of things going wide, in fact, as well. Hilly takes half his HP. We're doing this dance around blue buff. Nuke can actually poke out with the recurve.
I feel like BDS is winning on the health trades, though.
I agree. Should they be? Blue buff goes down, and Vitality back out. The Deadly Flourish does connect, but VTO's out in the nick of time with the Shuriken flip. Now Labrov getting poked down, waiting for that arrow in the quiver. Labrov gets tagged, but Kazi unable to find the kill.
That was weird.
That was so weird.
Hey, but maybe it unlocks the dragon. A lot of chip damage was thrown down onto Sheo. He did have to use his smite. And you know what? Mid has actually got push, and the bot's gone push as well.
Crazy.
So if this was an incredibly calculated play from Vitality to get themselves the dragon, I am impressed.
Yep.
I don't think it was, but you know, it works out nicely.
Hey, give the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's a massive 5-head play. Is all the setup. Hilly ghosted for that. Douglas again, that flashback. Not sure what it was about, but hey, at least it leads into the dragon. Early dragon at that as well. Naturally, with bot being so far ahead, this is what you'd expect. There's still about a 10-15 CS lead over Ice. The first Jhin in winter playoffs. Will it be the last? I mean, again, Dagda must be backstage going, man, he hates this pick. If anyone doesn't know, Dagda is not a fan of Jhin right now. I feel like I hear about it every time.
It's one of the worst Cassante killers, I would say.
In the fact that it never kills Cassante at any point in the game.
Somewhat, yeah. Jhin has never really loved playing into tanks. Just because, you know, for those that don't know, he only has 4 bullets at a time.
No way.
I know.
We're talking to people that are level 10. Started playing.
Those 4 bullets aren't really enough to kill a tank before the tank can probably kill you. In any case, Vitality's feeling great right now. They have a gold lead. They have advantages in bot side of the map, in jungle. Top is going very even. And they have themselves the first dragon. You imagine that Grubs will be next on the agenda.
Yep.
Next tonight on the menu for Vitality. And Douglas already making his way over. This should tick him over to level 6 as well. Oh, Photon.
Yep, this could be a solo kill. Adam's going to ghost, or rather it's Photon as well, who blanches that in the face. The dunk down. Adam's there. He's got flash. He gets flicked back, though, under the turret. And Douglas is there to help. Photon will not be dropping, and Vitality makes sure the top lane is just as good.
Wow, very close exchange. Adam almost gets the solo kill himself, but Photon plays just at the very edge. And Douglas is there in time to offer his assistance. Hilly, now level 6, makes his way over to mid.
So smart. He sat on the edge of that wave, sharing the EXP with Video just to get 6. We'll see if it actually turns into a play, because Labrov is on a ward right now without 6 himself. Kazi has the same. But that pick potential now up and available, I mean, it makes the bottom lane even harder, considering that we're looking at Ice here as the Jhin with only 1 cleanse. If you have Chains of Corruption, you have Enchant across the arrow, you can only get out of one of them.
But Douglas has foregone the grubs and is actually back to bot lane. He really has said, say no more, boys.
I'll be there.
I'll be
there.
No
matter what.
Yeah, they were aware of the potential dive. He shows his face. They didn't really have much of a wave to threaten a dive, but it doesn't matter. Douglas there to offer his support. Information now gathered, and that's on the entire bot side. So Douglas knows that he can choose to reset the grubs very low on the priority list this game. But look at the advantages across the board in favor of Vitality. A very different early game this time round.
Yeah.
Now, what I will say is that BDS are no strangers to finding themselves in a bit of an early game deficit, but they do this thing where they just win a team fight and then they win the game. So I will hold off on judgment until we get later on, because BDS have earned their spot at the top of the table.
All right.
They were really committed to that play.
They were.
Doesn't quite pan out, though.
I will say, though, this comp is not as easy as the last one. You know, you don't have consistent DPS with a 5-0 Aphelios. Also, the Darius in play, rather than Adamon. It was Cassante last game, wasn't it?
I've blanked.
Yes, it was, because Photon was on the Karma.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
It's hard. You know, Cassante, not really the most memorable champion. Actually, that could be a blatant lie. I mean, everyone remembers him ulting over walls, but still, he's a tank. And at the end of the day, Adam this time on the Darius. We talk about a sink or swim champ as the all-out's going to be used. Adam wasn't close enough to the wall, but the damage is there. Flash from Douglas. He heartbreakers in, but Adam under turret heals it all up. That's Darius for you, is now another teleport from BDS. They've found Douglas topside, and Photon's running for his life, but Nuke won't let him get out. They ulting for it as Video flies through the TP. He does a bit of a Caps moment as he rolls through. He still dies. Maybe he shouldn't have taken it here, as BDS are just being given entry back into this game.
3 kills secured off the back of Adam's great plays. The thing that was buffed this patch, the healing that he gets from his Q. The lower he is, the more he gets back. Now Vitality's bot lane. Can they perhaps get something back for the team?
Captain Jack Sparrow. Ice just gets that away from him, and Labrov takes the brunt of the damage at the end as well. So Vitality don't find anything here, bar the health bars. I mean, surely after this early game, surely Vitality don't lose this game, right?
Well, I mean, that was a big blunder from VTO. He followed the E all the way up towards the top lane.
Was it Caps or Perks who did the cross-map Akali flip?
I actually think that was Wonder.
Was it actually?
But I can't remember exactly who it was.
I feel like it was at a
But it was a while ago. I do remember it. They went from top lane all the way to bot lane. I've seen
Yeah.
it twice in the LEC, in fact. But yeah, that wasn't great for Vitality as the TRTR.
Well said, Benny, well
said.
said.
Hillisang now could be in danger himself.
Douglas too, maybe. Douglas has taken a lot of dragon damage, and Nuke does some himself.
He's gonna die.
This
He's
jungler's
just dead.
isolated. Douglas, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, I have more questions for Vitality here. VTO is pushing in mid. He doesn't collapse down. I mean, there was clearly a disconnect there. There should have been more coordination from the bot lane, the mid lane, everyone moving to that dragon, making sure they're on that objective first. Douglas starts the dragon off. And Nuke himself, maybe we can get a bit more context. Oh no, we're going all the way back to this replay. So this is the heal that Adam gets. The Apprehend, Chain CCs them underneath the tower, and then look at that huge heal that Adam gets back. 450 HP, gets that initial kill.
Let's go, baby.
Then VTO, he sees a potential double, even triple kill here. The damage from his Q initially looks good, but then the heal from Adam right here means that that execution completely disappears.
Oh my god. I was just saying, you know, Darius from behind. Darius is 0-1. Adam won't be much of a threat this game. Well, call an ambulance, but it's for Vitality's top laner. This Darius now 2-1, a bounty on his head as well. and Adam on his pick in a great position. And now, right now, Vedius, if I was Vitality, I'd be a little bit concerned that BDS have got a bit of map state. Labrov not getting a hook there with Sheo coming down. But the pressure off their backs a little bit after this early game. Bot's actually caught up a bit. 500 gold still, yes, but it should be worse. Mid's in a good favor for Nuke. Also for Adam, he's also 500 gold up. And the gold on the top of your standings right now is dead even. And don't forget, BDS picked up a dragon. Sheo now has control in a bot lane jungle somehow. As Douglas comes through, he's going to get his red buff, thankfully. The fact that Sheo can even be here just shows how this game has gone flippity-flop.
Nuka's doing a great job of just using his windows to move on the map. He's supported Sheo very well, always looking to try and hover around the bot side. You highlighted it, the vision invested on the bot side of the map as well. It definitely feels like the pace of this game has shifted. It was very much in control of Vitality. Douglas was the one kind of doing whatever he wanted on the map, but that crucial misplay on the top side has really hurt them. So no Grubs ended up dying this game. Bit of a surprise. The Herald is now up. And with the bot lane moving towards mid, it looks like everyone is interested in contesting this objective. Douglas going for the high damage build. I imagine he's going to go for the Titanic Hydra next.
Oh, yeah.
Into something like the Black Cleaver or maybe something a little defensive. BDS, they're here to cover their top laner.
Douglas there, tags him. Sheo on the way out. Labrov there too. BDS can just start this off. They've got the priority right now. Ice has also moved into
Vitality
position.
should be able to contest this though. There is a TP available on Photon.
I'm looking at those bottom lane ults. From Kazi, from Hillsang. Teleports there. Who pops it first? Video with an angle, but Adam's zoning him off. You can see Douglas now pitching his own angle. Is at 4K. They jump on in. The curtain call out as well. Hilly is just dead, but it's a jungle trade, and Douglas now on the move, on the trade himself. It's stolen over to Vitality, but here comes Big Bad Douglas with a Heartbreaker, which is quickly shifted away. Adam and Ice on there, lonesome too, but Vitality have already done the stealing. They've got better of the kills and get something back for themselves.
A one team fight for Vitality will secure them the Rift Herald. And another advantage gained for them, showing that they're definitely not down and out just yet. Great damage came through from Douglas. They're able to shut down Sheo, and they should unlock this mid tower with the Herald as well. Nuke can do what he can, but I don't think it's going to be enough to defend this objective.
Oh, Ice in the top side.
Hang on a minute.
Photon under turret, who cares?
Kasante.
Jin, how good is he? Well, he's not that great at getting tanks. Photon goes back into his tankier version. It's a solo kill, but ladies and gentlemen, it's a Jin. It's a Jin.
I mean, that's also just what Kasante does, right? He was full HP. He had the level advantage. He makes it look easy. Let's look back at this fight, though. Hilly on the front line, dancing at the edge of death. Sidesteps, he's the one that gets engaged on. A lot of burst drops down onto him, but that means that Kazi is largely untouched. No real threat onto him means that they can immediately trade back onto Sheo, and then as Labrov is trying to retreat, he ends up losing his life, and BDS is just forced to disengage. I mean, this Jin pick is falling further and further behind.
Yeah.
You see, it really didn't offer a huge amount of value in the team fight as well, but I think the way that the fight was executed, so much priority was put onto Hilly, who's not the major damage threat. If they could have taken Kazi away, maybe there's a world in which they that fight could have played out differently, but the reality is that Vitality have like a triple threat, even quadra threats damage comp. Like, there's damage in the jungle, damage in mids, damage AD carry, and then Kasante is Kasante. He both tanks and damages.
Oh, yeah.
He protect and he attack. So, Vitality, as long as they can get these nice fights, they're looking to be in a good position. Dragon going to be spawning relatively soon. Arrow goes wide.
Okay. Ice just walks out of the way. What's happening bot? Video versus the world, it seems. Adam is the threat you need to worry about.
Don't do it.
There.
No.
Okay.
I didn't know he had the R2 there, so I was like...
we saw an apprehend of a Zach E, I think it was yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, it was that apprehend that I was really paranoid about. But all right, he had the second R, so he ends up being fine. VTO playing on the edge. Setting up for the Dragon, though, that's on our screens. Adam making his way through bot. But the problem is Akali has no ult, which means that backline threat is largely unavailable.
But Sheo's at half HP.
That's true.
I mean, a jungler running into a Dragon contest without anything to his name, that's got to sting a bit. Vitality start this off. They're waiting for the pick in the brush. That's now empty of wards. It's just this outskirt one and the scuttle that he's going to give BDS information as it started off. But you can see Ice Nuke, even Sheo going up towards the top side because that jungler ain't healthy enough. Labrov, is he trying to bait in? There's an apprehend. Lock on down, dredge line. Video gets the half, but it's all in the name of the Dragon, which is swiftly taken away by Vitality.
So now Vitality have their eyes on this bot tower. I think it's going to be too difficult to really contest, though. There's a huge top wave that is knocking on the doors of BDS's tower. No one's going to catch that wave, so a lot of XP is going to be lost. VTO pushing in bot, Cassante pushing in mid. Hook connects.
Onto Hilly, there we go, Dredgeline. Chain of Corruption follows through, but it's the death charge that finds both bottom laners. A dunk on top and a shutdown to Adam. Just as quickly as we highlight Vitality, they get caught with their pants down after the fight as well.
I mean, Vitality's just playing spectator there. Like, they have VTO in bot, they have Photon in mid, and their AD carry is just kind of watching in the river. I'm not really sure who they're trying to protect or what they're trying to set up. Maybe it would have been better for them to reset and then path towards top. Photon is now, oh god.
Is he the fast yet? Yomu's pop it. Ice, is he gonna have a chance? No, because there's an all-out coming to a cinema near you. Are we doing this again? You know the answer. Down he goes. Practically a solo kill with the help from Douglas. And Baron is up. I mean, do you really want to play this game?
I don't think they should. I don't think
Not at all. Okay, good.
The Baron is not fast enough at this point in the game. But yeah, like, you have to question what the goal is for Hilly and Kazi here. Like, Kazi's obviously playing a lot more defensively, and at that point, he's just trying to help Hilly out. But with the mid lane being pushed out and bot lane being pushed out, I just felt like that was an easy collapse for BDS. At the very least, they get something back, even after losing so much farm towards the top lane. The gold discrepancy isn't that dramatic, though.
Yep. You know what rhymes with dramatic?
Fnatic.
Fnatic. Yeah. That's coming up next. It's the El Clasico. It is the, I don't know, I was going to give you LPL reference. It's like the new age JDG top esports. It's the old age EDG RNG. I don't know what it was in NA. TSM doesn't exist anymore. You know, what do we got?
It's like the Telecom Wars.
Yeah, it's like the Telecom Wars.
It's a classic here in Europe.
Is it? Wow.
Yeah,
somewhat. G2 Fnatic. But no, that's coming up next. And again, winner of that will verse the winner of this.
Yep.
So
next week,
that's what we got to look forward to. Yeah, best of 5. It ups it a bit, doesn't it?
So, next Dragon is at 24:30. The Baron is up, as you highlighted earlier.
Yeah,
it's Vitality that have control over the majority of the waves right now. They have the push in mid because they've unlocked that mid tier 1.
Yeah.
And you've got VTO pushing down bot. Vitality once again making their way towards this bot lane. Oh, bit of a misstep there from Douglas. Doesn't quite connect his E onto the wall. Minor misplay, but not the biggest deal. It's difficult to siege though against this Darius, and with the Akali, she just wants to reset instead. I'm curious as to whether or not he'll go for the death cap again. It looks like that he won't do that. Yeah, that's what I thought. He's instead going to go for the Shadow Flame.
Very smart videos, well done.
Gives him a little bit more HP.
Yep.
I'd like to see him build Zhonya's next.
Okay. That makes sense.
And poor Ice. He's going to struggle this game.
Yeah, I mean, the Jhin effectiveness ratio, where are we at on that? Because, again, look, I've given it a bit of criticism. But when was the last time you saw a Jhin take over a game in competitive? I said Huanfeng. Sooning 2020
I feel
Worlds.
like I've seen some good Jhin since then.
When?
Didn't,
it's got a high win rate in LEC,
Didn't
actually.
Gumayushi have a good Jhin at Worlds?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, see?
When was the last time you saw it? I'm not going to ask that because I think in regular season we did actually have a couple of good Jhin games.
Betty, I'm going to ask you your League of Legends history reels, very specific to Jhin.
And to be fair, Ice actually played this twice in the regular season too.
Yeah, it was fine.
And it was fun. It's just hard when you listen to Dagger a lot, you know? When you sit backstage and listen to him.
That man is corrupting your mind.
A little bit.
Anti-Jhin propaganda.
Is Adam fine? I think he is.
Yeah, what is Hilly going to do? He has an Umbral Glaive, okay?
Oh, what is Dredgeline going to do? Actually, Hilly might just be dead.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is indeed. It gives it over to Adam. Oh no, that's an issue as Nuke runs on in. That's a shifting sands. He gets a sun turret up. Out he goes. Execution down video. Flashes. And he gets out. The turret just went, well.
Yeah, that was a bit of a panic flash, but he made the rocket belt work as well. Credit to VTO. Gets himself a solo kill. This is the strength of Akali into the Azir in a side lane.
Yeah.
And that extra bit of health doing him wonders there from the Shadow Flame.
Well done.
But Nuke ends up losing his life in a side lane.
He's the shining light again, isn't he? Even though it's been a much better early game, like Video last game was the hope of Vitality as we opened up the team fights, but he couldn't get to the backline. This time around, look at the tools they have. Look at the angles you have to look. Douglas is a threat. Video's still a threat. He's got backup this time. And with teleport available as well, BDS are going to burn nukes first, but Video now in he comes from a backline ward. Lebrov hit out though, stunned up, Heartbreaker through Vitality, have their first pick, and it's down goes Lebrov. That's a big pick, but Douglas died in the process to ice. 4 versus 4, but Vitality don't have a jungler.
Douglas wanted to get the reset, but he was killed before he could. Photon doing what he can. The Dragon's going to go down.
But it's a smite. Now for the curtain call, though. Look for the final proc onto Photon. Doesn't do too much. Hilly gets poked over the wall.
Hilly.
It's not done yet because, look, Ice gets a Deadly Flourish and someone won't be able to move. Not
Nice
tagged
sidestep
up.
there from Photon to dodge. The wind becomes lightning from Sheo. Poke continues to come out from BDS.
I have the high ground. They shout as Vitality run for the hills. No lava here. Sheo poking in, goes back in onto Hilly. Titanic there is the pull in. It's an apprehend of the gods, but Video gets shoved back. Now dunked down for his trade. Hilly walked back in feeling confident, but Adam's on a tear. And Kazi's up next. He's got a flash available, but he won't get far. A triple over to the god. Adam is now showcasing why he is to be respected.
Vitality overstay the fight. They just needed to reset. They needed to back off. Once the Dragon was done, the fight was over. But they decided to go for the extended exchange, and Adam was able to find the play. A fantastic apprehend.
Okay.
What? Douglas, can he make this happen? Lebrov is suspicious.
He knows. Blast cone there. Dredge line avoided from 2.5k. Douglas now getting shoved on to get in the pit. He's denied. And they held off on the Baron. They weren't going to flip that at all. It goes down. BDS in control. Photon now here. What's up, man? I don't know. Photon just going to charge him down. Sheo going to help
I don't think he
out.
has the damage. I really think Lebrov's going to get out of this.
Oh, he buffered it. That was janky.
Gets away to safety. But just like that, BDS take control. So we come back to this play. And to this point, Vitality just need to leave. They just need to leave. But a great engage from Sheo to start off. Look at the apprehend. The ultimate was super important as well because Vito then feels forced to overcommit. And once he has dived in, that is Adam's window to shut him down. Then the flash comes in, the cleanup, and I think Kazi's dead.
Well, the curtain call, you know, proving me wrong a bit. Sheo picks that one up. Kazi and Hilly, it was fly in the bottom lane earlier. Now it's
a single fight. It's like BDS is just the one fight team, man.
Yeah.
They find that one fight and all of a sudden they blow the game wide open. They've done it all split long. They did it in the game before. They're doing it again. This time off the back of Adams, Darius, and now they're sieging down the mid-tier 2.
It's just crazy how it's digressed again. It's such an early game for Vitality. And now a Baron play that's opened up 2.3k. Inner turret goes down mid. It's about dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and that could very well mean setting up for the bot side soon. It looks so clinical for now. We have a Rabbit on Zazir now too, by the way. So it is not just Adam excelling in this game. We have their team fighting up and running.
No, I mean, credit to Nuke. I think he really has had a fantastic split. Definitely should be in the conversation for top 3 performing mids this split. It feels like that it's really been his meta and he's found the champions that he can excel on. And in every single fight, you see him make a play. I remember his Nico from the regular season. He had some crazy multi-man ultimates.
Okay. And,
I mean, we have to remember BDS, they lost to G2, who are the first place team, and KC, who are the last place team. But if they win this, they're making their playoff run look easy.
Yep.
They'd be undefeated so far. And frustration for the side of Vitality. They had such a good start to this game, but I felt like they just got impatient in that fight. And BDS took advantage of it.
As you said, just spectators. Sheo gets a sneaky little sneak. And Ice picks up the blue buff as well. The rest of the team just in their back pocket. And while they pressure down the top side, you can see BDS putting the wheels in motion in mid. Bot side for Nuke as well. 28.5 minutes. Now, I don't know when the next Dragon is, Betty. I don't know if you've done your homework this time.
Soon.
But it's
Less
just
than a
gonna be
minute.
theirs. God, Cloud Soul with this team is just egregious. But now we wait. It might not even get to that because Hilly... Oh, flashes away.
Hilly's like, they'll be deep in the jungle. He was not expecting him to be on the edge of the jungle.
Oh, man. It's like, that was the biggest jump scare I've seen so far. Well,
It's
no
a flash out
Hilly.
from Hilly. All right, they're stacking up as 5 in the bot lane. I think they're not going to have the... Yeah, I think it's smart. Just back off, take the tower, reset. TP available for Nuke. Level 17 on this Azir. Should have his Void Staff completed, ready to go. There it is. He's also picked up the blue pot, so he's going to pop that the second that the next fight starts. Jin's still at a gold disadvantage, but he doesn't care anymore. He's fine. I think that when he presses tab and he looks at the scoreboard, I think he's chilling.
True. And for now, we get to stop, you know, talking about the Jin. I guess it's negative. I say we because I'm dragging you down with me. All it's
You
been
really
is a
love
complaint.
talking about this Jin.
I
haven't really
do.
had it. Like I acknowledge the weaknesses, but I don't hate Jin.
You know, love playing him. Don't like watching. Doesn't feel the same. Deadly Flourish is there. Doesn't command it, but Photon jumping in the back line on top of Adam. Look how separated there is. His teleport flank from Nuke as well is in such a good spot. Hilly gets 3-shot. Kazi with a second. Look at Nuke just fire away. His ult doesn't need to land. As Video is the last hope for Vitality, but his team has died around him. Ice is going to force that flash out of Video. A good dodge away, but BDS with another one fight, a dragon for themselves. And it's hilarious just watching Nuke auto-attack from his TP and win the fight by himself practically.
It feels so difficult for Vitality to play these fights now. Even though Vito is able to find a kill, like, Kazi just can't play the game, man.
Yeah.
It's there's so much threats, and Adam is just being an absolute nuisance. Yeah, sure, this build from Douglas has a lot of damage, but he's also so squishy. If he's not getting those resets, he's not really going to get very far. I don't know if Nuke can keep chasing this, though. It's a little dangerous to keep the hunt going, so Photon will be able to get away with his life.
Okay.
But another dragon secured. Baron in about a minute now. That's likely the objective that BDS will play for. And with the amount of damage that Nuke has,
Yep.
he's as scary as he is.
Let's hope that turns into a Magi soon.
Wait, Sheo.
He's got Adam. Video out. Perfect execution. Just wait for that audacious charge, but not going to be taken for the time being. Don't know where anyone is, especially with Douglas sending out the weird old dirt road. Forgot what it's called. Sovereign's Domination? No. Walking mist? Something like that. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Kazi. Okay, it's happening again. Kurt Call doesn't connect. Hey, Hilly does, though. Vitality group up as 3. Against the Darius, that's free pickings, especially with 3 items yourself. And as Vedia said before, if you're all at home listening, Baron's coming up. And Baron does not take no for an answer.
You can see Baron making their way onto the rift.
Look at it. Oh, I'll go in there. So what's in there? I don't know. It's my home now. It's like a turtle finding a new shell. You know, I guess this'll do.
True. That's exactly what I think of when I think of Baron.
Okay, good.
BTO on the flank, but I don't know if that's much of a flank. The Azir turret will go down to keep Vitality at bay, and they're just going to get themselves another tower. Well played by BDS.
Yeah.
They can now just retreat back towards the Baron. I don't think they should force a fight here. I think the Baron is the safer play. They can catch another wave if they want to, but they're just getting chipped away at here.
There's the dredge line, not going anywhere into a wall share. Has to ulti himself because the Enchanted Crystal Arrow went out. Safe is boring, Vetti. Remember that. Video on the flank. That's not boring. That's an opportunity for Vitality. Again, the Shining Light. He doesn't have any summoners. But as the poke comes through, Photon all of a sudden is at half health again.
Maybe they're afraid of doing Baron because it's not the fastest, but I feel like that when you have this Azir...
With Magi's.
Yeah, now he's got the Magi's, 10 stacks. He's confident that he's not going to die for the rest of this game. They should melt through this. Vitality going to contest the... Well,
nope,
no.
It's dead.
They're TPing, though.
Okay, teleport comes a little bit late.
Ash Arrow.
The BDS care. Photon jumps in. He's not as tanky as we first thought. On to 3 members. It's as good as it's going to get for Vitality. Heartbreaker's in, but it's really just breaking Vitality's own heart down. BDS, it looks messy, but you can see Nuke is unscathed. Auto-attacking. Kazi's trying, but look at this again. The Emperor clears that. Vitality run in like, nah, I'd win. Nuke, again, hold my beverage as he aces them all down.
And that should be game, set, and match. Nuke 9-1-9, he stacks the Magi's before ending the game.
Of course.
And with the Nexus in their eyes and the Baron in their back pocket, BDS are going to keep their winning ways and find another 2-0.
Not dropping a single game despite how the early game went for Vitality. BDS, as Vetti said, they just seem to win the perfect team fight every time to put them one step closer towards winter finals, straight into the BO5 to wait for the winner of G2 Fnatic.
An impressive season from BDS. And it's just the way in which they're winning. A single decisive fight is all they need to firmly cement control over the game. And while we saw some shining moments from Vitality, BDS just put them in their place.
Man, what a defining series. You can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X, by the way. Adam, Sheo, or Nuke. Nuke on Azir, another bannable offense, I think.
I mean, I will say that we had like different standouts throughout the series. You think to game one, it was Ice's Aphelios with the crazy performance, with Labrov on his Blitzcrank, and Sheo with the Maokai. This time around, though, the top side of the map were the carries. The mid and the top lane are really shining, so BDS proving that they can be a multi-carry threat.
A multi-carry threat. You don't know what's coming next in draft, but a big congratulations. They move straight to round 4. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. Before we get towards G2 and Fnatic to close out our week, we're going to be talking with Nuke after that impressive performance.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Go Nazir, go Nazir, go Nazir. Yeah.
Kali's falling. Let's build.
Okay, nice. I'll flash at her ult. Okay.
I can bump. I bump.
Nice.
Oh no, that's an issue as Nuke runs on in. That's a shifting sands. He gets the sun turret up. Out he goes. Execution down video. Flashes. And he gets out. The turret just went well.
Looks in. I got reset. Fight. Take the fight. Going. Look santé.
Come to me.
Yeah. Go.
Oh, 20.
Welcome back to the LEC. We have Nuke from BDS for the interview. Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining. You had a phenomenal performance on Azir. Seems to be your trademark at this point. But I want to start off with a solo kill on top lane. Like, what happened?
I misclicked E. And then I died, which was unlucky because I should win 1v1 in this state. But yeah, happens.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, happens.
It's okay. You still won, though.
Yeah.
That's exactly what
That's
matters. I want to talk about your Azir performance because we see you play this champion quite a lot. Is there a particular reason for it? Do you enjoy playing this champion? Do you just think it's a little OP at the moment?
I think the champion is just broken and people don't know how to play against it. So I just take it and take the win.
Okay.
And that's it.
Impressive. You took 2 wins in this series, so it was a clean 2-0. Coming into these BO3s, in contrary to BO1s, was there a different preparation, a different mentality?
I mean, for sure, different preparation, right? Because the meta just changed with like new picks like Karma, Brand, and everything. So a bit of adaptation and mentality. Kind of the same because you should start from BO1 like wanting to be the best, right? And just train to aim that way. So we just kept the same mentality and updated our like champion pool and everything.
All right. And with the updates and the changes in the meta, do you think there has been anything particularly that has impacted mid, or are you still thinking we're pretty similar to the previous patch?
I mean, mid didn't really change, most likely jungle, and it's mostly jungle, I would say, but mid didn't really change. It's kind of the same champs still that are like really strong. So yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, I'm happy. I have like so much practice on this champ, so like when I have those, I know I will have a good game.
Yeah, good game from you, but unfortunately you don't get the Kia Player of the series.
It's okay.
Do you want to guess who it's going to go to?
Adam.
Yeah, you're right. Congratulations, we have another winner. Yeah, Adam gets the Kia Player of the series, so congrats to him. But it's something that we've seen from BDS a lot, is that it's a multi-threat when it comes to the different roles and how they can carry. There was a heavy focus on bot lane early on where you were continuously diving Vitality's bot lane, and then you have the bot lane carry, but then game 2 was more on yourself and Adam. What has allowed BDS to set up such kind of success from different lanes?
I mean, first of all, to have like that multiple way of playing, you first have to like really strong individuality, right? People that knows how to click, that knows their matchup and everything. And Adam knows, I knows, Ice knows, with Labrov, and she'll just play well around it. So yeah, we're just good.
Oh, congratulations. You're up against the winner of the next series. So we'll see, and that will be a BO5. Merci beaucoup pour l'interview.
Merci.
Thank you so much. And Laure, we're going to be heading back to you. Thank you so much.
Et merci beaucoup, Juniro, et bravo à toi, Nuke, évidemment. Welcome back to the LEC Winter Playoffs.
Actually,
we have a banger to close out week 1. G2 versus Fnatic. Another time, guys.
Like, I forget.
Here we go again. The usual.
Yeah, the usual. I mean, it's been, I don't even know how many years we had this matchup for, but we know how it goes. Usually we know how it went last time they played each other. What do we think of this rivalry after all this time? Because last time we had Genie checking in with the fans, really happy and confident G2 fans, showing up the trophy, how many victories they had. On the side of Fnatic, though, not too much lucky. They had some luck, I want to say, and some success in the Montpellier finals last year in summer. But yeah, what do we make of the rivalry now?
It feels like there's been a bit of an ongoing Fnatic curse when playing G2 ever since 2019. I have some traumas
that year
personally, and I don't really know. It feels like G2 has just managed to continuously level up ever since they got caps, and Fnatic have been so close so many times but never can go all the way.
Is it a caps factor?
I mean, this
dictating
kind of
the
like
rivalry.
X factor, surely it has to be him, right? Like, I mean, he's kind of popping off as well so far in the playoffs and also in regular season. So I'm really hyped to see both teams. I think G2 is coming in a bit hotter than Fnatic, I would say. Yesterday, their series against MDK was a bit up and down. Obviously, they came out on top with a 2-0 as well, but I think G2 is slightly more on fire right now.
More on fire, yes, but I want to point out that the series against GX may not be representative of the strength of the team. We know that G2 is super strong right now, but I feel like GX didn't have the best read on the patch, and they left a boulevard for G2.
I think what's really fun though is that we also see G2 having fun, right? I think that's kind of the difference maker. Caps is enjoying his life on the Rift right now, and he's a happy man. So I think when he's a happy chappy, that's when they look the strongest. So I would be scared if I'm Fnatic.
I do have to say, like you mentioned, Laura, the Giant X drafts were not that convincing, and it's actually pretty impressive that there's been more than 10 professional players and coaches collaborating on the draft and coming to this result, not only once, but twice in a row. So I hope that G2 is going to get some real competition today.
There's nothing more scary than a G2 who laughs and player who laughs, honestly, what they're playing. But honestly, the level they had so far in the playoffs has been phenomenal. But I kind of want to say that I like the showing of Fnatic that we saw from them yesterday. Explosive games once again, but in the end, they took the victory against MDK.
Yeah, it was very explosive, and especially Humanoid with his Tristan and solo kills. I really like the comps that they were cooking as well yesterday. I thought they had kind of the same comps that we saw today as well, with like multiple threats. They had obviously the Brand in this game, the Tristan and the Darius. I thought that was really clever. So if they play that kind of style against G2, I could easily see them maybe losing one lane, but then have 2 more carries to kind of back it up.
We had a glimpse of maybe what Oscar thinks the way the series is going to go today, Broxham, when we talked to him in PGL yesterday, especially previewing the top lane matchup, him against BB. We know that Oscar has been innovating in the top lane department, but so has BB.
Well, like we talked to him about yesterday on the post-game lobby, I'm pretty sure he was just playing the long con, and he's scaling now. He picked Yone, went like 0-5, didn't look particularly impressive, but now, today, instead of being the typical your team Yone in solo queue, he's going to be the enemy Yone and he's going to pop off.
Okay, guys, in game, what do you want to see? Because obviously, I think the people would favor G2 in this matchup. What does Fnatic need to do to defeat them today, both on the Rift and in the drafting phase?
I think a lot of it comes down to the draft for sure. I think especially for bot lane, I think Noah had a very good performance yesterday on the Vars. I'm very curious to see if G2 will just take that away right away. I think another one is the top lane. Obviously, I think Cassandra has been a big staple pick for Oscar. But against someone like BB, I'm curious to see if BB has some counter picks to counter it. Maybe they just ban it out as well. So for me, it's kind of up to Noah to have a really solid performance like he did yesterday, because if he goes back to regular season, I think it's a bit trickier for Fnatic.
I think there's a lot of things that can go wrong in side lanes for both sides, just depending on who has the better day. But I'm really curious to see how the jungle matchup in particular is going to play out, because both Razork and Yike has been absolutely incredible. Razork, arguably the best jungler in the league so far in the winter split, and if he can continue playing the way he has so far and take down Yike, that is also going to translate into a bigger mid lead for Humanoid. Humanoid can play more aggressive and shut down Caps, and then all of a sudden, Fnatic can use that mid-jungle advantage, spread it to sides and win the game.
All right, well, we'll see what they can make happen on the Rift, because it is time for us to dump on the epic showdown between Fnatic and G2. Dracos, take it away.
Thank you very much, Laura. I'm here. I'm Dracos. I'm going to the Shire after this, if you're wondering what the fit is. Daddy Dagda here is obviously going out. But both of us, in the meantime, ready for the show that G2 and Fnatic are about to put on. Fnatic games across the board have been incredible bangers, especially against Mad. G2 played some pretty one-sided games against Giant X, but we're also spicy, so I'm ready to see where the draft is going to take us.
I was going to say, for game 1, though, against Giant X, it was a little bit shaky for G2. That early game, at least they came alive in the later portion of the game. So I'm waiting to see exactly how this is all going to pan out, because if G2 have that shaky early game, Fnatic's definitely a team that can punish. So although I give G2 the favorites coming into this, Fnatic are no pushovers, and you got to be ready for them.
Certainly do, and especially Noah yesterday having a fantastic performance, giving me a lot of faith in how they're going to match up against the G2 bot lane 2v2. And G2 have not been flawless this season. While they certainly have a winning record, there's still been some pretty questionable early games. And while those have mostly turned into very good mid games, you have to be careful about letting those things slip away from you in a series like this against a team like Fnatic.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Fnatic as well, as you say, yesterday. Noah looked great, Jun looked good. They kind of had their opportunity to shine against Mad Lions Koi, got the better of them last time. So I think this is now a bot lane that I'm keeping an eye on to see, do we get as much pressure down towards that bottom lane? We saw a heap from Razork. I think Razork honestly incredible performance yesterday, so I'll be keeping my eyes on this jungle matchup, see if he can get the lead over Yike.
And I'm also curious about Noah's effective champion pool. We got Varus games yesterday, and it looked great. Lethality Varus generally strong in the meta, but it was good to see Noah pilot it so proficiently. That said, what happens when that champion is no longer available, when he has to pivot? Because the historical criticism of Noah is that he's usually only looking good on 1 or 2 picks at any given time in any given meta. Right now, Varus does look good for him, as would Aphelios, as you can see that being taken off the board. Karma also going to get banned away. Nothing too crazy yet.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is that there's so many picks that are incredibly strong in this patch. We've even started to see Brand creep up, Karma obviously another one. And we'll have to see if he plays things like the Ezreal that are seeing a lot of play, but it just feels difficult to lock down how many power picks there are in the different roles. Even you can see the Kalista being banned away there as well. So I think this is where you're going to see quite a lot of adaptation coming in from what was 14.1b into 14.2. And it's more of a case of like, well, do we get to see BB bringing out like a Zac top? Is that now bannable? Like, you got to start looking at all these new power picks that have started to creep up as well.
And I mean, the good news for Oscar is he got to experience the Zac top yesterday. The Darius looked very good into it, and he was significantly more relevant across almost the entire game. You can see what Mirren wanted to accomplish. We saw what Broken Blade was able to do with it. It's a great engage pick. But in terms of individual contribution outside of a team fight, it can often struggle. The Maokai, again, a flex pick for G2. They could just go for Senna Maokai again, as they did against Giant X. We'll see if Fnatic want to contest that Senna pick at all, or if they're willing to just let that one slide through.
Yeah, I am curious though what Noah's game plan is going to be into this bottom side of the map, because with Varus and also the Aphelios taken off the board, we've seen him go back towards things like he's tried the Lucian, he tried the Kalista, but they banned away. So it is just going to be take away that Senna instead and make sure you're comfortable. And then Razork going for the Xin Zhao. I like when Razork is on these more, I want to say like playmakey, but it's more like skirmish heavy junglers, because he can get in your face and actually make the early game swing in your favor.
And Lucian now locked in alongside Nami.
How are you feeling, Dracos?
Like this champion is fake and only wins scrims unless you exist in the LPL or LCK, but G2 could prove us wrong. So far, the only team to win on Lucian in our league, regardless of position, is SK Gaming. They tried yesterday to repeat that and were unable to do so. So in general, I think this champion requires a very high level of execution. Certainly something G2 esports are capable of, but I will be skeptical until they can prove me wrong here.
Yeah, at least having the Nautilus there as well means you can try and play aggressive down in this bot side. Like if Razork has the setup there from Jun, who I think Jun has had a pretty great entry into the LEC. I think he's looked really strong. So I think it's a case of, can we try and play aggressive, get that set up there like we saw yesterday for Fnatic and punish the bot lane? Because I definitely think we've seen Hansam and Mickey be over-aggressive in this matchup where there's no need for them to maybe aggress in a wave, especially if Yike is going for something like Void Grubs or playing elsewhere on the map. So if you can have that control for Fnatic, that is the best way to try and fight against G2.
Certainly is. And obviously, if we look at international expectations for this duo bot lane for G2, if they're able to get ahead, if they're able to skirmish well together, it can take over a game. But when you look in terms of like the floor of what a Senna Nautilus can bring together, it's just much higher. You have so much guaranteed utility, guaranteed scaling. You're really set up for success as we go later into the game. And you know, when paired with Razork having this early aggressive jungle option, I definitely like it. That said, Hui now banned away alongside the Akali. Darius getting banned out too. Respect over to potential counterpicks. It may be another Zac angle. Again, the more room that Lucian kind of has to play in these fights, the more threats there are to run forward to give him space. I think the easier it's going to be for Hansama.
Yeah, surprised to see the Narban. I know it's just kind of like, hey, what are the blindable top laners here that Oscarinin could go for? They'd end up going with the Yasuo into it yesterday for BB. Obviously, you wouldn't get the counterpick there, so maybe they are just worried, but yeah, I think they were surprised by these here. It felt like they were setting up more for their own top lane pick here.
Well, it could also be that they're just trying to take away the safe or the blind picks that Oscar can go for to force Humanoid to pick on 4, to make sure that Caps can get counterpick. I mean, no matter what they take away there, someone is getting counterpick. Maybe they feel like Caps, it's a bigger priority for Caps, and that's why they're limiting the top lane pool.
Yeah, maybe it is just going to go for the Zac, or you could potentially see something like a Cassante come through here for BB. Just be like, hey, that is the other big pick that we see an awful lot of the times, but and maybe the Zac, the Darius and the Gnar work.
I thought the Aatrox looked okay into it, but I didn't love it. Once you get a single item, it definitely starts to feel a lot better, but early on, if LeBlanc runs up to the top side, a lot can change very quickly. That said, Maokai Zac, That's a very low damage combo. That is not very scary without any more support.
This is sick though. Poppy angle is perfect here. The fact you've got pretty much every champion here has a dash that you could interrupt. You got great frontline access. You've already got your engage from the Nautilus. Like, this is really, really nice here for Oscar. And so honestly, looking at what has been drafted so far, I like what Fnatic are bringing to the table. I think they've got great scaling opportunities. They got good skirmish. They got good push in mid lane as well. Like,
also, this is
nice stuff.
This is an insane game for Merc Treads. Look at the G2 top side. Yes, Caps is one of the few people in the world still going for the Energizer build, but you need magic damage if you're G2 esports. If the enemy team just goes Merc Treads full armor, if Caps does decide to go for the Energizer build, you're never going to kill that Poppy, you know? So it's kind of a tricky thing to navigate. I think Caps has to go AP this game, but now you have essentially triple AP topside, and it makes it really easy for the enemy team to itemize.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we will see early Merc Threads, maybe even something like a Hollow Radiance early here for Oscarden as well. Just he gets that push against the Zac, and he's going to be fine with the AP damage now. Obviously, a lot of the Energizer stuff as well has that like magic damage on it. Like, the shock is an energizing magic damage shot, so you still deal mixed damage here.
Hans can go static shift, man. We can start putting together every item in the game that does a tiny bit of magic damage, and by our powers combined, assemble. It is fleet footwork for Caps, so we'll have to see what the itemization choice is going to be. Fans of Berlin coming alive on both sides. Fnatic versus G2. Age-old matchup. Here we are, getting into game one. And a reminder, what is on the line today? A spot in the top 4. Both these teams keen to get there. Getting into best of 5 with your extra life still intact in this double elimination bracket is huge. It's a massive boon as we go further into the winter split.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
It is a Doran's Blade start for Caps. That doesn't necessarily mean that he will go full AD LeBlanc, but since he also has attack speed, I'm pretty sure we're getting an Energizer LeBlanc. He has been the only person in our league since it was adjusted on 14.1b to continue really to play it and find success with it, but it has looked very good, so I can't knock it.
Yeah, I mean, it has been pretty strong. Knight and stuff are still playing over in the LPL, so I still think it has opportunities to be brought out. I still think it has its hold, but the thing I'm going to focus on is, because I actually missed the double Doran start yesterday for the bot lane with Hilly, is actually a double Doran start here for Fnatic's bot lane. So very much going to go for, hey, we want to try and play hyper-aggressive on these early stages, use the fact we got the extra health and we've got the extra AP on this Nautilus to win the lane in these early couple of levels, and then you do reset. You end up taking your support item a little bit later, but it doesn't hinder you too much. It does mean that you just get a ton of opportunity to play aggro in this bot side. Realistically, you're able to stack your support items so quickly now you don't have to worry about it, but you can see already they're going for it.
Mickey Hook there. A little bit of damage now coming through, of course, with all that extra HP. Fnatic are favored on the all-in, but it can be a bit tricky to navigate. You highlighted it. You lose out on a lot of gold income for June, but you can buy that item a little bit later. The trade-off, early power, but how will they leverage it? The bigger question.
Yeah, it has to be trying to get this push early, kind of use the fact you have that extra health to hit level 2. You look for the all-in. You've already got the Ignite, double combat summoner spells and try and win, but you can see Hans Sama already opting in towards the barrier as well, means he'll have a little bit more protection in this lane. So we'll have to see if you get that value out of the double Dorans in this spot lane.
Caps and Humanoid just trading lots of autos here as well. Level 2 coming in for Caps a little bit later, but able to get the distortion for some extra damage. Hans Sama stepping up. Sidestep is nice on a potential route from Noah.
A little unfortunate there. Jun ended up hooking the minion. So I think it was hook the minion into the root, and then that would have been maybe a very dead Lucian, but not quite the case a little bit early on. So not too bad as a start here for G2 on the bot side. They're still going to be ramping up and hitting their spikes nice and early if they're able to stay and kind of hinder the early game aggression that this double Doran's buys. But if we look towards the rest of the map, both junglers making their way down here. Looks like they are both going to go for full clears, so maybe a bit of a scrap over the scuttle on this bottom side of the map, but Caps has a decent amount of control over mid lane, and you look towards the control that Hans and Mickey have in the bot lane now, especially when they toss over to level 3. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to try and win out on this bot side.
Yeah, will get tricky to navigate. And again, Lucian and Nami, kind of the champions that one item especially is where they really start to feel super oppressive if you're able to leverage your advantage. A lot of teams haven't been able to find that advantage early on. Now, the good news for G2, of course, is they're not in the situation that we saw yesterday for SK. They're not playing against a Varus Ashe bot lane. They are favored to get pushed, to get prio here, to kind of be able to dictate the pace of this lane to a certain degree until Razork chooses to show his face here. But for now, sitting pretty comfortable. And it is Doran's ring start for Lucian. Not completely uncommon as Mickey's going to be forced to flash out. Yike on the way in. Bubble going to get flashed away from as well, so just a trade. But now Hansama can step forward up into Noah. Yike going through there, just trying to finish out jump before the fight gets kicked off. But Hansama getting locked in by the hook. The heal now coming through. Just still living for just a brief moment. Hansama running for the hills. Blinking health bar, but he's still alive. Noah going to get taken down by the fish. Oh, man. Razork trying to clean up as best he can, but Hansama's got to run for the hills. He has to get the hell out. Respects the dash. Messy exchange on the bottom side, but 2-1 in kills.
Bit of a miscommunication from G2. Hansama dashed forward onto Noah to try and kill him, whereas the rest of G2 were trying to turn on towards dash on to other members. So at the end of the day, it means that you're still up to bring it back here as G2, as Oscar and taking a little bit of a worse for wear. Ganking mid here for Razork as well, though.
Yeah, not going to amount to too much. Yike is, of course, covering in the area. Caps does have to be careful because of the burst damage of Xin, but while Razork doesn't have to be scared at this point, Caps can certainly just continue to be a nuisance.
Good read from Razork, though. It was like, why is Caps sticking around? There has to be a jungler here nearby, so ends up just backing away. Gonna start moving down towards his bot side again just to get some vision control, and I imagine just to cover this push on bot lane, because you can kind of see where the wave is at the moment. Fnatic have control of that, so gonna just try and keep that freeze there. And at least having your jungler down there means that you don't have to worry about anything else. But you can see here, so Mickey forced the flash, and I don't mind this at the get-go, like you forced Jun into the overextension. But look, Hans goes on to Noah, while the other members of G2 are starting to move up towards Jun, who has no flash. So even with the barrier, the heal comes through on Jun, which means that Hans has to overextend. And Yike just barely keeps him alive, but it still ends up being valuable for G2 in the end. Like, they get Noah, they also get Jun as well. So it is a big trade for G2, just a little messy on the get-go.
Yeah, and I think they're fortunate that Noah decided to flash in to kind of, from his perspective, obviously, it felt like he could turn the trade, but Hansama getting out of sight just in time could have been much dicier, but Senna, because she, I would say in that context, overcommits. Obviously, hindsight is always going to be 20/20, but not really able to get more, since Noah ends up giving his life when he had already gotten out for free, essentially. But wanted to trade back, and it makes sense. Always good to kind of stymie the early game of these two champions together. Currently about a 500 gold lead individually for Hansama. Mickey getting gold isn't bad either. There's a lot of supports where that's pretty unoptimal, but an earlier mandate is always going to be a big thing.
Good hook.
Hansama rooted up here, bubble connecting, stopping the fall-off. Well played from Mickey.
Yeah, I think like your Nautilus can actually do quite a bit with gold. He ends up in a pretty decent spot. So I'm not surprised to see the Senna kind of opt in towards the fasting Senna, but
yeah,
here we go.
Another route coming in. Razork on the way forward. When becomes lightning does connect, but Razork doesn't want to fully go in on the play. Caps continuing to trade with Humanoid. So hard for Humanoid to do anything of his own volition in this lane. Kind of has to wait for Caps to kick things off. Always tricky to get aggressive against LeBlanc.
Yeah, especially because a lot of the Azirs now aren't opting in towards, because you're not going Lost Chapter early. You're not going for like a Ludens or a Leandri's, while it used to be it's always Nashor's Tooth first. So you end up with, if you spend a lot of mana on your Q to try and maneuver those soldiers around, you just boom incredibly quickly. So it makes things a little bit easier for Caps in this matchup. And he's just having a field day with it. And even then, it only starts to get worse as you start to get those energized stacks off, because you W in, get auto, you hop back out. It's really annoying.
I mean, you've got a champion who, in AD LeBlanc, who, yes, obviously wants to use her abilities for wave clear and to optimize her trades, but Azir is entirely reliant on them for damage as well, which the AD LeBlanc is not. So always just going to feel easier to be on the LeBlanc side of these trades, at least until there's more items under the belt of the Azir. Yike starting up the grubs here. Razork in the area, red buff there. Stacking up the 3-point strike, but won't get anything else. And just a single grub taken away.
Razork's been doing a good job of keeping track of where Yike is, though. I mean, as you look towards that bot lane, Razork poked his head in, managed to get Mickey to push off, and it also scared Yike off the dragon. Now as you move up towards Void Grubs, he's like, okay, cool, I'm here to make sure you're not doing anything funky. So one Void Grub does go across, but if you can even just deny one here as Razork, you're in good shape. BB's starting to roam down, though, which is going to force Razork away from the Void Grubs as well. So maybe Yike will start to feel a little bit more capable of going for something in that top side of the map, but it just feels like at the moment G2 are playing very, very slow in trying to look off of wave states to get objectives, but the wave states aren't really in their favor, or they're not able to commit as much as they would like.
Ooh, Caps marked there, but actually only the clone going to get the mark from the Winds Becomes Lightning, stopping the potential follow-up.
Nearly hit it with that one. Even though,
Root now going in, Caps can just go right back. Yike there in the area to try and protect, but Razork debating where they actually want to focus. Doesn't quite have the knock-up. He's going to be forced to use it on the creep, and Caps will make it out alive. Doesn't have TP, though, and that's big. No wave push, though. Humanoid not pulling Razork up. Instead, I think the focus is going to be on the Dragon here.
Yeah, Cap's just able to get just out of range of the ultimate from Razork, so he's trying to knock back Yike to then turn onto Caps and keep everything in check, but still control in the mid lane, going in favor of Fnatic, which means Dragon with the push on bot side will also go in favor of them. So even though it's been a lot of G2 trying to poke their heads in and see what they can do, they do have control over bot side with the kills, but at least objective control, Fnatic have been able to match a lot of what G2 want to do.
Thus far they have level 6 for Jun,
That's
but now
not
a bit
it,
of an
Jun.
all-in here. Mickey, I think, accidentally E-ing himself in that trade.
So the level 6 hit, you don't, still level 5 on bot side.
is
If this
so
wave
tough.
hits, they will hit 6 on bot lane.
Yeah, you can see G2 are stepping forward to try to make sure the wave is cleared. Flash engage on a Mickey, should just be one very dead fish. Nice flash out safety, but it will not stop the play from coming through. Hansama has the calling up and available and is trying to clear out Razork, but Noah is there to body block, continuing to step up. Looking to get a little bit more damage down, forcing out the heal at the very least, but Caps is here as well. Fnatic need to get out alive if they want to make this play work. Caps continuing to jump in, double distortion, not a whole ton of damage there. And that's a purely Fnatic favored exchange.
Big win for Fnatic on the bottom side, getting control there. Humanoid as well, getting some good damage on towards Yike. Got to play for himself off that as well, so you're going to force Yike kind of back out of position. So at the moment, Fnatic, yes, they have to burn all their summoner spells, so maybe there's an angle for Yike to punish at a later state, but at the moment, it's going to be them answering back for some of the deficit that's there. But you can still see 900 gold in favor of Hansama.
Well,
the kills and everything else is kind of helping.
It's tricky because we kind of need to swap them, because the
That is
Sen is
fair,
obviously
that is fair.
not farming, but Nautilus only has 96 gold over Mickey, and Mickey's got a mandate now, so individually, hard to make the comparison. Bot lane as a whole, very G2 favored, because while Hansama is struggling with bits and pieces, mandate is going to be a huge spike in their all-in damage.
Yeah, exactly. So like that's where kind of you can see the massive differences, and I think as we start to move on, it's going to be a case of trying to get G2 to play more heavily down towards that bot side. Caps now got to very quickly finish off that static shiv. He's going to have more control over mid, and then you can just continue to make these roams down towards the bottom side of the map and make sure you're in an okay spot alone.
Noah in the area, ulti not
dash
going to
back.
connect. Humanoid, I think, thought he had the timing, but Caps with just a sliver of a second left on the ability to reposition there.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing these two goes up against each other. These are like two of the, over the last couple of years, top performing mid laners in the league. So it's kind of cool to get every time you see them match up against each other.
Well, and the thing is like, while they both, well, hold that thought, as Hansama's just a little just aggressive trading here. You know, we didn't get to always see peak Caps last year, and we don't always get to see peak Humanoid, but when they play against each other, I feel like they always show up. See what it's going to look like as we get later into the game. For now, LeBlanc certainly, you could see more tools, more dashes, much easier for her to kind of dance around the Azir at this point of the game.
I think that's the thing that with G2 as well, is that because they have so many of these unique picks in their arsenal, it makes it very tough to try and draft against them. Like, Caps is the only person playing AD LeBlanc. BB,
Yeah, like you look at the international people playing it, it's like Angel, Knight, Caps.
Yeah.
You know, in major leagues. And I haven't checked since last week, so maybe there's been some other performances elsewhere, but ultimately it's like, okay, if there's only, probably this is still a problem if 3 people in the world are still making this work.
Yeah, it can be very, very terrifying when you do get some early control. And again, it just gives you so much push in lane to then start to do things like this. Where you're like, cool, I know that Caps can join first, so in a situation where I'm up against Zinzao, I have that help. And now they're looking for the dive. Remember, no summoner spells on bot lane. That's the timer G2 are trying to work off of, but Razork is here to cover again.
TP now coming in. All 5 members of G2 committed to the bottom side, looking to make this play happen. Coling going down. Yike managing to grab the kill, creating a little bit of space is Razor. Caps now trying to go into finish with the support. Jun getting cut down there. BB there just in time to back up the dive. Hansama getting the kill on Razor.
The tower aggro trading was so well executed by G2. Everyone just sitting there until they could just about get away with it. And BB, look, yes, he'll lose some aggression on top side and lose some of those third plates, but he doesn't mind. In the grand scheme of things, getting Lucian ahead is much bigger on their agenda.
I mean, that's a 1.5 item Lucian at this point in the game, which is going to be very tough to deal with. Fnatic chance and G2 chance coming out. Fnatic looking to rally their boys on the back of that trade. It is a 2K gold lead for G2, a tough position to be in. I think the hard thing is you left the Poppy unattended top side. It just doesn't matter much, but the TP advantage from Broken Blade being leveraged well here.
And this is the problem, is that Razork still had the ultimate, but wasn't able to really get into it. Now watch Mickey, he tanks 2 shots, then you get Yike who takes up aggro instead. He just plays on the edge of it, and it's just perfectly executed. Like, everyone kind of knew how much damage they could take on that trade, and it means that no man gets left behind underneath the tower to give anything back to Fnatic.
Yep. Clean calls, good discipline around the dive. Someone still has to be careful here. Definitely ahead of the clock in terms of comparisons to Noah and Jun, but Zin always going to be a bit of a terrifying prospect. All right, so far 3 grubs for the side of G2. Kind of surprised when you saw the first one went down, but they were able to grab all 3. Fnatic would like to stymie that at least a little bit, but Oscar already getting bullied out. G2 have swapped lanes here, leaving Broken Blade to kind of wander through the enemy jungle, steal camps, lay down vision, and just be a general nuisance.
Yeah, I think, though, this is where you start to have issues here for Fnatic, because with how far ahead this Lucian is, he's going to become a major issue on side lanes, which is why they're starting to rotate him around in, hey, we can start to play towards the Ike with him. Well, get Void Grub's moment, but immediately then start to push mid with the LeBlanc, lean that pressure in towards top side, take top tower. Yep. Rotate them back to bot as Dragon's about to spawn. Fantastic, we can work off of that as well. So this is where you're just going to keep playing back and forth around the map based on what objectives are coming up. So with Dragon being more valuable,
Hey.
oh, hang on.
Jun going for the all-in. Noah on the way down. Jun dies in the process. Noah doesn't have reliable CC to stop the E outs. Broken Blade going to flash to safety. Was respecting the delay on last embrace to come through. Bit of a question mark. Jun and Noah so good yesterday, but just a little bit off today, it feels like.
Yeah, it was only a 3-level difference, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's level 8. Like, yes, Jun has been farming, but don't... One of you has a Sunfire cape and is level 11. Razork might make the same mistake. You cannot kill oh my gosh, just the Boo Saga unfolding live on our stage. How many people are they going to throw into Broken Blade? G2 rinsing, repeat on the bot side dives here.
It's the BB base. I mean, look how pink and luxurious he is. How could you try and turn that down?
Like
he's just sitting there, you know? Exactly.
So non-menacing, and then he kills, almost solo kills enemy jungle and support. Oscar, nice plays here. Does pick the wrong caps, though. So won't have the kill. Caps just standing back to clear the wave out here. So decent lane assignments coming in from G2. Oscar has just not been able to get involved thus far, and it's crushing because in the team fight, in terms of what pop he can bring, you know it's a lot, but just hasn't had the opportunity at all.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, Noah is now so far behind that when you look at impact in team fights, it's very much going to be Hansama who takes over in that regard. So you're kind of relying now on Humanoid to step up and be the main carry. And yes, he's been farming fine, but he hasn't really been in a position to get a lot of gold this game.
And I think Fnatic are no strangers to this position. Noah's had good games, and he's had kind of mediocre games. And Humanoid has been really the rock in terms of carry potential for this team. Razork, obviously, a guy who's going to set it up. Oscar backing up. Everyone's had their moments, but I think when you look at the most reliable player of this split, it really has been Humanoid. So once again, that pressure falling onto his shoulders. We'll just have to see what the Azir can do. It's going to be tricky against this composition. You know, a lot of short-range, highly mobile champions who can get on top of you. As Hansama stepping in, the hook going a little bit wide. Big chunk, big trade. Razork now coming in to cover. When becomes lightning, will not connect. Wave going in. This could be bad. Razork might find himself in trouble very quickly. Here, Hansama does a lot of damage. Humanoid jumping into the mid lane. Razork left all on his lonesome to try to 1v1 Hansama, but it's not a 1v1. It's a 4v1, and G2 win those.
And G2 are just much more willing to teleport in Broken Blade for these fights. Again, they're playing it that bot side. You're overextending, and Humanoid now going to feel the brunt of this.
Calling coming in. Ooh, Zach not quite able to get the additional auto attack after the Q. Force Humanoid back. Oscar gets the TP. It's going to take a lot of time to kill Oscar. Fnatic maybe hoping for a counterplay here. Oscar will back away. G2 just going to be happy with the Herald. And really total control for G2. Yes, they've traded on Drakes. Yes, it's only 3 grub buff, but grabbing the Herald now as well will only further extend their gold lead. Right now it's teetering around 4K. It'll be over 4K once they're able to crash that in.
And this is supposed to be the part of G2 where you're less scared of them. Like, the early game has not been their strong suit when you look over the course of winter. They've had a very, well, I was going to say few, but they've had a lot of fumbles in the early stages. You even got to see it yesterday in Game 1 versus Fnatic. This time, though, this has been significantly cleaner. Like, TPs from BB to look for dives. They've had a clear-cut game plan of let's get Hansama ahead. It's worked out fantastically. And now the fact that you're getting all this vision that in a moment will be restocked in towards River just allows Hansama to play very aggressive on mid-wave once again. And if you do try and go for something, it just feels like G2 are always set up to play around this Lucian significantly better than Fnatic are.
Yep, another sidestepped hook. And immediately you can see Fnatic just have to back away. Hansama has more than enough damage to kill both Noah and Jun if left alone.
He does have to be careful, though, because, like, you actually need to get your vision in River established before you try and go for these plays, because you can see there, right? Razork is waiting in the wings. If you overextend there and suddenly Jun ultimate in on top of you, that's your flash, your barrier, and then you've got Razork who can still get the CC to follow up. So you do need to take it slow and wait till you actually have push on side lanes before you go. So Hans, look at side lanes. There's no pressure on side lanes. You cannot play that far up because this is what Fnatic are waiting for you, that make that one fumble.
Sama stepping in, getting a little bit of poke here. And important to have that level of discipline. That's part of the reason why we've seen Lucian fall apart for so many teams. It's not necessarily about individual prowess on the pick. It's that you need to respect, and your entire team needs to be aware of what you need. And in that case, it's information on where Xin is. Now that they loosely know that Razork is on top side, frees him up to push forward. They can see Poppy in the side lane as well. There aren't going to be too many members. Nice interrupt coming in from BB, but this is just a classic wet noodle fight. Difference, of course, being Zach has much better sustain than Poppy, so there's just really no kill pressure.
Yeah, and again, this is more of a case of BB getting control by Babe to push the wave super easily and having a ton of escapes if he ever gets jumped on that top side. But for G2, it's like, this is kind of what you needed, right? Shove in bot with caps, make sure you can get that vision control that we just talked about. Dragon is going to be up in just under a minute's time, so you've got the chance to make sure you can play in towards that. 1955 is going to be the time of that Mountain Drake, so now you've got that chance to, get vision on bot side of the map and allow Hansama to play aggressive on the mid wave.
Hansama, big chunk of damage. Was first strike coming available? It was, plus 62. Economics, baby. Lucian is just out here making money, making it easy. That said, Caps just kind of lurking near the side lane, has voltaic Cyclosword, so second Energizer item completed. And this is where Humanoid's life gets annoying. In a team fight, he can do so much work. In a side lane, he's playing against one of the least interactive champions in the game. Big chunk from Hansama again. Fnatic have been here. They played against a poke comp yesterday. You know, they played the do or die dodgeball, but now Lucian is kind of the fake poke champion. He eases in, he uses all of his spells, he walks away, and if you're not ready to force a fight right then and there, it's just free poke.
BB and Oscar walking hand in hand through the jungle now.
Knock back.
Straight to the wave. Oh, that was nice of him. Make sure he got the CS, you know?
Yeah, actually,
top laners gotta look out for each other right here.
I know there are pings in the mid lane. Let's not go there. Let's just watch these two fight each other.
Nearly got him there.
Nearly got him. Okay, never mind. All right, we're not going to watch that anymore. Jun. Okay, bubble there. Mickey just going to walk away. And Caps. Ready to complete the highly interactive play pattern of Energizer LeBlanc. Leap in. Get a slightly negative trade. Leap out.
It'll come back, though. Fleet footwork, you know? It all works out. Humanoid also has fleet footwork, so it makes it a little bit less valuable, but still, it'll be all right. I think, though, you will see G2 go for the resets here. I want to see G2, though, like, actually getting control over River, because while it has been working out for them thus far, the game is stalling out. And for Fnatic's side, that's perfect, because you get Noah, who's going to get to scale towards infinity. Human are going to get these items as well. And the biggest problem is that Hansama isn't able to really follow up on a lot of the plays he's making in mid, because he just don't have the vision. Now, he has got some poke damage on mid, and with the Rift Tower coming, the collapse is already coming through for G2 on this mid lane turret, and this should break it, but Fnatic's in the area.
You know what you got to do, Berlin. Oh, Razork, auto back to the tower, getting pulled back. Bubble there as well, but the damage is not coming through in time. The ulti fading away at the last possible second, and just barely Hansama was able to grab the kill. The second charge coming in. Two back-to-back, one tower down. Fnatic, no counterplay available. Humanoid not around.
Humanoid went for the reset. And with that now, jungler dead. G2 feel like they can go for this objective. I don't know. This is still quite risky. Yes, your jungler is down, but you've got great engage.
Crazy amount of damage here. Yes, Lucian Nami together is going to be decent, but they need to be ready to force a fight. Caps on the flank. Oscar finally going to get to leverage some of the power of this Poppy if given the opportunity. His ulti is up and available. G2 starting to play back. Flank coming in from Caps. Humanoid distracted for a brief moment. Broken Blade able to proc the Q. 3K getting lower. Lucian knocked out of the pit. It's time for Fnatic to fight if they can find the angle. But Humanoid just getting danced on by Caps. And here comes Hansama with the damage to finish the job. Mickey now flashing out to safety. Objective getting lower and lower. Don't forget about the Baron. Yanks just soloing it. It's absolute chaos in the pit. It's a fight on so many fronts. And Fnatic are just getting danced around as G2 obliterate them in the fight. That's support down. That's Baron down. Mid down. Fnatic spend everything and get absolutely nothing in return.
Fnatic are down after that. Oscar limping away, the final member of Fnatic, but a fight that never really became a fight. It was Humanoid versus several members of G2 off the side. Caps does a great job of separating them out, but because you've got Jun and Noah that are in this pit, no one's able to really help Humanoid against Caps. Caps being a nuisance, and then with the repositioning that ends up happening of Hansama, Humanoid's just on his own against the two carries, and again, Noah, yes, you're in a fine spot to just sit there in the back of the pit, but you're not really hitting onto the core members, and there's no real damage that's left because Humanoid, he's just trying to put everything into Caps, who's dancing around him.
Yeah, I mean, Humanoid burned all his cooldowns just to try to go even with Caps, but he was the only source of damage with Razor dead. Noah's okay at this point. He's got a decent number of souls, he's got a single item, he's got Bloodsong, but it's not enough to carry the damage burden for the remaining members of the team.
Especially when you're a lethality Senna against Zach and Maokai. It's like, mate, come on. Like, it's a frozen heart there.
They bought Anathema's chains, and they're just going to strap it to Humanoid because they know Noah's a broke boy. And there's nothing he can do about it. He can't farm. He just needs souls and time.
He is a Bloodsong and a dream. You know?
Like, when the soul count hits like 140, we can start talking about Senna as a carry. But until then, it's just not enough damage. Hansama didn't have first strike up, it looks like, so won't be able to make money off of full ulting Oscar in it. And this is so tough. I mean, just look at the discrepancy between the 80 carries is exacerbated by the fact that Noah is, of course, not farming, not CSing, but that's still 5K in the bot lane. Mickey's ahead of the Nautilus, who's been farming the entire game. He has a 6-stack Medjais as a fish. When do you see this? Why would you do this? It's so greedy, but Mickey's has complete faith in his ability not to die again.
I mean, it's 5.5K, but don't worry, the Nautilus losing by 200 gold is making up for it. It's all fun. I mean, at this stage, I think this is a case of, look, there wasn't a huge amount that we can do from this position as Fnatic. We tried to bring out the Senna, but the Lucian is being able to get way too much control, and having Caps with the AD LeBlanc getting a ton of control up against the Azir as well. Azir just never able to try and play for it.
Well, and a lot just goes back to that first tower dive. You have a much closer game until G2 are able to pull off that first tower dive on the bottom side. Part of that is Broken Blade has a TP advantage, just like a minute difference in the timer between him and Oscar at that point in the game. But yeah, G2 clearly a team that know how to leverage the power of this Lucian, and I think definitely amplified by this AD LeBlanc because Humanoid just has not been able to participate in the game. Caps is just constantly threatening specifically him and mostly him alone.
But that's the thing is, like, if you try to put Oscar in against Caps, Caps just takes turrets. Like, he just pushes too effectively. He's able to whittle Oscar and health bar down, and you just never really get to play against them. And even if you end up underneath the tower, I mean, Caps is just going to take the turret. So Humanoid by default has to go against Caps, and you can even see then it's still just working out in this AD LeBlanc's favor. And this is the power of the AD LeBlanc, right? This is why we see it still picked by certain teams. We're able to leverage it inside lanes, like leverage the map control it gives you. And now we're getting to see Caps kind of entering that zone as well.
And I think it's one of those picks where not only do you have to be proficient on it as an individual, but your team has to understand that, you know, the fundamental identity of the champion changes. You don't do a lot of damage on this version of AD LeBlanc. It's decent, but your team needs to play around kind of the disruption that you're going to bring to the table. Because it's not, you know, Triforce static when that build was super, super broken and you could play it in every single lane. It's still good, it's good damage, but it's never going to compare to AP LeBlanc in the same way.
Yeah, it's just a case of you can't be ignored, right? When it comes into team fights, like we saw it at that Baron fight, where Humanoid just couldn't ignore Caps as he was poking him down, and that's where it gets very, very annoying, because it's how do I then split my damage? The whole front to back concept goes out the window.
Yep.
But Caps, now going to see if you can find
him. Flank coming in for Caps, can just go right back, has caught the Nautilus ultimate, it looks like. Retreat now coming in, Oscar in the midst of the entire team, knocking both tanks out. This is an opportunity for Fnatic. Continuing to step forward, Coling going down, but Yike and BB are right back into the middle of the fight. The knockback into the tower is big though. Broken Blade trying to let's bounce out to safety. Nice bubble coming in, hitting Jun off to the side. Eyes on Hansama. He is the damage for G2, but he can't get to the line fight quite fast enough. Caps continuing to poke, continuing to be a nuisance. Humanoid standing strong. Hansama stepping up and stepping out just as quick. G2 overplaying their hand a little bit here. Losing so many summoner spells in this exchange, just trying to push a little bit deeper on the top side of the map.
G2 just saying sorry, didn't want to be here, didn't want to interrupt, sir. We're backing on up. Fnatic doing a really good job there playing under turret, especially Razor with that ultimate, managing to catch BB as he went underneath the tower, sends him deep. Now, BB still has his passive available. For anyone who doesn't know, if you look at the health bar, there's a little like Guardian Angel symbol above his, when you see him on screen, there's a little Guardian Angel symbol above his level. That'll tell you if he has his passive up or not.
Nice.
But yeah, he would have been able to possibly get out, but if he went down, it would have been G2 having to commit to get him out, and with the way Fnatic were playing that fight, I think it might have gone Fnatic's favor.
Oscar, have to be a bit careful here until someone else comes in to back him up. Movement speed steroid from Mickey, gonna make sure Hansama can get out safely. But yeah, when we take stock of that fight, you lose Flash from Hansama, Flash from Yike, Flash from BB, in exchange for Flash from Oscar and Flash from Jun. So I would overall say that's a very positive trade for Fnatic. Still hard to convert that into anything else, but if they find a fight in the next few minutes, maybe they can get something done. Wave going in, not going to connect onto anybody, however. Just giving G2 a bit more space in the mid lane. Baron around the corner, 9 seconds until that respawns. And of course, it is also sole point for G2. Something that has to be respected. Fnatic, it would seem, not really comfortable to come contest here. We'll have to find a way through caps to get to this objective.
Trying to just go through all the vision that I've set up. That's TP coming through, but I don't really know if...
Right? G2 ready to start a fight. Eyes on Broken Blade off to the side. Oscar coming in, not going to be able to interrupt the dash coming in from Broken Blade, but Broken Blade now on the backline without a whole lot of support, just disrupting here. The damage coming from the Zac is pretty decent, actually, but the rest of the team now covering. Coling from across the wall, finding the first kill. Broken Blade still standing. Broken Blade still has the passive. You already talked about it, Dagna, and he's still standing. Caps leaping in, one energized auto just to harass, and the most important man, the president that everyone on G2 is trying to protect, Hans Sama, is still standing. That's a triple. They want to give him the penta. He's got 4. Do they want the Baron or do they want the glory? That's the question, and it's G2. You know they want the glory. Oscar's been spotted. They might just have to settle for an inhibitor tower, but it's a clean fight from G2.
They're trying desperately to keep this one going. They see it, but I think they're just going to back away, be happy with the turrets. They know it's playoffs. They know this is serious business, and a quadra kill, 10-0-5 for Hans Sama on this Lucian. G2 are smurfing on this pick.
And this is exactly what everyone thinks to themselves in their head when they lock this pick in. This is what people are seeing in scrims, and we're finally seeing it on stage. Potentially the second Lucian win in the LEC. Feeling pretty much like this one is done and dusted.
So a huge amount of this fight as we come into the replay is based on caps. So I want you to keep your eyes as he starts to get aggressive onto the backline onto Humanoid, manages to chunk out Humanoid, and watch the ult. Manages again dodge away from it, but because that's all used, it means that then Broken Blade has access there to know he can just hop onto Humanoid without having to take much damage. Hans Sama comes in with the long range culling as well, and it's just this nuisance that Caps and BB are able to create, this like long range damage dealing front line. Just causes so many issues. And as Fnatic, yes, they get Caps in the back line, but the damage has already been done by G2.
Fnatic now just trying to deathball together, which I think makes a lot of sense. If they let themselves be split up at all, Caps will just continue to wreak havoc. Dragging up, it is Soul for G2 if they're able to secure it, but Fnatic has to be careful here. Caps continuing to try to find these angles on the flank. Yike waiting over the wall as well. Create a lot of space with the Maokai ultimate. His flash almost up and available as well, similar for Hans Sama. Humanoid stepping forward, though. That is not where you want to be, and now Noah's just going to get deleted. If they don't instantly kill the Lucian, the fight's over, and well, the fight's over. They might not be dead yet, but they're going to find out very soon that they are. The chase now coming in from Caps, from Hans Sama. Razork, all he can do is run. Humanoid caught around the dragon, costing Fnatic.
He gets caught, Noah gets caught with Caps on a great flank opportunity as well. Oscarinen will fall this time around to the fight. Razork is not long for the world. And honestly, Fnatic don't look long for this game as well. That's the wave. And G2 want to finish off it.
And what a frustrating game for Fnatic. They're just getting danced on by this LeBlanc. So many of these fights, they cannot find a single fight that they want front to back. 5v5, G2 will not give them that angle. And credit to G2, we talked about it. Mid-game's been looking stronger. Early game been a little bit inconsistent, but from start to finish, G2 have been in control of this one. They make it look good in game one. Putting Lucian back on the map, the second win in LEC. Hans Sama taking over. G2, no surprise, playing for kills here. They can hit the Nexus, but they like hitting champions a lot more. G2 taking game one.
And on an incredibly difficult to execute composition as well, they find a huge amount of success in the early game. We'll have to see if they can keep it up for game two. But before that, we'll be taking a very short break.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge.
We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está? Uy, uy, uy. Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Double TP. I will. Sure, I'm here, okay? I can ult from behind.
One shot, by the way.
Ult him first as well.
Yeah, look, guys, I'm TPing.
I can tank as well. I'm not tanking, okay?
I'm 1 HP.
Wait. I tank. I take one more. I'm out. Nice, guys, push up. This is so huge. Sinzao is coming.
Wait, it doesn't matter. Go.
I have passive. I think it's useless here. I'm going more.
Go. Sinzao, focus. C'est nano flash.
Nice. Good job, guys.
That's very fast.
Welcome back, everyone. So as we saw from this clip as well, G2 had a very good bot dive, and I kind of wanted to break it down with Aragon, so I will just roll the clip right away. We see BB here in the top lane. He has pushed against Oscar and is looking to proxy. Why can Zac do this, Aragon?
So historically, Zac has always been like a kind of anti-tank champion because it allows him to free scale. With the recent buffs to Zac's healing from 4% max HP to 5% based on level, he's able to sustain through any lane, and this allows him to get pushed like this eventually as he scales up.
And then obviously G2 bot lane here have a slow stacked wave coming into the side of Fnatic. Caps also has mid push. So top push, mid push, and bot push. Also TP advantage on Broken Blade. So if I keep rolling this clip, we saw it as well. BB wanted to double TP. Caps was like, I'll run down. Obviously then BB goes for the teleport on the tower here, as we can see. mikyx starts tanking. Eventually Yike starts tanking, and they get a 3-4-0 and a really clean bot dive. So to me, this was kind of a well set up play from G2. They obviously knew that they have 3 lanes of prio, they have TP advantage, and I really like the kind of creativity with the TP advantage. Usually nowadays we see kind of only top laner coming down, but this time around there was 5 people making a really sick dive play, and I really liked it personally. Zach kind of enabled this in the first place.
I think fundamentally this is a really good play because naturally over time G2 do get outscaled, right? This is a really hard LeBlanc game to play because you're against Nautilus lockdown as well as a Poppy topside, so you can't distortion in, right? So they want volatility, they want these early plays, and bringing BB down was a great way to do that.
Clean first game from G2. Let's see if they can keep it up. Back to you, Laura.
Thank you, Tritz and Aragon, for a fantastic breakdown on this top side of the map, but I want to focus on the bot side of the map. But with earlier and what happened here this game, Healy, first things first, thank you for sticking around and staying for this post-match. You're going to stick around for the draft as well, but focus on bot lane here. What happened during that game, Healy? How do you explain the fact that G2 was able to steamroll the way they did?
I mean, honestly, I didn't really watch the early game too much.
It's fine.
But I saw some of the replays, and I feel like they're playing Lucian Nami into Senna lane, and I feel like they capitalized in the windows that they had to take to win. I mean G2.
Yeah.
So I feel like if G2 didn't look for those dives and those plays with numbers advantage on bot, I feel like Senna lane usually outscales them. So I think it's very crucial for G2 to take these windows and try to look to dive, and like I think this was very important for them to win, and they took their chances. So I feel like they played well.
If you are on Fnatic's side playing Senna Nautilus, like how would you want to play the laning phase generally, and how would you want your team to play around you to like make sure that you don't get constantly dove and pressured in this way? Is there anything the two of them can do?
I think it's very important for them to match the numbers, but I think if you have like top prio and mid prio, and your jungle can invade as well, it's very hard for Senna to play the game because she wants to generate trade in lane to get souls and get strong. And if you're not allowed to do that from because of other reasons and not because of bot lane matchup, then you're just sitting duck. You do have TP on Nautilus at least, so even if you die, you can TP back, but it's not optimal.
On a strict champion and matchup perspective, we have been criticizing Lucian and Lucian paired with Nami. We saw yesterday, for instance, in the series you played against SK Gaming, that the champions didn't work quite well, whether it was on the bot lane or in the mid lane. How would you rate Lucian right now and paired with Nami, especially given the bot lane changes on these support items?
I personally think Lucian Milio is a better lane and just better in the game. I'm not too keen because I feel like Lucian Nami was strong when you had 2 support items and your Nami was strong, and the Blood Song on Lucian didn't really slow him down. And I feel like it fit them very well, but now that it's gone, I feel like they're maybe even much weaker than they were before, but I'm sure there are still places to look for quick plays. They're very good at just chunking somebody and just getting out, and I feel like these are the leads. It's kind of like LeBlanc on mid lane, but as a duo, you have this different play style, which I feel like if you see these windows in game and you take them as a team, then it can be very oppressive, just like G2 did.
Yeah.
But if you don't see the windows and you're just playing Lucian Nami because other people are playing Lucian Nami, then it looks useless and
says a lot about the level of comfort and the level in general that G2 has been giving us. Roxa, how you feel?
Well, I think in general this is like a pretty typical G2 draft where there's some flex picks with the early Maokai, and then they pretty much lock in a very highly mechanical, hard to execute team comp, look Fnatic straight into the eyes and tell them, we're gonna go aggressive, we're gonna outplay you and destroy you in the early game, and you're not going to be able to come back from it. And that's essentially what happened. Like, once Fnatic make one little mistake in the early game, it just goes so wrong so quickly.
And that's the thing, because we saw the how the game was going, and Healy, you were with us backstage saying, but look at that, if they can take this next fight, in the 30-35 minutes point, they have Senna, they have Azir. If they can hold it, they might come back because they have the scaling, but they couldn't. So Fnatic being on blue side next game, what kind of adjustments do you want to see?
I'm not
because
really
Kalings didn't work.
I'm not
clearly.
really sure. I would probably ban the LeBlanc because
Alright.
it's caps, and I feel like he's a very creative player, and I feel like this champ gives him a lot of tools to just play with the enemy and like also kill them. I think Zac right now is very underrated, and this champ is very OP in my opinion, if you can lane. And I feel like Poppy doesn't really stop him from laning. And I'm not sure how. I mean, they can go with Lushanami again. I'm not a big fan. I think they can win with other stuff as well. Yeah, I think even previous game I was believer, as you said, that Fnatic could win. But I feel like they didn't really make it very hard for the enemy when they were like going to Nash and they like Razuk was dead. I feel like they could just push mid, push bot, get Azir tower and just slow them down and just buy more time on the tier 2s, keep defending. I feel like they could have won actually, even with like 10k lead down. But and it's best of 3, don't forget. So I think making enemy like very exhausted in this type of situations, making them a big, like let's say that you're 10k down, but you play for 40 minutes, and you make them sweat. It takes a toll on you for the next game, and I think it's better than just go to Nash and hope for the best, die and go next game, you know?
Yeah, I just want to see if they change their approach here or if they're confident in what they had prepped today against G2 with the Varus being locked in early. So it looks like it's going to be a different approach.
We're already seeing a slightly different draft, which is natural considering that Fnatic is on the blue side this time around. Last draft, G2 banned Aphelios, Brand, and Varus. Now they adjusted the strategy and they ended up banning Kalista, leaving Varus open. And, well, if we've looked at the AD carry pool so far, Huli, is there really any other option for G2 than the Aphelios into Varus at this point?
I think there is. For example, Jhin, I think Ezreal you can play, I think you can maybe play Zerakan too. But Aphelios is just strong AD carry, you can pair him with Enchanter, you can pair him with Engage, and you're red side so you can give counter pick to support. I think that's very important. Or you can blind pick Blitzcrank like against us and we can't play against it. But yeah, I think it's just solid draft so far. I don't know if they're gonna opt into playing Ashe. I don't know if John plays Ashe, but I feel like Ashe is pretty strong right now.
Yeah, obviously we've seen you guys play some Varus Ashe both today and yesterday. Like if you're the Varus side here, you see them locking in Aphelios, do you think, like what other alternatives could there be than the Ashe? How could you shut down the Aphelios early on?
Honestly, I'm not sure what they're exactly playing, but I think you just playing through bot and winning would be better. I think they have Xing Zhao, so maybe Ashe is not the best pick. But yeah, they can take a lot of different approaches. They can also just blind pick Orianna as well, I think. Let's see, it's Marek Orianna, so...
And there it is.
Yeah, I think it's just...
Nice read.
I think if you have Marek Orianna, just take it. It's not banned, and you just make them show more picks and maybe hope that you can get a better support matchup. I don't know.
Any OPs that you want to lock in here, or do you want to match?
Well, I think you just match, honestly, with probably a Kali or something.
Well, it's Cap, so it could be many of...
That's the thing, yeah.
many of a big pool of champions, and I guess because it's Caps, they decide to prioritize Milio, drop it, pick mid lane later. I think it's interesting Fnatic win for the Jax as well, because often Jax is a top lane pick, but we've actually seen it a little bit into Xin Zhao.
It's probably flex, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of an old school counter, but now...
Not a fan, honestly, but...
We'll see how it plays out. Now if you're G2, obviously Blitzcrank is being banned. What else would you be looking for, assuming they're going to ban another support to secure a good bot lane for themselves?
Honestly, I'm not really scared from... If I was G2, I'm not scared of any other picks. I think Blitzcrank is just enough. I feel like anything else wouldn't be so good. Maybe Ashe, but I don't see it. But yeah, I think they're just gonna ban something else. I don't think it's support. And if they do, then it's just like a niche pick that John is playing probably. Yeah, I'm not sure what is he gonna play against the Aphelios Milio. Can be, I don't know, can be many things. Honestly, it's kind of hard to decide. There is Dash, just respect ban, but what is he playing actually? I have no idea.
Well, there's a lot of support options still on the table.
Could be Varus top as well still, right? So.
Yeah, in theory it could even be Varus top. Although we do need to keep in mind that T2 is probably gonna pick their mid laner now and leave 5 for Broken Blade.
They banned the Zac, so I'm really happy. That's a good step to success, I think.
The sack has been removed. Support options available could be something like a Renata. It could be Rakan. It could be Nautilus.
I'm not a big fan of Renata into Milio.
What do you think about something like Bart to spice it up and play aggressive now that Ash is gone?
Honestly, with Azir Log, I think it's if he can play it, I think it's a great pick. Other than that, I think Bard is just a great pick. Yeah, Nautilus, but yeah, it's Nautilus Bard. I think one of the other, unless he plays something niche like Heimading or something.
That'll be pretty spicy.
Yeah. Yeah, just Nautilus and what are we missing? Jungle into Xin Zhao? Or maybe it's top laner?
Yeah, they need to make the decision now, right? They could lock in something like Cassandra for Oscar, but...
No, it's banned. Sadly.
Oh, true. My eyes are seeing it was banned in first
Oscar
three.
isn't anything you have to ban. So what's this? Gragas top? Blind? Jungle? I guess double flex still?
Yeah, I actually like this pick a lot because...
TF top?
you rarely see
Finally,
rarely see Gragas being picked in general nowadays, but I think you can actually get away with playing it in jungle versus Sinzao. Probably pretty smart because she's going to be happy into both Jax and Gragas. But now, Huli, I'm wondering, which side of the draft would you want to be on as like a support? Which side would you, be the most satisfied with?
I mean, I can see both teams winning. Honestly, I don't think it's like one-sided. Not fan of the Jax into the Xin Zhao, but it's Razork. Maybe he can make some leads in the game. But it's still like so hard to teamfight against Poppy, Azir and Milio. Like I don't see how he goes in and like does anything against Milio. So if John doesn't have a good game, then I don't know how. I would be rather the affiliate Milio with scaling and forward line in front of you.
So if you're a Fnatic being in this tough position, what do you think that win con should be? Like how would you come back from like this tough start and with this draft?
Well, I think they have to play early game to bot. They have the Nautilus, and after level 6 they must make mid lane isolated. If Caps makes a shuffle on Orianna and people are not there, then I think it's going to be a one-sided game. So they need to defend the Orianna at level 6 and play through bot, make top lane scale, and I don't know. I guess Oscar has to carry with Gragas later on, but it's kind of hard, honestly.
Big responsibilities on his side. Healy, thank you so much for all your insights. I love hearing you two talk about the game, honestly. Could listen to this for ages. But for now, casters, back to you for game 2.
No, you guys can keep talking if you want. We're chilling. I was enjoying it too. Hilly obviously offering his perspective. I'm inclined to agree, and not just because he's Hilly, but because it's just simple. Interesting, the previous game, G2 put themselves under an incredibly high burden of execution. This game, not really. Very simple composition, but very powerful.
Yeah, they don't really have to do a huge amount in the early stages. They just outscale, especially with Poke Varus on the opposite side. Your Aphelios does nuts damage. And it kind of feels like it's Razork Humanoid versus the world. Like, if you can get this 2v2 rolling after level 6, maybe you can find these big shockwaves where you can have that control that wins the game. But it feels like if you don't hit Caps and Hansama with those combos, it kind of just nullifies itself.
Yeah. Curious to see how aggressive Noah and Jun can get on the bottom side in the early laning phase. Obviously at a range disadvantage, but with Hail of Blades and a longsword start, you should pull ahead in sustain at least as long as you've got pots ready to go. Caps waiting in the brush here. Will have spotted out. He's going to drop a ward. Didn't see him. Is waiting. Is going to force the flash out early. Nice early boon to the side of Fnatic. Can they punish? Going to make ganking mid so easy, especially in the first few levels. If he doesn't take Shifting Sands level 2, he might find himself the victim of a very aggressive game. Halo Blades continuing to proc. Mickey going to do what he can with some warm hugs and Guardian. G2 actually coming out on top in that trade overall.
The thing is, though, you end up with this scenario where you're probably going to end up with a split map for Yike, who's going to try and go in to steal away the boost on the opposite side. But I think that kind of favors Fnatic in a lot of ways, where you're just like, cool, we can just keep the pressure on bot side, allow Noah and Jun to play hyper-aggressive and make sure you're in a key spot. They even got a ward on Wolves to spot exactly what the pathing is here from Yike. So all said and done, I think Fnatic very happy with one burning Caps flash. Now opens up Razork's trying to play for there. And
Poppy level 1 appears to be stronger than Gragas level 1, which is not very surprising, but Broken Blade pushing it to the fullest extent. Okay, he's going to land on a Mickey. Nice start coming in. Noah, 1, 2, 3 on the Hail Blades autos. Only going to get 2 as well as the Hail of Arrows, but good trade overall. And I'm ready to see what Noah can do, honestly, on the lethality Varus. He looked so solid on it yesterday. Looking for an opportunity at redemption after that game one. Pretty lackluster Senna game. Wasn't really able to have a lot of impact.
Well, they know that Yike's on this bottom side, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just try and well, he needs to crash this wave fairly quickly before he makes his way in. Hook goes wide again from Jun.
Yeah, a little bit tricky there. Cozy Campfire fading away, and Noah taking a lot of damage. But recall gonna come through. Noah and Jun just fighting to get the wave pushed in, as you mentioned. Maybe hoping for an early recall, of course, by starting Longsword. That much easier to get the early serrated Dirk, which is big for early trades.
Yeah, the thing is, though, they have to kind of put themselves in harm's way to go for this, especially as you start to tick over to 3 for Mickey. Having access to the Cozy Campfire is going to be massive, but here we go.
Oscar Renan looking for the setup, looking for the angle. Gets the body slam in first. Razor can now take his time. He doesn't need to leap strike, but he's going to go for it. Broken Blade doesn't use the steadfast presence, interestingly enough. Maybe wanting it for the movement speed steroid. It's done there. Flash in. Steadfast presence comes out now, but all the dashes have already been used, and that's first blood. And that's certainly one way to play the game. We didn't really talk about it. You expect top lane to be a neutralizing matchup, but if you can build a big enough lead for Razork and Oscar Renan by going top, that is one way to snowball this game out of control.
Yep, really nice start, and even Yike not really in a position to try and go for a play on mid. You can see him hovering there, so at least you get that early kill going where Razork, with that successful kill in his back pocket, would now be even more threatening when he starts to make his way towards mid. I do think you kind of need Orianna to hit level 6 before she can become a real threat on, like, say, 2 to 3 person skirmish. Well, sorry, 3 person skirmishes to say, but in like a 2v2, I think if you've got the opportunity with Razork already having this advantage, I think you can play more for the 2v2 on mid as well. But yeah, you can see now what we were talking about on bot side. Without having that push fully on bot side, there's a massive wave now crashing. So you probably just see Hansama and Mickey. I was going to say reset here. You really want to get that off. Because Serrated Dirk already picked up for no off his reset, so yeah, they're just going to back it up.
Yeah, so Fnatic bot lane able to recall, able to get their first purchase, but then the bounce comes through, and now G2 going to look to do something similar. But they will back with more gold than Fnatic had at the time. So Hansama, you expect just an early boots 2 rush, but the pressure coming in from Jun and Noah means that G2 are going to be forced to stick around at an item deficit.
Yeah, I thought that we'd actually see G2 go for a much quicker reset, but they really wanted to make sure that wave crashed. I think there was too many minions for them to hold, and now they're kind of in a position where you will definitely lose one of the waves that's about to crash underneath as Cap's taking a lot of damage from Humanoid. You need Yike to come down here to actually, well, maybe even take a pop shot at mid here as he starts to wander through.
Humanoid playing to the weak side of the lane right now. Will now spot Yike, realize that he's in trouble, has flash advantage, will be forced to immediately flash out to safety, leap in from Razork. No ulti coming in yet from Xin Zhao, but Yike wants to fully commit to the play, trying to lock down Caps. In the meantime, Humanoid still standing. Oh, just barely living, and Yike gets knocked down. Humanoid! Balls of steel there, just barely managing to make it out alive. Excellent call from the mid-jungle duo, Rob. You called it, and on the bot side, we're already seeing the all-in, but Hansama, terrible guns for fight, means that there's nothing here for G2. An excellent hook now going in. Mickey's going to be in trouble. Noah doesn't have the damage to follow up, but Yike is sprinting to the bottom lane to cover.
You've also got a Jax waiting in the bush as well. Razork trying to wait and see if they go back. Good bomb from Oskurnin.
Knock back there, flash out. Broken Blade getting lower. Oh, Oscar Renan just doesn't quite have the damage, but just like that, Fnatic explode into this game.
2 seconds onto his body slam. He wants to try and go for the E-flash, but Broken Blade running for the hills, not going to be able to follow him up, but gets BB off the wave and zones him away. So nicely done at least by Oskurnin to get control on that top side. And you see here, Yike goes for the E first. A lot of times you'll see the Zinzao do this because you still get the slow from the wind becomes lightning, but even with the knock-up, Humanoid just able to get the shield down to keep himself topped up. While on the opposite side, Razork is able to finish him off, and then having that pot running with the Triumph. Massive, massive win for Fnatic in the mid lane. You can see the back-end staff delighted with that one.
I mean, a sigh of relief. You probably would have been okay with the 1-for-1, but the fact that you get the 2-for-1 is huge. Humanoid already pulling ahead, was playing probably too aggressively in that lane phase, trying to leverage the flash advantage. Shockwave there, Caps. In the worst end of this trade, Humanoid continuing to step forward, but takes a few extra soldier autos. Mickey there to cover with the Cozy Campfire. Not a ton of healing, but will mitigate some of the damage.
I do like it though, because when Humanoid, all he wants to do is try and push Caps out of the lane, or at least push him back, so they can look for the fight, or they can try and go for Dragon. But unfortunately, with that Cozy Campfire and just the pots that were available to Caps, he's going to be able to keep himself nice and topped up on the health bar. So G2 will still keep control on that bottom side of the map for the moment. So instead, looks like Razork going to go for an invade and see if he can just play off the push that Humanoid has in mid instead.
Yep, Humanoid playing to the top side where he's got Razork there to cover. And with Lost Chapter in his back pocket, should be that much easier to keep the wave pressure in his favor. Oscar Renan going for more of an AP-focused build, so has to commit a bit more mana to clear the wave as opposed to the infinite Bomby Cinder clear that Broken Blade is bringing to the table. But going in, not connecting. Ooh, arrow not hitting either. Definitely not an ideal trade. Jun has to be careful about stepping up too far. Broken Blade all on his lonesome. But yeah, Razork doesn't do that much damage quite yet. Might be a bit of a different story once Titanic comes through.
Yeah, we're unsure where Yike was as well, so don't want to fully commit. Jun going wide again.
Oh! Hansama continuing to step up. He doesn't do a lot of damage, but Jun, you know, whiffing a few too many hooks, I think, making it easier a little bit for Hansama and Mickey.
Yeah, you kind of need to hit those, I'm not going to lie, especially in this matchup, but
Flash in, the auto will do the work. Now Noah trying to follow up, Hansama trying to bring it back. Flash in the hill there, it's not quite enough damage. Hansama on a sliver of life, but now it's Mickey X who's in trouble, only level 5. The hook from Jun, what's the cooldown left remaining? Not enough. Ultra Mega Fire Kick, disengaging.
Skill shots are hard for Fnatic in the bot lane, but not for Humanoid.
Good bit of damage. Caps pushing him back to the waiting arms of Yike, though. Good heads up on the 2v2, but Humanoid going to try to turn it back. Buying a bit more space. Command Protect not there. Razork wants to get in the flash, but no. Caps flashing out to safety. Humanoid a bit overconfident.
Fnatic had a great start to the early game, but it's starting to show the wheels coming off a little bit. Still have a 1.5k gold lead, so they're still not, you know, completely in denial, but definitely could have been pushing this advantage forward a little bit. Caps with a good swoop and boop there, sets up a nice kill for Yike to get back answers into what is not the best of matchups. But Yike also able to steal away that is going to just kind of put a little bit of hurt into the mid-jungle for Fnatic.
No. And while Razork has an individual lead, obviously still a lot more about how the mid-jungle work together, less about the 1v1. And on the bottom side of the map, frustrating, I think, for Fnatic, for Noah and Jun, is they were so close to finding kills on the bottom side, but really couldn't convert either. And that was a brief window of opportunity they tried to capitalize on, where Milio didn't have ult, so they just had more tools, more available to them. That, of course, no longer the case, as Mickey was allowed to pick up that wave on the bottom side alongside Hansama.
Yeah, I think, though, with the fact that you've now got Hansama with no summoner spells, means that you can try and recreate that play when you get the ultimate backup from Jun. So I wouldn't be surprised to see as Razork enters into his top side, deny Void Grubs, just start to move back down towards this bottom side of the map and try and play off that fact as Jun's ultimate comes back off cooldown.
Wet Noodle fight. Reaching its conclusion. Oh!
He missed time to flash. I think he was expecting a flash to come in.
He was expecting the flash auto, I think.
Yeah. So Oscarina just slightly off in it, but I mean, in that case, kind of better safe than sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. So definitely took the safer line of play. Is a bit frustrating for him, obviously. The Gragas happy hour. Much longer cooldown since, you know, Gragas soloing was a big problem. 12 seconds now, so significantly less sustained. Will be forced to recall, forced to TP back to topside. He wants to catch this wave. But now that he has a lost chapter, I think things get a lot easier for Oscar. Clearing the wave a lot quicker.
Yeah, I think all that we're going to really see is them kind of keeping up this fight, but at least you're getting lead. For Oscar, I'm really keeping my eyes on to see what Razork does, because there is an opportunity to go for Void Grubs if he wants to, with the push now coming back in. But you do have to be careful, because Azir does have control, or sorry, the push in top. Azir has control over the mid wave, so you might need to wait a little second. So I'd actually much rather see him try and move down to this bot side, protect Noah and Jun as they start to push in on that bot side, and then also still be available if you want to try and go for some sort of play with both of those lockdown ultimates available in the bot lane. So reset comes through, and yeah, it looks like he's going to start moving into the spot side, but I think there's an opportunity here to try and force a bounce back on this wave for Fnatic, and then look for the play off the reset.
Most certainly. Fnatic holding on to a gold lead for now, but again, when it comes to ease of execution, the later we get into the game, you have Aphelios, you have Azir, so much sustained damage. The Varus and Orianna together are going to be a lot more about that upfront burst. The Gragas coming in as well to disrupt these immobile carries. Similar, they talked about the Bard on Desk. Gragas going to do something similar where he just makes immobile champions' life so difficult. But it has to be pretty flawless execution from Fnatic, because in terms of just the DPS check, G2 are always going to come out on top the later we get into the game.
Yeah, and I think that's where, if you can start the ball rolling early, you're going to be in a good spot. But you do have to be careful. Yike having that ultimate is going to be a pain, but if you go on top instead.
Steadfast presence there just to cover Oscar from escaping. The ulti going to come out. Well played. Just to knock both members back so he can body slam out to safety.
And it means that Razork is going to be able to get this dragon on the bottom side. So I think nice timing here from Razork. One of the things that I was going to say is that you don't want Yike to be on the bottom side, because if you end up in a situation where you fully commit to the pit as Fnatic, it can cause issues, but they're going to fully commit to top instead.
Going for the dive again. Relatively squishy is the Gragas. Focusing on the plates now, though, not wanting to overcommit. Gragas always going to be a bit of a tricky champion to dive, has the sustain built into his passive as well as a decent amount of CC. So G2 will back away, be happy with a single plate.
So return on the bot side, though. means that Hans and Mickey have to respect the potential play for Jax being in the area. So Jax going to steal away a blue buff while they're also losing plates, so opening up Noah to have a little bit of advantage in the spot lane. So even if they are getting small advantages, or at least trying to slow down the advantages.
BB just committed his TP back to top lane. That's the cue for Fnatic to kick things off on the bottom side of the map. Mickey flash out to safety. Multiple summoner spells burn. Hansama ready to turn this one back, but the hook connects, and that's everything! One moment of overconfidence from Hansama, instantly punished by Fnatic, but Caps now ready to turn it about. Jun has been caught back. The push back there as well coming in from Caps. Humanoid waiting over the wall, trying to lay the ball down. We'll use Razork as a delivery system, and that's another for Fnatic. 2 quick kills on the bottom side.
Fnatic are coming back. Fnatic do not want to let G2 take this in a 2-0 fashion. Great follow from Humanoid to make sure that they can punish Caps who's going down, and the hook from Jun crucial in setting G2's bot lane significantly far behind now.
Hansama, a bit of a misstep there, maybe over-eager. Brokenblade, of course, TP'd back to lane, desperate to force Oscar Rinne back so he can force out the TP as well. Otherwise, they're going to be at a massive summoner discrepancy. Oscar can just look to rinse and repeat a similar play on the bottom side if the opportunity presents itself. Mickey paying homage to Hylissang there as he runs forward to try to cancel that recall. Won't quite get the timing.
Razork is here, though, so I think you'll still end up losing this turret play. Maybe Razork can pick up a bit of wave. No, he's not even going to try to show.
He's got the white gun. You're going to lose 2, probably.
I think they're just trying to set up a play. Jun is in the way. They will get spot on the ward.
There to cover. TP on the bottom side. This is Oscar's TP advantage. No, it's Humanoid with the TP. Oscar still covering top side. Humanoid could just walk in. Shockwave not quite available, but I don't think he needs it. Hansama very powerful. They need the stun to connect. Mickey locked up, taken out. They're not going to overcommit on the dive into Hans. Razork on a rampage with this Jax.
Nice job from Fnatic to again get another kill to be able to take the plate to the turret as well for themselves on the bot side. Caps did get, I think, some plates for himself in the mid lane. Obviously, we ticked over to 14, so may not have gotten too many off of it. But the fact that he's able to at least answer a little bit is nice for G2. But Fnatic, like, they're taking over in this early game, and it's clean plays from the Fnatic side.
And what did you say when we got into this game? You said mid-jungle is where this has to come from. And while the bot lane has played well, while Oscar has played well to avoid some of these ganks, this really has been the Razork Humanoid show. Nothing is happening without these two guys involved. Razork 6 for 6 on kill participation. He has been everywhere with this Jax.
And the thing, another TP. This time it is Oscar.
It's Oscar's TP. Every TP advantage they've got, they're throwing bot lane no matter who is there. Cap's just going to slide and glide out to safety. So that one's going to feel a bit frustrating. Someone's going to have to cover on the top side. And it has given G2 access to the Herald. So potentially over-eager for the Fnatic top laner.
And there's not very much that you can really answer for for Fnatic because of where G2 are positioned. The Azir turret on the bot side will slow down any pressure onto the tier 2. You can't commit to mid because G2 still have members up onto his top side.
Brokenblade can roam over, but Razork's pretty powerful. Yike now looking for the knock-up. Cap's going for the 1v1 versus Oscar. Oscar going to body slam through, flashing in as well. Good damage coming in for the AP Grags. We have to keep our eyes on Brokenblade. Clean knockback onto the support, but Razork's still standing, and that's one damn powerful Jax. Backed up by Humanoid in the exchange. The 1v1 in the picture-in-picture. Cap versus Oscar. Oscar is not winning this one, but a bit of extra healing coming in from the happy hour. Just drink it away, Oscar, but it's not nearly enough. Cap's coming in for the 1v1 kill.
The spear goes in deep, and there's nothing that you can really do in that one. Oscar goes down, but on the top side as well, Fnatic getting the wins again, playing off the fact that Jax is massive, and now getting vision control on his top side. They're going to set up to take that tier 1 on the top end of the map. And again, Fnatic just playing so incredibly well around this 4-man unit.
Yeah, well played, good presence of mind to go in and force the fight there. A lot of ways that they've now just been able to extend this lead. 2K might not have been that significant, but 4K ticking over to 5 as Caps will recoup some of the loss here, but it's still very much in the favor of Fnatic. Noah silently accumulating quite a large gold lead as well. This is going to be very tough for G2 to play out.
And this was where G2 thought they were just going to be able to take this, and Fnatic were not going to contest. If Elios moves back towards the wave, and because of that, you're completely on your own here as Yike. He's just trying his best to get out of there. But by the time Hansama comes across, Yike's already dead. And now you've just got this massive unit that's able to focus on the top side of the map, while everyone else on G2 just has to run away.
Laughing, having a good time backstage for the Fnatic fans. They're feeling good. A lot of those Fnatic fans look surprisingly similar to the Mad Lions Koi fans from yesterday.
Suspicious.
Hey,
Suspicious.
you are? Okay, all right. Okay, I see what it is. You're Mad Lions Koi fans first, but Fnatic fans second. But I like that you have a hierarchy there. I respect that.
Look, there's a few more Spanish on the Fnatic side, right?
I think that's
how
fair.
it goes.
Old mate Razork, doing good work.
Oscar Nun as well,
yeah. And Razork having a hell of a game.
Yeah. Razork has honestly been stepping up massively for Fnatic, not even just this split, like all of last year as well. Like I said on the podcast, Summer, I think he was my best jungler of the split. I think he played absolutely fantastically, and Now, going to see if he can try and take that hurt onto Caps, but
no. Already doing good damage. Yike backing away, which is never a good sign when your two members are running from the Jax. Of course, they do know that Humanoid's on the way, so don't want to overcommit here.
Yeah, I think also, well, you didn't have the TPs up, but unsure if there was going to be some TP shenanigans coming in on the back line as well, because you've got the opportunity there with maybe deep wards because of how far you've pushed up, but we'll have to see as they start to move forward if that is going to continue. I think it's going to be difficult here with the way the map is set up for Fnatic though, because you've got push here for Humanoid. Sorry, push going in against Humanoid, and he's not really able to contest the wave state because they don't know where Yike is. Oscar also pushed in, so it'll take a little bit of time. I think it'll be the Dragon that's up in at 17 minutes. Oh, actually, up at the moment, sorry. It's going to be the next point of contention for them, where they can start to move over and look for that big team fight alongside Razork.
And you can see Yike shadowing Caps right now. They know they can't really contest this Drake, so instead, hoping to create an advantage on the side lane. Yike just endlessly starting and stopping that recall. But not going to find the angle. Humanoid will not overcommit, so a free Drake for Fnatic. And now he's at the threshold where I feel like Fnatic composition is so strong. You know, I didn't know if we would ever get the opportunity to talk about it, but when you have a Jax with an Orianna ball strapped to him, you create so much space that Noah's life is easy.
Yeah.
He gets to sit back and charge Qs, and he's not going to need to contribute more than that in most fights. And that's that's exactly where you want to be as Poke Bars. And if it had been a situation where he was dead even, Han Sama and Caps were dead even against their opposing members, he might have needed to do more. It might have been much more difficult to navigate these fights, but now he just gets to take pot shots and know that Razor can jump in and do work.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, it's basically G2 trying to bring out what G2 had for their wins earlier on in the split. It's like, look, we fall behind early, but then we turtle, and it's impossible to break us. It feels like it's not as impossible with this lineup on Fnatic to do so. But G2 are just trying to slow down the pace of the game. Give resource to Caps. Caps working up towards Rabadon's death cap.
Yeah.
He's been constantly collecting side lanes with Yike working with him to keep that in check. And you still have Broken Blade who's pushing in effectively against Oscar Innen. So G2, as long as they can turtle, can stall out. But it's on Fnatic to use these brushes and these little areas where G2 want to contest for vision, to look for Noah's ultimates, to look for Humanoid for these big shockwaves.
Right now, Broken Blade on the bottom side, matching up 1v1 versus Oscar Innen. On Sama getting a bit more poke down. Broken Blade going for the all-in here. Big shield coming in courtesy of the Seraphs. So in the extended trades, Poppy with Kayn and Grookern, kind of unsurprisingly gonna win out.
Yeah, I think he lost 100 HP as BB.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a fair trade.
Yeah, every 12 seconds, Gragas gets to heal like 4% of his max health. Every 12 seconds, Broken Blade gets a like 800 damage magic shield. So you can kind of...
you can do the math.
You can put that one together yourself on how exactly those trades are going to go if the lane runs long enough. And that's good for G2 at least. The big thing that Fnatic have to do is like, you cannot lose focus. You cannot disrespect G2's composition. They are behind in terms of damage. You are heavily favored. And Mickey X is dead for even walking in here, or at least forced to flash. Nope, he's dead. They are full committing to killing this Milio. The entire team now ready to fall, but Mickey's still running. Oscar gonna grab the kill, and it's Humanoid in the middle of G2's jungle with the ball set up to make it work. A double kill for Oscar, and Fnatic can just turn right to the Baron.
A robot from the brushes comes to surprise G2, and Fnatic will turn towards the Baron. A beautiful setup using that vision they just established on that top side, and G2 hadn't cleared it out. And just like that, it will be the Baron now. Might lose out on top tower as Caps is trying to make sure he can get them. Probably has to TP away from that. Although maybe he's just able to reset with everyone on Fnatic committed to that objective. But really nicely done by Fnatic.
Certainly. We take a look back at this. Quick spot. I love the vision toggle here. Thank you, observers. Finding him. Instant full confidence flash here. TP in the brush, unspotted. G2 have not been this scared of animatronics since they played Five Nights at Freddy's for the first time. Absolutely just instant shockwave comes in, and I mean, it's plain simple. Vision control leverage well. Rob, I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, now we're just looking to see if it's Five Nights at Fanatics and what they're going to be doing in 5 nights' time next weekend to see what they're going to be up to. Because this is looking like a commanding win from Fnatic at the moment, and as long as they are able to keep that pressure, they should be good. But always keep your eyes on Caps. Is going to shadow.
Well, and I think
Oscar on the bot side.
Yeah. G2, of course, a lot of times when they fall behind, will just try to overload a side lane and create an advantage by forcing the enemy team's hand. And a lot of teams stumble around those moments and those opportunities. Obviously, the bounty here is big. 6K gold lead for the side of Fnatic. Going to extend as they get this tower, but G2 will match the tower in the bottom lane. Broken Blade looking to knock the wave back, hoping to hit Oscar as well. But the tower just getting focused down here. Broken Blade not afraid to tank a little bit more. So the overall gold would favor G2 if it was tower for tower, but Fnatic are just continuing to break open the base. G2 clearly do not want to fight at all, but they're losing so many objectives.
It was actually crucial Oscar got the wave there. Made sure that they can't keep up the pressure on this bottom side. Especially with 3 members down there. So now you crack open top, you're going to crack open mid as well. Now Skirden might even stop the base of Caps there as well, he does. So now Fnatic knows that the main damage source on this G2 roster isn't going to be with them for this fight.
Counter-strike coming out, Razor taking down the inhibitor. That's 2 inhibitors down for Fnatic, setting up a pretty nice victory lap through this game. G2 maybe get one more opportunity to fight around the next big objective. Otherwise, it should just be the Fnatic win, bringing us to game 3.
And as well, you've even got the Dragon just coming up in a moment's time, so keep push on bot side, start to move out. I don't think we'll see G2 commit to the fight, especially when you've just lost both of your inhibitors. Probably going to try and push out those waves as far as possible from their base, so then they've got a bit of time before Fnatic start that repeat process of trying to crack open the base. But for Fnatic, I mean, this is a significantly stronger game. Keeping control over bot side, Humanoid and Razork having a fantastic game. Like, this was the Fnatic that I think a lot of fans were hoping to see today, where it is this combo, this duo in the mid jungle that has stood up so proudly for Fnatic over the last few years, once again stepping up again.
Certainly are at this point. Natural points of pressure now with super minions running down mid and top lane, so Fnatic go to the last place they can. Logically good. Hook going in onto Yike. Nice knockbacks in, creating as much space as he can. Broken Blade trying to get a bit more maneuver, but Jun is giving his life. The tower down. Fnatic, I don't think they want to keep taking this fight. Mickey healing up. Yike still standing. Caps ready to set up a tower if needed, but G2 will back away. So a single kill traded for the tower at the end of the day.
The ultimate coming in clutch for Yike. No one could finish him off thanks to the ability to be able to dissuade a lot of that damage that Fnatic wanted to throw his direction. Still though, tier 2 tower goes down. It will slow down Fnatic for the moment, but realistically, we're just waiting for 2 minutes and 50 seconds until that Baron spawns next. We're going to be looking to push out waves, keep the super creeps in towards the base of Fnatic, and then move over towards that objective.
Well, Fnatic also incredibly close to Mountain Soul. They have their pick of the litter when it comes to the big objectives. G2 take this brief moment to try to establish as much vision control as they possibly can. So difficult for Mickey on an Enchanter to walk in by himself. Only a single blue trinket in the back pocket of Hans Sama is going to make contesting any objective pretty tough.
Yeah, I just don't know how you try and come back into this. It's just so incredibly
I'm going to be honest,
yeah.
you do the thing that we always say as casters in a game with Poppy in it is just like one really good Poppy ult onto 4 members of Fnatic. I don't even know. I don't even know who you want. You kind of want everybody out.
Yeah.
Is the problem.
I mean, I feel like if you can get rid of Humanoid, maybe you can then turn the fight, because Humanoid is a lot of the damage, but and Caps with Void Staff now completed, like, he hurts. Yeah. And he wants to try and show that to Noah, who there's point
now
of case.
recognizing that, yes, Caps does in fact hurt, so there's potential for the Azir. Hansam at 2.5 items, not really ideal, but again, it's the AP Gragas topside, so Fnatic are a little bit squishier than they appear outside of Razork, who is very tanky just as he appears.
Yeah, I think this is where if you can find that fight for Caps, you do have a chance, but the shockwave damage for Humanoid is going to be very impactful, and
against the recalls. The debate there, if they wanted to full commit to just try to run Humanoid down, but they opt not to go for it. Hansam is still clearing waves. And the thing to keep in mind is it's really important once you start taking inhibitors to get the next objective and end the game, because you are, if you don't do anything with that pressure, effectively funneling gold into enemy champions.
I think the problem for Fnatic is that there was no game-defining objective for it, right?
Yeah.
Third Dragon is good because it sets you up with the opportunity to have that game-defining Mountain Soul, but it's not the actual moment when you need to go all in. So I think this is where G2 are going to try and, again, just turtle, play it slow. You now have Caps to the point where he's strong. If you can get this Last Whisper upgrade to the LDR for Hansama, he's going to be in a good spot, especially with Melio in his back pocket as well. He's trying to get the Ardent Sensor, which could be a massive boon for both Caps and Hansama, because the Moonstone Renewer will share the the shield from the Warm Hugs onto both. So that will at least spread that, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to make that work for themselves.
Just a reminder, this is a real job, and we're people who show up here to say warm hugs as part of our profession.
And Cozy Campfires.
And Cozy Campfires. And Ultra Mega Fire Kicks. And his ult.
And Happy Hour.
Happy Hour.
You know what?
To be fair, that one I'm not as, that one lines up a little better. G2 mounting the best defense that they can in this situation. Fnatic just trying to make sure that all the vision is choked out. There's no TP wards. There's no control. G2 could flip, go for the 50-50, but with Humanoid waiting over the wall, I don't think they're going to get the opportunity. Broken Blade stepping up forward on the front lines. Oscarn just buying space with the casks here just to chip away. 5K getting lower, 4K on the Baron. G2 might try to force the fight. Hansama getting chunked out. That's a Poppy ult to kick things off, but it's not enough. Objective down. G2, do they want to keep this one going? If they let Fnatic walk away with the Baron, their chances might just be dead in this game. And they might not have another choice.
They're trying to try and go for the Dragon instead. It's up in about 40 seconds. So they want to try and make sure that they're able to get vision control down onto that bot side, get an opportunity to maybe look for a high fight. But I think you have to TP back out, especially with Caps. Make sure he's on the wave, pushing in. But the fact that mid lane Terra still stands makes it very, very tough for you to actually compete with Fnatic when it comes to the mid-wave push. And it means you can just continuously move in towards River afterwards. And there you see Fnatic doing just that.
And Humanoid just bought. He doesn't really need to go retreat, so he can hold that wave. Caps hooked up here. Pushback is big onto Razork, though. Broken by trying to buy a bit more space with Death presence. Humanoid waiting, fishing for the angle with the ball. They're trying to catch him out desperately. Yike on the front lines, buying a bit more space with the Xin Zhao ultimate. Hansama knocked back to the wall. Razork looking to find the stun. Humanoid getting chased down. They just want to get the Orianna out of the equation, but Humanoid is still standing. Broken Blade now running. G2 now running. Flash out away from a single target. Shockwave. Fnatic still favored. Turning their sights on the Dragon and the Soul, but fishing for a bit more poke before they kick things off.
You got a massive amount of shurikens that just went away by Hansama, so that's why Fnatic peeled off, making sure that they weren't going to be fighting into a very souped up Aphelios. But now, with everything used, G2 decide to back away. It will be Fnatic getting Soul. G2 not really having much more. They're going to try and play for mid tower.
Back in the mid lane, trying to call Fnatic over to fight them. For now, Noah's still committed on the bot side with no TP. G2 should be able to walk in and get at least the first tower. I think the second as well, but they don't want to fully commit to this, knowing it could cost them their game. Caps' damage getting better and better, but Razork's still just so damn tanky. And clearly G2, I mean, this is what G2 do when they start to lose, right? They fish for any objective they can. They will trade you at every single opportunity just to keep the game going so they have more time to scale up. Fnatic now have squandered, effectively, a ton of their Baron buff. There isn't really a better choice, but they have been able to secure Mountain Soul, and that will stick around.
They still, though, should be able to push in onto the base here and make sure that they're... I was going to say crash onto bot wave, but two big waves just got eaten up there by BB, so not really having an opportunity to go for that.
And both inhibs have respawned, so if we square up and draw lines, it's just going to be a full-on 5v5, and you can see the damage dealt the entire game. Top laners are fake because they just trade the entire game, but Noah doing a ton of work here.
Blocking G2, Caps still has a lot of damage. Has the Seeker's arm guard as well, so has access to what was a stopwatch in the past, but I don't think they can defend the tower at least.
Walking up with Counter-Strike, that's big. Mickey locked up, Mickey barely making it out, but no, they have enough damage to finish the job. Knock back onto Oscar. But already one member taken out. G2, one final hold. Another hook from Jun. Razor gonna fall up. He's gonna find the stun onto two. Noah untouched on the backside. Humanoid untouched. Fnatic starting to take over in the fight. Caps looking for his hero moment, but they just don't have the damage to finish it. Razork stepping in. Push back clean from Oscar. Spanish jungle town making it work. And Jun cannot miss. Fnatic coming back. Fnatic finding the win and taking us to game 3.
Jun was throwing fakes at the start of this game, going, I know you don't need to worry about me. And suddenly turns on the heat seeking and decimates G2. That was some insane hooks from the man.
Incredible stuff from Fnatic in game 2 to bring it back. Looking much more confident with that draft, with that early game. Razork and Humanoid taking over, but the whole Fnatic roster bringing it home. We'll be back after a brief break for game 3.
Okay, we are joined with Marcel here, a Fnatic fan, fully stacked out in Fnatic gear. Looking at that, being a Fnatic fan, they just won against G2. It's been a while. How hyped are you right now?
Of course, I'm all over the top right now, but this is not our last win today. We will win game 3 for sure.
Okay.
And yeah, this is what Fnatic is all about. Always keep believing, and in the end, it pays off.
So you're still a strong believer that the next one is 100% guaranteed gonna be a win?
Of course, not 100%, but I'm a believer, and we will take game 3.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you so much. I appreciate
as
it.
well.
Laure, back to you.
Thank you so much, Ginny. A cautious believer on the side of Fnatic fans, but I mean, with good reasons, though. They had an amazing showing here in Game 2, and we've talked about this with Healy when we set up the draft before the game. Fnatic played according to their win conditions here with an amazing comp, and I think G2 got caught off guard.
Yeah, they did definitely. I like the Jax jungle, and obviously Orianna is kind of a humanoid classic, so with the early game going as well as it did, it was kind of smooth sailing from there. And also you had the Noah on the Vars. That's something that I really like to see from Fnatic.
A lot of hype things to talk about, but yeah, maybe the mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the mid-jungle duo you have naturally winning, and then you transition that pressure down bot side into Hans. You also have insane scaling in a way with that team fighting, where you have really easy CC to land with, for example, the Nautilus R, and throwing a Gragshot on top of it. But as you can see on the screen, this winning 2v2 is quite funny. You had both junglers going at it, each mid laner, and whoever came out top won the skirmish, but in the end it was just a 0 for 2.
That was a clean skirmish from Fnatic, and yeah, 2-4-0 there, and then the game kind of got snowballed, and I think Razork, especially on this Jax, he mega popped off, as we can see on the stats.
There's not a lot of oopsies on the side of Yike, but I don't want to say that Yike played bad here only. It's just that, honestly, Razork played phenomenal.
Yeah.
He had his phone number, his game, and I know that Broxa was saying that Razork is becoming arguably one of the best, if not the best jungler we have in the league right now. When he's ahead in the early game, paired with Humanoid, that's a deadly duo.
Yeah, I mean, if your jungle is up 1.8k gold at 14, I'm pretty sure you're gonna win the game.
Yeah.
I mean, he just popped off early game, and then obviously mid game, I think Jax is also a very solid scaler in the jungle, so not only a good early game, but also very solid in the team fights, blocking all these auto attacks.
And I think this is why Fnatic is one of the only teams who can ever like stick it to G2, right? It's because they actually match the individual micro and mechanics of G2, and they don't just roll over. For example, yesterday with Giant X, right? Unfortunately, you know, there's a bit of outclass happening, and then the game becomes really easy to play. So that never happens, and that's why we always get really good games.
It makes our third game way more hype, honestly. But before we get to this, can we talk about the clutch factor that the Varus in the hands of Fnatic is right now?
I mean, it's a really, really solid pick. I think for me, it kind of comes down to the way that G2 wants to play. Just like in the first game, they have mid-jungle prio into bot and dive. But if they don't have push against the Vars, then how can they pressure bot, right?
Yeah.
So I think Fnatic just kind of become activated when Noah has pushed in the bot lane. It becomes so much easier for them to play the game.
Yeah, there was a lot of criticism on the side of Noah and the Fnatic's bot lane in general. But here, Aragon, what made the difference for you outside of the Varus pick, the way they played
it was definitely that early 2v2 skirmish, which led into plays like this because you could freely move, and Caps having to follow into plays that just weren't great. This was a really weird one with Handsummer. I remember you being quite shocked, Treats, where Handsummer just walked in. I think mistiming potentially the hook cooldown from the Nautilus, but again, Caps having to clean up, not ideal.
Yeah, it was kind of like always that Fnatic had the first play and then G2 came to respond. And when you're always first on the play, you can kind of choose which plays you want. So Fnatic took a lot of good plays and G2 just followed and kind of barely scrapped to get a kill back for themselves. So I really like that Fnatic kept the proactiveness from game one and didn't kind of go for a more slow scaling comp.
Yeah, because for me it's about also maintaining the pressure, because we've seen so often situations like this, Aragon, where G2 drops the early game or drops a few kills or even crucial setups, but manages to claw their way back to the game always. Why couldn't they this time?
Yike happy moments, they seem to have happened a lot this split.
Yeah.
But generally what happens is they always come back and out-teamfight you. It's kind of like the G2 magic, you know? They'll dodge every single skill shot, they'll play perfectly around their cooldowns. I remember yesterday versus Giant X, Mickey dodging a specific Ezreal Q, I was super impressed. But they can't do that versus Fnatic because they match them in micro, and I think that's the real difference maker.
We're gonna have G2 on blue side for this game 3. The very first game 3 we have this weekend
That's
in
exciting.
the playoffs. I'm really hyped that it's happening for this series, but can we set the stage for the next game? What can we expect on each side? G2 on the blue side here, what kind of power picks do you want to have? And what do you want to get on the ban table as well?
I think what G2 were thinking was like, guys, we have one game to test it out. Let's see if we can handle the Varus, right? Because they gave it over blue side, and I just don't think you should ever give this over to Noah. So I want them to go back, you know, let's go back to the game one plan and just ban it out.
I mean, it's kind of easy for them, right? Because they won on the blue side the other way. I mean, I'm sure that they're happy to kind of run the exact same draft if they could. They looked very comfortable in that draft, so I would say definitely Varus is a very high priority. In the hands of Noah, I think it just makes their life so much easier. I think on the side of G2, you want kind of this pushing bot lane again and have this Lucian Nami kind of skirmish style, if that's something you want to go for. Obviously mid-jungle, make sure that Razork and Humanoid can't kind of 2v5 the game again.
Something we often talk about, especially when you have new patch, when you have best of series, is the preparation that the teams bring here at the studio. How would you rate, Aragon, the preparation of Fnatic showing in today against G2 Esports?
I think it's a bit less cooking, isn't it? It feels a bit less cooking than past couple of days where they were flexing 10 picks around. I really like that. I'd love to see them go back again. I just wonder how we end up with G2 on Poppy into Gragas. I think that's not exactly the best matchup. It's more so playing for scaling rather than playing for lane, which I don't want to see from PB.
I think it's kind of funny that they played Poppy each one game now.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that in game 3 no one will have Poppy. I think sometimes Broken Blade kind of likes to copy what he's playing against. He's like, look, I'll show you how to play Poppy for real this time around. Obviously didn't work in game 2.
Power move.
But let's see what he's cooking up in game 3 as well. I think definitely pushing bot for G2 and make sure that Fnatic mid-jungle can't get ahead are the two big things.
Well, similar question that we had all day, guys. 1-1 in the series. Who takes the next one and why? Who's got the momentum?
I'm going to go with G2 because they're going to ban Varus. That's my take.
All right. Treats?
I will say Fnatic, because why not? They had a really great game 2, so I want to see them take it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Give me more on this. Like, what do you think will allow them to take the game-wise? Because for me, surprise G2 once, it's going to be hard to do it twice.
I mean, I think it's a lot about momentum in a best of series as well. We often see reverse sweeps, right? This is kind of a mini reverse sweep coming now in the best of 3, so I'm really hyped to see Fnatic and see them kind of keep this momentum into game 3.
I hope the audience is as happy as us here for this game 3. It all comes down to this as the LEC Titans, Fnatic and G2 Esports close out the day with an epic showdown. Back to you, casters.
Epic is absolutely how I would describe it as we gear up for Game 3 picks and bans. You heard on the desk, the Varus ban, very important. Aragon, leader of my little fellowship, has said so. So I'm going to believe it.
I mean,
Much
wrong
more
book, but
wizened
close enough, yeah.
In the ways of the world. Well, I mean, I'm just going to mix metaphor. Am I Bilbo? Am I Frodo? Unclear.
Is he Aragon? Is he Aragorn?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, one man who's getting the bag in last game was Razork, stacking paper, no problems. Let's see if he can replicate that performance. I don't think Jack's jungle is worth a ban, but you do have to respect the potential it has to carry a game if it gets ahead.
Yeah, I think it's just a nice answer into the Xin Zhao, but I do think coming back into it, it'll be things like we saw in game 1. You know, Varus probably taken away, probably get something like an Aphelios ban towards him as well. I am curious, as the desk was saying, if you get something like a Poppy ban, maybe that replaces the Bran that we've seen pretty consistently banned away, but I do think Bran, a bit of a nuisance in the hands of Razork, but there's the Aphelios. I think it's just going to be a case of Fnatic, what have you learned from game 1, and what is going to be the difference? Like, I don't want to see that Senna again, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, and it leaves us to an interesting position because they're going to ban Lucian, and I assume the G2 will still potentially first pick Maokai, and you can first pick Maokai, and then if Fnatic don't pick it, you pick Senna Maokai, which obliterated Giant X on our first day of games this weekend. Okay. So instead, it's the Maokai ban.
So Draven, more than likely going to be left open. We ended up with the Karma ban that maybe slipped through as well, and it was Kalista that was also banned. So a question mark.
Oh, because they can first pick Varus, of course.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think you can pick Varus here as BB, and you're totally fine. But I also think there's an opportunity to go like, hey, what is going to be the plan? Because you can go Kalista on the opposite side for Noah. We've seen him play in the past. That'll be fine. And then you're kind of leaving open the opportunity to also take something like a Karma. So maybe it's even like Ezreal or Karma for Noah and joining that bot lane. And bot lane, you're kind of happy to just match the push. So what's going to be the answer? Is it just going to be Karma and you go Ez Karma?
You got your pick of the litter, both the Varus and Kalista up and available to very high priority AD carries. You can pivot knowing that you'll get one back in return if there's not a solo lane Varus on the opposite side.
Just to give a heads up, when I started looking into Karma and coming into this, everyone on G2, apart from Yike, has played Karma in solo queue, so it's a heavy flex if you want to take it. Now, it will be the Kalista that they take and want to take a bit more of aggressive one, saying, look, no, you're fine. Take the Varus. You can have it. We're still going to be happy to play aggressive, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some Karma in the near future here for G2. She's so incredibly strong.
Damn. Varus and then priority on jungle, potentially Xin, I still think you know, when playing on even footing, one of the strongest junglers on the patch. Maokai obviously offering more utility, but Xin just straight up, just so good in 90% of scenarios.
Yeah, unless Yike wants to go towards something like the Jax himself, or even, we have seen him play the Trundle, so maybe it is kind of a Trundle angle, especially when you're against the mobile AD carries, but...
Ooh, that's the Karma!
Fnatic going to take it away, so Varus Karma are going to be the option for Fnatic in the bot side. I think it's very, very good, because in a lot of situations, you're probably going to answer with a Nautilus here, so if you can poke down the Nautilus in that bot lane, make it very hard for Mickey to really get anything. Blitzcrank could also be another option if you want to play a bit more further back.
And the beauty of Karma is that it is, for I think most teams in the league, of flex. Maybe not in 5 positions, as we've seen from the G2 solo queue history, but a lot of people are willing to flex this Karma, so we're going to have to wait and see where exactly it will end up, and that is the Hui. Was banned away in game 1, will get picked up here. And this is a champion, you saw Cavs kind of give us the blueprint. You know, he did some impressive stuff, but most of what he did was push QW, severing Bolt, while someone else CC'd a target. And it does a lot of damage. It's incredibly effective. If you get ahead, it's pretty impossible to interact with as well.
And you know who's great at having CC? Vi. She can point and click at you, and you definitely get hit by it.
You get the follow-up.
It works out great. And I think Poppy now coming in is going to have an answer, at least for the Kalista, a little bit of that what Vi wants to bring, but that combo in the mid lane is still going to be very, very potent. But I'm curious if this is actually a Poppy for Razork, or whether we see it again being flexed at the top side for us.
It's a double flex. A lot of my favorite games from Razork last year were Poppy games, where he just went bottom, forced play after play after play, because this champion is so fantastic at diving early to kind of snowball their bot lane.
I will also say, if you just ban Blitz here, I was going to say you can actually leave not open, because technically you could flex Poppy into the support role as well, which is a thing that exists, you know. But we'll have to
if
see.
people are just joining today and didn't watch like the last 2 days of crazy games, they're like, you need to chill. You're cooking too much. But when you see the Yuumi locked in, when you see all the crazy stuff Mad Lions Koi were playing yesterday, everything is possible.
I feel like Mirwin like opened the cupboard. I was just like, let us cook. Let us go wild with what this new patch has brought.
He finally put some spice on it, and people are like, damn, spices are good. What else is in the spice cabinet?
It was Germany. They needed someone to introduce it, you know? But
bold call, man. In Berlin, just going to drag the German cuisine.
Look, I like my spicy food, man. It's been a struggle to find.
I know, which, I mean, crazy. Wouldn't have gotten that from Irish, but I respect it immensely. Here we are, Nautilus banned away. Okay, so limiting some of the nice pairings with Kalista alongside the Darius as a good counter pick into the Zac. Again, Zac, naturally nice synergy with the Hui. Really long-range setup, really long-range follow-up as well. But I'm still expecting this to be Poppy in the jungle with counter picks saved for Oscar. Based on what he was able to do against the Zac top yesterday, and based on the bans we're seeing now, I think that still might be the angle that G2 go for.
I think it's more than likely the direction we're going to see, but there is always the opportunity to start like flex stuff around. I personally, whenever I see something like a Hui, prefer hyper-aggressive picks. Blitzcrank, definitely that, and I think a good answer if you want to, flex the Karma around. Also a takeaway from the G2 side, because I think that was going to be their other answer, that they wanted to go, hey, if you're going to put Karma into that bot position, let's try and make sure we can go for that aggressive Ballista lane. But I think at this stage, it's kind of a case of have some sort of dive to deal with Hui, and you don't really have that much with Poppy. The Karma more than likely going to go mid. So I'm curious if Oscarnan is going to take something like a Zac to try and put that threat at the backline, which is why we're seeing Hansama kind of predicting that dive and going with the Braum here.
And we talk about
taking the Zac.
Oh, and Zac as well. Okay, so I mean, one of the big strengths of the Braum is he can mitigate all of the Varus damage. With a Kalista on the opposite side, you fully expect an on-hit Varus. And Braum can really shut that down. Paired with the Zac, paired with the Vi, got a lot of good dive buddies to stack those concussive blows.
So I'd actually prefer to see the Poppy shoved into top lane here, Karma gone to mid lane, and then you take the jungle here. Because I think at this stage, it's... Okay, I think if you put Karma top, she's actually going to struggle a little bit against the Zac, because he can jump onto her, get good control, and you've got a lot of CC lockdown between BB and Yike. So yes, you've got some speed up there, so maybe yourself around for Oscarnan.
But I can hear Chakrez at home in front of his computer, furiously typing. Full tank Karma.
No.
Malignance.
Malignance is so dumb.
I know, but you just think about it. Unkillable Karma just sits on top of Hui, makes his life hell. So I don't believe it's going to happen, but I'm just saying, you got to be ready for it.
But this is the thing. So when you get to like 3 items and you got your ability haste down and you hit level 16, if you ore and you have Malignance. You ore and you hit your Q on 3 people, you immediately have your ore back up against. It is absolutely insane. So you don't even have to choose between, do I do damage with Q? Do I do my E? No, you get 2 out of the 3 options that you really want available to you at all points in time, which is just absolutely absurd. So it's why we've seen Karma rise up on 14-2 alongside a lot of the buffs that you got coming into 14-2.
Yeah, most certainly. Fnatic and G2 fans battling it out. We are moments away from getting into our final game in this series. Winner will face down BDS in our first best of 5 next weekend. The winner of that fateful matchup will head straight to the finals. It is not do or die, but it is certainly do if you want to make it as far as you can. G2 and Fnatic gearing up.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with a nice little saying there of like, you know, do or die and lose or, but it's just kind of play more games, which is less exciting.
That's true. Yeah, it's kind of tricky, the stakes there. Okay, Hail of Blades on Noah. This is interesting. Of course, you do really want long-range poke to kind of match some of what the Hui is bringing, but very often we see on-hit Varus to match the Callista just because sustained damage often becomes the name of the game. So, different take than what I'm used to seeing, but still very powerful, obviously, and much more lane-dominant rune choice. Is G2 squatting up on the top side of the map. Razork posturing like there are more people there than there actually are, so G2 aren't going to step forward. Kind of a do-what-you-won't moment.
Does mean that G2 is just going to walk into their jungle, though, knowing the Razork went out to the top side and get some vision down. So trying to see if they can spot out. Pings galore, though. Everyone aware of where that vision control is placed. Yike will be spotted as he goes on towards his top side here, although just going to wait as long as possible so he doesn't introduce any sort of change into Razork's jungle pathing. But yeah, all said and done, going to take it easy. I think guys, again, are going to be on the spot side, as he said, for Noah. I think it's more of a case of survive, which he's going to be able to do so fine against this Braum and Callista. And at the end of the day, it's more so a case of I'm going to... Oh, they Oscar him.
There's a little Karma harass. That's going to slow Yike down pretty significantly as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of health gone. Now, I think he will just abandon topside and go, hey, I'm going to move into this bottom side of the map, because if you end up in a position where you try to match, I think Razork can get help to come in and try... Well, I was going to say maybe, actually, but... Hang on.
Nice hook back onto Mickey. Level 1 for Braum, obviously pretty strong, but there's not really an opportunity to follow up trade there. No, making good use of the Hail of Blades. It's only going to get more difficult as the lane goes on and Braum gets a few more levels under his belt. Concussive blows can be a problem, so great hook to kick the lane off from Jun. And I think while last game was a lot about Humanoid and Razork, as we see Caps and Humanoid trading pretty aggressively in mid lane, the quantity of hooks hit by Jun in that game has to be respected. And this time he has a champion that I think can do that even better in the Blitzcrank. Don't have to worry about walls anymore. He can throw a hook through that wall. What a great life. This time he's going to hit a minion, though. So that's a caster curse. And I'm sorry I said anything.
I will say, though, for Jun, it was kind of him and Labrov were the two guys I was like, these are the Blitz guys in our league. They really started the trend towards bringing Blitzcrank out. They look fantastic on it. And I'm not surprised to see him try and go for this when it's game 3 here against G2. And his hooks have been spectacular. So I'd be expecting, well, at least have high hopes from in this matchup. Mickey, though, with the push from Hansama, did get some vision down in the bot side jungle, so trying to spot out where Razork is again. And in the grand scheme of things, that like little invade from Roskirn hasn't really amounted to too much now for Yike. But I was going to say, I'm kind of surprised at how much control Caps has had in this matchup in the mid lane. Oh, hang on, good hook.
Nice pull back onto Hansama. Mickey
Razork's
has Unbreakable, but didn't have stand behind me, so couldn't get in front of Hansama. Razork now chasing in. Go for the flash. Hansama immediately going to match, taking his time, getting the red buff burning down. Might not even need to do any more damage. Knockup now coming in. Vi across the wall. Razork with a knockback into the wall. It's going to be first blood going in favor of Fnatic, and now Hansama's going to be in trouble. Noah finishing another kill. Han stepping too far forward with the return, and it's Yike in trouble. Hook, not quite going to connect. Yike on the edge here. Noah stepping in. Noah wants to finish the job. He'll get the double, but it'll cost him his life.
Still, though, they should barely be able to get this wave in underneath the tower. Caps, though, knows that there's no one in the vicinity and wants to look for Humanoid.
Caps. Backing away, good damage. Solo ball, baby! A little bit delayed. That is a big, big passive coming in from Hui.
The damage from that passive always astounds me. I kind of caught Humanoid off guard there, and especially even he was one of our Hui players, but wasn't expecting that one coming his direction. And now Caps with a kill. Bot lane, though, for Fnatic. Massive, massive win for them. Serrated Dirk already picked up tier as well. This is a huge win for them.
Yeah. And G2, I don't know, they must just not have known that it was warded or had faith in their ability to dodge out here. But again, Mickey's only level 2, so can immediately mitigate the upfront damage, and then right on time, Razork in the area. Meanwhile, on the top side, your concerns were justified, Rob! The only thing you missed out on was that a jungler does not need to be involved, and this is one of the reasons the G2 are scary, because in the moment where Fnatic's bot lane seems to have entirely won the game with the support of their jungler, 2 solo kills happen, both in mid and top in favor of G2.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how much practice these top laners have into the Zac Karma matchup. This is kind of a new Premier style coming into 14-2, but looks like BB more than comfortable to sit here and play this matchup. Razork though, Hex Flash over the wall. G2 spotting Jun, a little bit more worried. Hansama going to ward the brush, but that can set up for Jun.
Move in, knock back Mickey there just in time to body block, but it might just cost him his life. He's got no more stand beside me. Mickey gonna get taken out. Hansama just trying to fire back, get a bit more damage down, but Noah grabbing yet another kill. 3 kills, only 5 minutes into this game.
And this is where Fnatic get dangerous. This is where G2 have struggled, is when their bot lane fall behind. And right now, Noah 3-1. They have a ton of control. Yike will try and respond on the top side with the Void Grubs, but honestly, I think at this stage, once Humanoid, well, and the top side doesn't go wrong, it should be all right.
Yeah, can't go for the full all-in here. That's going to be the Mantra W for extra healing coming in for Oscar. Level 6 as well.
Still, like, you're getting a kind of a trade on the map here. So G2 feeling very strong on the top side of the map because you've got 2 solo kills that came through on Caps and BB. So a lot of this is going to be Yike trying to play towards that top side. But it does mean that Fnatic are going to be able to put a lot of pressure to continuously go towards Hansam and Mickey and look towards things like early dragons and try and get that control and make sure they're going to be fine in that regard.
And I think there's a lot of pressure on Yike to try to further snowball some of those solo lane advantages, because you can see BB still behind in terms of overall farm. There's a first strike on Oscar, which is going to mitigate a lot of the gold lead, broken blade gets from getting those kills. So when level 6 rolls around for Yike, they need to keep those kills coming, because you can't save bottom lane at this point. That's a 3-1 bar. So Poppy's down there. It's nigh impossible to win that 3v3. Maybe with the perfect Braum shield, but that's a tall task. Snowballing Caps and Broken Blade, on the other hand, a much easier job.
I think it has to come down to getting this ultimate available for Yike and where he wants to put that pressure, because you could try and look for Noah. Like, his flash isn't going to be up, and maybe that's the moment where you follow up, you Mickey W's to Yike after he engages and sets up for Hansam. It could be an opportunity. But it's also, like, you could just look for Caps in mid. Humanoid still has his flash, which makes that a little bit more difficult to play around, so I feel like Fnatic would try and rectify some of the difference that's in this bot lane at the moment, especially 1,000 gold over there in favor of Noah.
And he just hit level 5. This is such a bloody game early on. 7 minutes, 7 kills, Broken Blade going in onto Oscar. It's a Q, just on the edge of the range there, but Oscar keeping it at arm's length. This is kind of what you expect this lane to look like in the 1v1.
It's very hard to get the poke on Oscar and onto BB, because every time he W's the wave, he just gets to heal up because he picks up a couple of those blobs.
Mickey on the way, Caps on the way, 4 members coming bot lane. Noah needs to get out, heal for the additional movement speed. Razork ready to body block anyone else from falling up. Jun hitting the hook onto Mickey is big, but they can't afford to get over aggressive. Too many members of G2 in the area.
Yeah, he just needed to dissuade it, and Razork did a perfect job of that. Plunks himself right down to the choke point and says, no, you're not coming in here, lads. Go home. So they end up wandering back towards mid. They even get a bit of damage onto Mickey. And the whole time, Humanoid is just keeping farming in that mid lane, making sure that he's going even with Cap. So nice job by Fnatic to shut that play down.
Yeah. And now that Humanoid has a few more levels under his belt, he should have an easier time, I think, matching some of Caps' wave clears. Hex Flash forward, Hansama, nice sidestep. Auto's coming in, but actually not nearly enough. Oscar getting pulled back. Broken Blade lost sustain, going for the all-in here. Oscar immediately going to heal up off the Mantra W. Should be okay. Broken Blade doesn't want to overcommit, but
he came out with more health than he went in. This is the problem with Zac.
He makes so many blobs when he ults, and there's no Oblivion Orb yet for Oscar, so he just can't do anything to stop this healing. He's Mantra Wing again. Broken Blade still making it out. What an infuriating champion to lane against.
Yeah.
Do you remember when this was good in Season 3?
I don't want to.
Yeah, his Q used to just do like 300 base damage, and you would just walk into lane, and it was just a double fist punch, unlike what we see now, which is more of the now kiss sort of action, and you would just win every lane. But this is still very annoying.
And now BB's going to get a nice reset timer off as well. Maybe even find Razork actually as he moves down here.
What's he going to do with finding Razork, though? For right now, there's not really a lot. He's just going to use him for little balls of goop.
And heal himself, you know? It's a great synergistic relationship there.
Every champion is just a little health pop for Zac. 100.
It's disgusting. And look, he's got 2 there.
Oh,
There you go.
3.
There.
Oh my
It's
God.
so
What do you do? Like, you go
Yeah.
back and you buy Oblivion Orb, and then, I mean, at least the good news is, like, Morella's is actually a cost-efficient item finally. So it's not a bad buy anymore. Maybe not ideal, because like as you highlighted, Malignance is really all you want. So it will be the Lost Chapter instead, just to keep the mana up.
Yeah, so just trying to see if he can just keep the wave pushed out, because BB actually is getting some damage on the turret, which is absolutely insane when you think of this range versus melee matchup with the range, the wave clear the Karma has, but it's helping out, right? 300 gold difference top and in mid. Still waiting for this like first dragon to go down though. It feels like Fnatic haven't really been able to get as much pressure onto that bottom side as they'd like to, because Caps has control of the mid.
Caps doing a good bit of damage there. Poke obviously want to hit multiple abilities to get value out of the Foya passive. Fnatic doing what they can on the bottom side. G2, I think, happy to have the pace of the game slow down a little bit. Obviously, normally with Kalista, you really want to get things going, but they're at such a massive deficit in the bot lane that rushing to some of these early skirmishes is not going to do them any favors.
Yeah, I think it's more about finding your window, right? Because you can still play for your one-item spike of Fork and Boots, and that will come up nicely around Rift Herald, right? So I feel like that's what G2 are waiting on, is like, cool, Caps has got his lead, BB has his lead, let's just slowly farm up so Hans Sama then becomes relevant in this fight right before we go to it. And we'll be able to try and play for a big team fight at that stage, where we get that isolated damage on Yike, the CC, or for Yike, the CC follow-up coming through from Mickey, the damage follow-up from Caps. You're in a great spot then at that stage.
Mickey only level 5 though. So not nearly as many counter-engage options as they would like. Caps has to respect the playmaking from Humanoid. Quick flash out to safety. Hook gonna come in from Jun just in time, and the mid laner goes down. Goodbye to the mid lane lead. Fnatic grabbing the Drake as well.
And that's great communication from Fnatic. Humanoid could have flashed to follow Caps' flash if he wanted to, but the flash on Humanoid far more valuable. So they say, Jun, take the lead here. Make sure we keep it alive.
Oh, Mickey stepping up to try to cancel the backs. Nice pullback coming in from Hansama. Knowing they have the safety body block going in as well. Unbreakable coming in for Mickey, just trying to deny any follow-up damage. Both members getting knocked back. Ignite ticking. Could be long goodbye. Broken Blade coming in. Every member TPing down to the bottom side. They want to kick this fight off. They want to shut Noah down. Flash in for Broken Blade. Going to make him kiss. Going to find the shutdown. Going to the back pocket of the Zac in the top lane. Hansama grabbing another. G2 firing back. Humanoid in the meantime trying his damnedest to get a bit of gold. Similar story for Oscar on the top side.
It's a similar story to game 1. BB TP in bot lane to get Hansama and Mickey a lead. Now, the gold is still very much in favor of Noah, but still these G2 teleports are causing a ruckus for Fnatic's bot lane. Humanoid though, and he's getting some of that gold back, means that, and that kill, means that he is actually finally in a gold lead when you look here in the mid lane. So Fnatic are fighting back. It's just G2 finding those moments to turn around, and it looks good from the get-go. They turn on to Mickey because they know that he's overextended. Hansama pulls him back out, and the hook from Jun, I think he was actually aiming for Hansama, but just not quite able to get it, and then just trying to rectify the situation. I think Razork just needed to call it at that stage. I don't know if they spotted the TP from Broken Blade in up to that Tri-Brush. I think if they'd spotted that, they would have just said, no, that's enough. We got to teleport out. We get the Karma with a lead. But yeah, Fnatic overall still pretty happy with this.
Definitely fair. Holding on to a little less than a 1K gold lead as well as the Mountain Drake. BB again. Elastic Slingshot, just sitting in the darkness, waiting to leap in. The good news is Fnatic have done their due diligence, laid down a bit of vision ahead of time to make sure they can spot those Zac engages coming. Humanoid's been assigned to bottom lane, just wants to push out, get a few more plates. Broken Blade going to be sent to respond. Cap set to solo hold mid. G2 looking to get as many grubs as they can, and Fnatic, it seems, don't want to commit resources here. They're fighting for mid prior now. Maybe they peek their heads up and contest. As they're coming into the pit, remember, 5 is the big break point that matters. TP is available for Humanoid. G2, I think they can be happy just getting the 1 and walking away here. Fnatic understand their strength. They got mid push. And they know there's really nothing for G2 to do.
Yeah, the big one is having that TP available on Humanoid. As long as you're able to bring Azir into the fight, you're going to be able to always win this, because everything on G2 was committed to that last one. So at the moment, G2 just happy to say, hey, we'll get 4. We are going to have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to push, just off the damage, but it's enough where you're just being pushed off by Fnatic as long as they have that map pressure for the double TP, but maybe more.
Oscar going to be locked up. Immediate knockup follow from Mickey, but a clean flash out from Oscar. Takes him to safety. Timing not quite right for G2.
I mean, that's right before Rift Herald, so I like the idea from G2 of, hey, we won't be able to play off of the map state, so maybe we can find a pick which will be able to force us into a Rift Herald play. But now that you don't have that, I actually think Fnatic should be the ones that are able to pressure on towards it. Razork on the bottom side, though, will need to start to make his way up here. Push is available for Noah and Jun, so more than likely just clear out this next mid wave and then make their way over with the vision now being set up by Jun.
Definitely. And while Oscar is going to be flashless for the next 5 minutes, G2 aren't going to have ult up quick enough to capitalize on before Fnatic set their sights on this objective. Herald already being started. G2, do they feel confident enough to force the fight? But the vision is so much in favor of Fnatic, they're going to know this is coming. Razork solo on the objective, though. It is going to take some time, and Yike... Ooh, that hook not quite going to connect, so Fnatic essentially going to take an uncontested Herald here. G2 do not feel confident to force this fight.
Yeah, you can see that you're losing the wave on bot side, though. Humanoid played that very safely. He wanted to hide out of vision until he knew exactly where G2 were. So as soon as they showed on vision on the top end, just shows in that wave on bot. So you're going to get the Rift Herald. You honestly have a moment here, if you wanted to, where you could have just fully committed with Rift Herald immediately to mid lane because Kalista showed on bot side. But instead, it looks like they're going to play for reset into mid lane turret and look for that dragon that's about to spawn in just a few moments time instead. And with 2 items now complete on towards Noah, also Humanoid having his access to the Nashor's Tooth plus a blasting wand, he's going to start to tick over nicely when it comes to damage.
Yep.
And as long as you don't get someone picked before the fight kicks off, or Yike Caps find that moment to get that combo, I think you're in a relatively good spot here as well.
You absolutely are. You can see Varus is first to the mid lane, which means that he's going to get wave pressure first, which means that Blitzcrank can walk up to ward. So Vision initially in this sequence did favor G2, but because Fnatic get mid control first, they're able to move down first, they're able to contest some of this Vision and ensure that they have first access to the Drake. Mickey's fighting back with some, wards over the wall, as you do when you're not certain of the lay of the land, but it's not great vision.
This is where it gets dangerous, though. Fnatic transitioning through river like this, if you have Yike and also Caps in the vicinity, they can just look to turn onto Humanoid, but Fnatic managed to get themselves out of there. Mickey found.
Back into Mickey. Mickey can just jump back onto Yike. Nice steadfast presence getting pulled in, but they only managed to hook up Broken Blade. Ulti coming in from the Vars as well. Immediate ult response coming in from Caps off to the side of the fight. Hansama pulling Mickey out to safety. Mickey going right back in to try to lock up Humanoid. Concussive blows. 1-2 stacks looking for 3 and 4. The stun will connect. Broken Blade still on top of the Azir. G2 dancing around Fnatic right now. Excellent pushback on Hansama means a kill. Humanoid trying to turn this one right back. It's all eyes on Caps. Does he have the damage? The answer is hell. Yes, he does. Way incredibly impressive. Broken Blade with the setup, but it's Caps who's bringing it home here. Nice side step from Oscar to make it out to safety. Severing Bolt won't connect. Clean patience from Oscar, but he's slowly but surely getting taken down. Elastic slingshot. Here comes the Zac one more time. Law there. Passive Brock, but Oscar's living. Manages to make it out. Another clean sidestep. G2 don't even have the resources to start the Drake quite yet, but they should get it on the backside of the play.
The fight was so messy, though. Yes, you end up going onto the engage here on Mickey, but he's also got the pullout coming through from Hansama when he gets low. On the top side as well, BB forcing Noah out of the fight, so Noah's not really being able to follow up with the damage he needs onto the bottom half of this fight. And Humanoid, he's doing his damnedest, but he's only 1.5 items in here. It's a trifecta of where the hell do I put my damage? He eventually decides to go onto Kalista, and they do get the kill, but he's had to flash himself into an awful position where Caps is easily able to follow up on BB with some nice cues on that CC train that needed G2 to set up that fight against Fnatic.
And I was so caught up in the chaos of that fight and the playmaking of Humanoid. You can see the joy on the face of BB there, a very close exchange, and some cupcakes. Oh, I wasn't sure if we were going to come back, but now it's the play on the bottom side. Broken Blade keeping the dive going. Yike now trying to move in. They don't really have a lot of damage here, but they can stop the dive, but they cannot save the tower. Knockback from Razork is big. Broken Blade standing next to Hansama. Can they keep this train going? Jun's going to be in trouble. Hansama on the chase. Arrow from Noah could be big. Hitting onto Hansama. Yike on the way. Mickey on the way. Stepping in. Concussive blows there. Caps with the follow-up again. The Hoi range coming in clutch this time. Oscar will not escape. Yike wants to keep it going. Fnatic need to run for the hills.
He's still his ult. Yike, as long as he can range. Ballbreaker could be the follow-up.
Moving in. He's still got the ult. He's instantly going to turn on the Humanoid if he has the opportunity. They're still in the area. G2 slaughtering Fnatic, who is neck and neck, but they even things up just like that. Full confidence as they force the play on the bottom side.
It was close, and G2 said, that's just how I like it. They've blown this game open, pick after pick. They haven't given Fnatic any opportunity to try and play off the advantages that they have. I mean, you still have the Rift Herald in your pocket here as Razork. He just hasn't had a chance to put it down.
And this is so tricky now. I mean, you know what the sustained damage can look like with an Azir in these teamfights, but it's just hard to find the space. Caps hurts, and there's so much CC set up to make it easy for him to just land every single skill shot.
And Humanoid just wants to look for the tower. They think they have the advantage with 3 men on this bot side, but again, BB is so hard to deal with, and they try to focus down the tower so they can actually just get it and get out. But G2 are coming in. TP coming back from way to get into vicinity. You don't have to follow up from the rest of Fnatic as they're still in river. And it's just this chase down potential. Even here, I really think you just need to ult as Noah. Just call it quits, get on out. But unfortunately, he just doesn't use it, which means that now you get the leap strike. Oscar Ernan's in a terrible position as well because he's committed to trying to get into this fight. And then Yikes just so easily able to chase down these members.
Now, follow-up there is clean. And making it look easy, really. G2 on the execution here. Once they have a lead in these fights, they just start to take over. Herald finally going to use it. Will break open mid-tier 1, which is big. A bit more access, a bit more control, but Hans Sama already looking to take a counter objective on the top side of the map. Gold is dead even for the most part. The big difference, Broken Blade, very far ahead of the clock. 3-0-5 has been massive for the team on the pick. One lane, found a solo kill, has been the big playmaker that has allowed G2's backline to stay so uncontested in a lot of the exchanges.
And who eventually is going to kill him? Like, you're looking at Humanoid going, hey, look, this is on you, because he's going to go Spear Visage, he picks up all of his stuff, gets the increased healing, he goes Kanik Rucker, and he gets that big magic shield, and Poke Varus.
I mean, the problem is, if you don't play Poke Varus, it's so hard to do damage at all against a Vi, against Caps, who has all this range. But if you don't play on Hit Varus, Broken Blade is never going to die. And this is a situation where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, as Varus. Ooh, that Severing Bolt hitting. Noah looked away for a brief moment, it would appear. Another one hitting. This ability is actually difficult to land.
It is not point and click.
It's a pretty decent delay. He has Youmu's. And remember, if you're isolated, it's an execute. The lower you get, the more damage it's going to do. Or if CC connects.
There's
Root
the
now
CC.
coming in, Severing Bolt again, just a bit of poke onto Jun. G2 taking their time on the siege. And this is what makes these Hwei comps so infuriating to play against, is that anyone hits you with any engage, Hwei has the range to immediately follow up and take 70 or 80% of your health bar. And if you're on Fnatic, the person jumping on top of you is Broken Blade, who you cannot kill.
And the increased damage is so annoying when you do have that CC land as well. And for G2, they're perfectly fine and just keep playing the way that they're doing, right? You slow push the wave as Caps, he pretty much auto wins this matchup against Humanoid when it comes to push, thanks to that Rumble ult, whatever the hell it's called.
Molten Fissure.
Molten Fissure.
Yeah.
And as long as you have that, you just get to continue putting vision control wherever the hell you want because you win the mid push. TP coming in from BB into the mid lane because maybe they're a bit nervous about Fnatic just starting up this Baron, but realistically, the Dragon at 2208 is really what we're focusing on. The Hextech third Dragon for one of these teams, but I think it'll be more of a case of maybe Yike solos it as G2 get control over mid because there's not really much pressure when it's only the second Dragon for either of these squads.
Yeah, and I think you're in a position now where I'd really love to see some healing reduction outside of Jun's Ignite on the side of Fnatic. I don't want to overstate how important it is. Zax's sustain is much more usually about lane than it is in a lot of these extended team fights, although it does add up. But you've also got Sunder Sky, you've got Callista as well. It matters, and it's cheap, you know? Just something to consider. Not to take away from the desire to build a ton of ability haste in the top lane Karma, but... there it is. Okay, there it is. Humanoid got it.
Yeah, I was going to say, at least
Great
Humanoid
purchase.
picked it up, but...
Knock up going to get sidestepped there. Hook goes in onto Mickey. Unbreakable about to fade away. The Braum should just go down. Yike trying to create space by stepping forward. Knockback. He's just going to hold it. He doesn't really want to throw it at any of the frontline targets here. Good patience coming in from Razor.
He also managed to get Mickey as he jumped to Hans Sama, so he didn't really have any way out apart from a splash. But Fnatic don't try and overcommit to that. They're just going to back it away. BB, though, likes his odds here.
Oh, crucial that the stretching strikes did not connect. Very well could have cost Oscar in his life. Oscar Rinnan. In the heat of the moment, I never say the full name. I just got to go back to Oscar.
I mean, it's a solid name. I mean, we name awards out, you know?
It's true. That's where we got the name.
Exactly. It was this man.
It was in anticipation of this particular top one. All right, Fnatic taking mid prio. They have in his ear, so they can pretty quickly take out Baron if given the space, if given the opportunity. But it is a terrifying prospect against a Hwei who can check with so many of his abilities to see what's happening there.
I think he has to, because with Fnatic at least having push on the map, yeah, this is the thing. You can very quickly look for the Fnatic Death Brush and make it difficult to play. But I think that's where G2 are just like, look, we just play this slow. They don't have any, well, they have, sorry, the pink ward that's on the Baron at the moment, but once that goes, they won't have any vision on this Baron, and that's where it starts to get a little bit more dangerous. Luckily, BB now has control of that bot side, so at least you can start playing for BB to link up with you, but Fnatic still have the TP advantage, and they can pull the trigger whenever they want to.
But now it's G2. with their mid-prio. They're going to immediately clear out any potential vision here, as well as lay down yet another control ward. Fnatic not having a control ward in that previous sequence of play puts them in a bit of a deficit here in terms of vision control. Slowed down any potential threat, really stopped G2 from face checking. And now G2 going to be able to get mid-prio pretty easily. Although don't have perfect information on where a lot of members are, so don't want to overcommit here. Still respecting a potential Blitzcrank hiding in the darkness.
Yeah, I think this is where for G2 you're just happy to keep vision on the objective, because at least with Humanoid, you'll be able to take down the objective quite quickly now. Working up towards his third item, with Leandri's Torment in his back pocket as well, he will do a lot. But I think the problem for Fnatic is when you look at, hey, maybe you can look for a TP play. Who do you really want to be flanking? Like the Karma AP style, or hang on.
Oh, Mickey caught out here. Knockup now coming in. Yike, but it's Broken Blade on the backside. Keep your eyes on that Zach, gonna try to keep things going. Hansama untouched for now, but Razork knocks him out. Caps trying to do as much damage as humanly possible, but he's been locked up by Noah's ultimate. Caps, though, on a rampage, has already taken Noah out of the equation. Broken Blade leaping in fearlessly. Flash out to make sure he doesn't get pushed back. One more member stepping forward. Searching strikes, bringing Humanoid back into the fold, and that's gonna be just enough to finish the job. But Humanoid still living. Of course, Luke keeping him up for just an additional second, but it's just not enough. Broken Blade is too damn tanky. They cannot kill this Zach. He still has passive. He refuses to die. Fnatic desperate to finish the kill. Captain Hansama still standing. Broken Blade is up again, and he's going right back into the fight. This man does not quit. Another stretching strikes. Body block coming in for Razor to buy space for the rest of his team, but G2 just descending upon Fnatic, knocking down the tier 2 tower and taking the fight.
Broken Blade has too many blobs about him. Fnatic have no DPS to take him out with Noah gone and Humanoid gone. It is the hope of killing the top laner. 3-0-7 on this G2 side. And you get more vision onto this top side. You get more control, more towers gone. And Fnatic, they're trying desperately, but Noah getting caught out was just a thorn in the side of the team fight for them.
And it's such a nightmare for Noah. There's so much CC, there's so much backline threat, and if anything does hit him, there's immediate follow-up from Caps. Broken Blade diving under the backline, which by himself, it's scary, but not normally the biggest threat, is a death sentence at this point in the game. 6-1-4 for Caps, 3-0-7 for Broken Blade. Working incredibly well together in the team fights. And once again, Noah's been caught out. Knock up, follow up there. Razor going to buy as much space as he can. Noah still living crucially. Knock up there onto Yike. Yike going to be in trouble now. The Severing Bolt in the backside, not going to connect. Noah can't find any space to auto attack. Finally going to throw in a hail of arrows, but G2 again, they have the momentum in the fight and they just start to take over.
They couldn't get Noah, but they do find the jungler, and as Baron is there, they may just turn immediately over to it. Humanoid was trying his damnedest to get some damage down, but he was just walking into the locket of the Iron Solari Braum, which was able to tank it all up. Mickey's still low, but I don't know if they want to try and commit to this. Noah just doesn't have a health bar, and that's a long range that BB can go.
I don't have Rage Blade on Kalista either, which means stacking up a lot of these spears is a little bit tougher. Humanoid is a big threat, looking for Caps off to the side. Ulti coming in, they manage to push Cars back to the waiting arms of Noah. Noah getting chunked out, but he's still living for now. Trying to free fire. Mickey, body block coming in. Hansama on the chase, looking to take Noah out of the fight. Jun off to the side, Oscar in there as well, but the Karma just does not do enough damage. Jun running, Hex Gate gonna get interrupted by Yike. Noah will make it out alive. The Baron will be delayed, but Fnatic losing so many members in the process. Oscar looking for the fancy beat, looking for the sidestep, a flash out to safety, but he should just get taken down. Another stretching strikes, another kill for Hansama. Shut down to G2's AD carry.
Another notch in the books for G2 as they start to move over towards the Dragon as well after picking up the Baron. And this was so close. Humanoid gave his life to find Caps. But the problem is that Humanoid is your main source of damage. And when everyone on G2 is able to follow so efficiently, he just doesn't have a chance to escape. Noah is zoned out of the fight by Mickey. It's G2 splitting to chase down all members of Fnatic and make sure there is no hope that they are going to be able to pick up this fight. Baron didn't end up going down in the back of it. It would be Dragon that's taken, but I feel like it's just move over again as G2 towards this Baron and make sure you're able to pick that one up.
And the threat range of this composition with the Vi and Zach together is immense. Instantly taking Humanoid out after he manages to essentially 1-for-1 with Caps. But again, you said it before, Humanoid is the damage right now. Yes, Karma's working towards death cap, but it's just not enough. There are too many champions who can body block a mantra Q. So unless you're finding the perfect angle, the perfect setup, and Hansama's caught asleep at the wheel, it's just not reliable enough.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that Humanoid needs to be the damage dealer, but Humanoid also in a lot of these scenarios kind of needs to be the engage tool. If Jun isn't there to find that pick, makes it so difficult for Fnatic to try and play this. You have to play it slow, you have to play it smart, but G2 are perfectly happy to do that when Caps is hitting you from a million miles away. You have great access to the backline and just even with a Poppy and this is here, you just don't have enough tools to get them out.
Razork knocked back into Mickey. Decent start to the fight. Unbreakable used a little bit early here. Broken Blade ready to follow up, looking for the knockback. Ulti gonna get interrupted by the Poppy. That's gonna be a severing bolt onto Humanoid. Vile now coming in. Oscar in and over the wall, gonna start to shield up his backline, trying to keep himself. Another severing bolt. Humanoid eating 2 back to back, and he's just instantly out of the fight. Broken Blade making everybody kiss. Looking like a Carzy fanfic in the middle of the jungle as the severing bolt once again comes down. Caps cannot miss. They're being lined up, and he is knocking them down. G2 taking over again. Fight after fight, they don't even need the Baron. It was a 2K gold lead separating these teams at the start of the fight. Now it is 3, but it's G2 looking to end it right here.
And unlike the fanfic, it faced the black at the right moment for Humanoid, cut down by Caps. Incredible stuff as G2 will start to march on through the grey screens for Fnatic. And it's another G2 win.
G2. They knew how to make it work in the mid game despite the deficits in the laning phase. Still found the angle, the knockback is there. Razork desperately trying to save it. But it's G2 with the victory. And that man on your screen, the difference maker today, that Zach. It's eating bands or everybody's playing it. It looks so good.
It was so good. And even with the karma effects coming in, there was just nothing that you could do. They tried to put up against the Zach in the top lane, solo kill. Caps on the way, solo kill. And even though bot lane lost its footing a little bit, there just wasn't enough on the bars to try and pull it through.
Yeah. Of course, you can vote for your Kia player of the series at LEC on X, Broken Blade, Caps, Hans Sama. All the G2 fans coming alive with cheers. An incredible series. And credit to G2. When they let that Varus go through, I was nervous, I was sweating. And based on the laning phase, rightfully so, but the team play, the execution, and just how infuriating it is to play against the compositions that G2 drafted today. These split skirmish fights, these long-range Zac engages. Humanoid sidestepped into 1Q, got Zac-keyed, got hit by another, QW severing bolt, and just died. He did not get to play at all in that last fight.
Yeah, not even a little bit. It was so difficult, but I think that is the problem, was like, you had the Vi who was going in with the ultimate, who was unstoppable from the steadfast presence, so it made no difference whether you were going to stop that. The Zac was getting over the Poppy in 9 times out of 10 because he was coming in from weird, wacky, wonderful angles, and you're so desperate to keep your backline safe that Hans Sam is free hitting, the way he's doing whatever the hell he wants, and Caps is just having a field day. Like, there's no answer.
And if you slow yourself down as Varus in that circumstance, to charge up an arrow to hope to fire some damage back, when Braum's cooldowns are down, when you're somehow not hitting the Zac or the Vi either, you die. Because you get slowed, and that's all. I mean, it's such an infuriating comp to play against. And credit to G2 for making it to work. Let's hear more from Hans Sama, as Ginny is standing by.
Thank you, Dagda and Drakus. Hans Sama, thank you so much for joining me for the interview. Congratulations on your win. That was a very dominant performance from you on the Aphelios, on the Kalista as well. How does it feel to come into the BO3 series and just like pop off?
I think I'm pretty happy with the pop-off on the first game on the Lucian Nami, even though maybe our game was a bit of a bit hard in the first few levels, but we executed the Lucian Nami pretty well in the game 1. I think the other 2 games, like the Aphelios, it was insta-death every time I was going to get hooked in, so that was a bit hard to play that game. But yeah, the third one, I think it was less about me smurfing. It was BB that was actually smurfing with Zac, perma jumping in. I don't know how many times he jumped in, but that's quite a lot.
He was having the time of his life. He was just jumping from 1 to 1. But you're talking about the Lucian Nami. Actually, that was the first game, and a lot of people have a different discourse when it comes to Lucian Nami, at least in the Western region, the LEC being one of them. Are you a fan of this matchup?
I think I'm a fan of this matchup when, they tried to pick away the Senna. Because I guess 2 days ago we were picking Senna like 2 times, so they wanted to take that out. So I was thinking, okay, there's kind of a low chance they pick Senna, but I guess if they do, then I'll just go try Lucian Nami and hope that it's gonna go well. I know that in LEC it's not going so well. That's why I'm actually extra happy that we could win on it and show a decent performance. I was dashing in many times, so that felt nice. So yeah.
Yeah, you upped the win rate. So thank you for that on the Lucian Nami. I want to talk about the draft as well, particularly on that first game, the Lucian Nami game, actually, where you had Caps on LeBlanc and then you also had the Zac on top from BB. But then you're looking at the enemy team and they're going for Poppy, something that can just completely shut those jumps down. How did you approach it as a team? Because from a lot of us, our perspective is like, okay, this is a very different composition, difficult composition to play against. So as a team, how do you make it work when potentially the draft may not be that heavily in your favor?
Well, that draft was kind of good because we know that at least the Lucian Nami can do very well on the mid waves against the Sina Nautilus. Okay, maybe not so much against the Nautilus, but I guess I was confident to dash in anyways. And when you pick LeBlanc, Zac, I think we are trying to play on side, because I think they have had more of a team fight composition. I believe they took Azir that game, and yeah, that's why we had to play on side. The team fight were rough, but I think we were so far ahead that it wouldn't matter anyway. I'm trying to remember the game.
Yeah,
it's like hours ago. But yeah, I'm happy that we executed well this draft.
Yeah, and BDS is your next opponent, so you guys are going to be in that upper final. How are you feeling about that?
BDS is going to be our opponent. Well, it's going to be exciting to play against them. I think they clearly showed strong performance in the LEC, and they almost finished first place.
Yeah. Thanks, Casey.
If we didn't win against them, then we wouldn't be first place. Or Casey didn't win against them, we wouldn't be first place. So thanks, Casey. So yeah, it's going to be very exciting. I'm looking forward to the matchup in the ball lane. I think it's going to be nice to play against Ice and Labrov. I think they are good. So yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Well, before we toss over to PGL, I want to ask you, did you get the chance to see the drawing that Caps did when he played Hui?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Okay, no worries. I was going to ask if you wanted to rate it, but it's all fine. Thank you so much. We have Caps, though, over at the other side. Anything you want to say to him? Anything you want to say to Caps over on the other side?
Oh, well, strong performance from Caps today. Aww. So, yeah, nice.
A wholesome teammate. Thank you so much. Laure, back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to the LEC post-game lobby, live from the fan zone here in the Riot Games arena. I'm so sad that Hans couldn't see you drawing Caps. First and foremost, congratulations.
Thank you.
On taking down Fnatic. How much do you like Hui, actually, as a champion?
I mean, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah?
I think people are not really expecting what he can do. They get caught off guard a lot, so it's always fun to play new champs and catching people off guard. It's been a long time since I've gotten to play a new mid laner. I feel like a lot of the last few mid laners were not as pro viable, but it seems like way could be it.
Stuff like Neferi, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, how broken is the QW? You know, the Xerath? How broken is that ability?
I mean, it's definitely very strong when it lands, right? Yeah. And especially when people get lower. Oh,
yeah.
Thank you. We liking this? But it's a bit like a cog mold, you know. It's a bit hard to hit, and it's for sure better when people get lower health. So especially when we have the CC, it's very nice.
Yeah, it's a lot of like different champion spell within one kit only. Do you think it's a bit too strong right now? It was not viable on the last patch, but how strong is it in the meta right now?
I think it's very weak.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, don't play it,
leave
guys.
it open next week, guys. It's gonna be fine.
It's like the Zac, right?
Yeah.
From last week, yeah.
It's also not the strongest.
Terrible champion.
Yeah. You heard Adam, right? So.
I'm glad you remembered.
When you guys pick Zac, actually, the 2 times, I don't know if it says a lot, but we can see your reactions on the cameras and everything. Did you want to play Zac? Do you want to play Zac? Is this in your ideas, maybe?
I mean, it definitely feels bad. You know, I really enjoyed playing Zac last year a lot,
yeah, I know.
and even a bit the year before. So seeing BB have a lot of fun with it, you know, I'm happy for him, but I'm hoping that we can flex it around.
That was the dream Zac angle, wasn't it? There was no damage because you won lane, and then the only DPS because it was just the Azir. And are you surprised that you ended up with Zac versus Karma? Because I feel like that lane is just free scale. No? Absolutely free scale for him.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they had like some options of flexing it around, right? And I don't know if we expect them to flex it like that. I think maybe there were some better options for them. But the way it went, like, I mean, BB solo killed them top and was just unkillable, right? So that was definitely good for us.
You don't have to keep the drawing next to you, by the way. If it's uncomfortable, just put it on the top. If you're proud of it, just show it for yourself.
Showing out the world. But if you want me to hide it,
No, please don't.
No. Oh, sure.
You should put it in the gaming house. I know that that you guys have, maybe we can show this later, but like this entire wall on which you guys draw something at the beginning of the year. Maybe it could be a piece of artwork that you can
Sounds like a good idea. I'm sure my team would love watching that every day.
Let's talk a bit about the game, though. Game 2. What happened, and why did you guys think that leaving Varus to Fnatic was a good idea? Because it feels like it's a strong power pick for their bot lane right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they did well.
Yeah.
Second game, I think, I mean, we kind of got caught off just like a very bad beginning, at least for me. Like they forced my flash, right? And then they like managed to get our blue buff, and I had to walk all the way around. So like mid lane was starting quite bad, and also the same for bot lane because now suddenly there's a Jax behind them. So definitely wasn't the best beginning, and then we were kind of caught off guard a lot by where he was going. I think he got a gank top off of as well, and once we felt. Yeah, and the play bot, right? So once we fell super far behind, and even the mid 2-2 we had, like we also lost. So yeah, we just fell very far behind, messed it up a few times, and we tried to get our way back, but we failed.
Wouldn't be a Monday for G2 without the happy games, I feel. But what are the takeaways, Aragon, from today's series when it comes to the strength of both teams, you would say, leading into best of 5?
I was really surprised you won this game, to be honest. I thought it was a really hard LeBlanc angle. I'd love for you to talk about that, because versus all that lockdown, I think, in regards to your question, Law, that showcases just how good of a team you are, being able to make the game, speed it up that much that you find these dives with BB. That's something else I wanted to ask. How did BB coordinate all these dives down bot side?
I mean, definitely, I think we got, I think twice we got the good dive off bot, right? We had TP advantages, and yeah, I mean, it was definitely well thought of. Like we were conscious, like for example, BB got a good base off, so he can save TP, and then we went for the dive, right? We had the push as well, and as for the LeBlanc game, I mean, I think it was fine for me because like Nordal is a bit awkward and Nord Q is awkward hitting at me. It's mainly Poppy, right? But Poppy was top lane, so I didn't interact with her too much. For sure, laning against her was a bit annoying, but in most fights I could get some poke off.
Okay. You wanted to talk about the how much G2 can talking to you, Aragon. About how flexible G2 can be with the picks that they choose. Anything that you noticed so far that made G2 special?
I think there's a lot to do with it, and I think a lot of it comes down to the scouting. That's something I've been having in the back of my head and wanting to ask you if I ever came on. 2 years ago, I saw an interview of you. I don't know who it was. I think it might be Ashley Kang, right? You said, in regards to your preparations for upcoming tournaments and throughout the year, because you've always been on long-term projects, you like to look forward and try and predict what Riot is going to dictate the meta to be, and then practice that in advance. Like, for example, if you see now that Riot is going towards more of a bot-centric meta for MSI, you're playing that now, even though it might not be optimal. Is that still something you try to do, foresee what's going on?
I mean, I think definitely in regards to like regular season, right? Like, I think we have 9 games on one patch, but those games are not nearly as important as the playoffs right now. So my priority is definitely on like what is strong this patch, which is why even though I thought Wei wasn't too strong last patch, I was still playing it a bit because I knew that it was going to be very hard to pick him up in 1 week. So I was trying to practice it a little bit. And the same goes for like next summer split, right? Like, but definitely have my eyes on playoffs, and then of course MSI. And if I can practice champions that are strong in the really important moments, which is going to be the best 5 next week, right? The week after as well. Then that is definitely preferred.
So would you say it's because of the format that you can't do that as much now? Because every game matters so much?
Definitely not as long, right? Because the 18 games, you just can definitely focus on the playoffs. But even right now, even as I mentioned, like the 9 games, as soon as we had like the four wins or something, we're like somewhat secured, and you can definitely look towards playoffs.
On that note, what do you think of what the LCS implemented, playing on live patch whenever it comes, even if you're going to have a short turnaround?
I mean, definitely sounds kind of fun. I think. I think they have it a kind of good way because I think they go back to playoffs, and I think definitely having regular season on live patch could be quite fun. Could be like a lot of crazy experiments. But I also really do like the long tournament patch, kind of like Worlds, where you really get to experiment a lot on the patch, and you really get to dive super deep in the patch and find all sorts of crazy picks, which is harder when it's live patch. You get more variety just by like default, but maybe it's less creative at the same time.
I get that, but what about when you want to practice in solo queue? If you've been playing competitive on the next patch, on the same patch rather, for 3-4 weeks, but the live patch doesn't look at all like this anymore. How can you train in solo queue and keep up with what you want to do in competitive and pro play?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like can be frustrating sometimes, right? Especially if there's like the really big patches. I think most patches are not big enough that it matters too much, you know, like maybe you can ban the new champ that came out, something like that, right? Banning Smolder right now, for example. But in general, it's just about figuring out like what kind of champion can I play and just practice that as much as possible. And then of course focus on scrims and trying to like watch a lot of other people playing instead of playing too much solo queue.
So have you seen Smolder has like one of the highest pick rates of any new recent release?
Does it?
And there's some really cool like Arcane Comet, W Star, a couple points in W builds. Have you taken a look at anything to do with it? Do you think it's cool?
I mean, I think I saw like a pentakill of him, and I saw when it like burns. I know his ult looks kind of cool, so I've seen a bit of him, but not. I don't know his entire kit, but he definitely looks a lot of fun, and I wouldn't be surprised if everyone just gonna spam it the next few weeks at least.
I'm excited for the moment we get to see this champion in pro play. Something I wanted to ask, because we had a Mickey interview talking about you and how crazy you are as a player, how much you innovate, how much you keep on innovating throughout the years, but also how your mood and your happiness and how much you like the game can influence your performance in game. Would you agree on that? The happier Caps is, the best Caps is going to be in game. Does that make sense?
Definitely. Yeah, I think definitely enjoy playing like a lot of different champions, a lot like experimenting and playing something that can be a bit crazy is always fun.
Do you understand why people, I don't know, I know that you can have some metas that are going to suit you more than others, but the fact that your performances in-game are going to be linked to how much fun you're having in-game.
No,
I'm not good enough to understand this, so I'm just wondering for people you are.
So my competitive experience is a bit limited. I was an ERL, but I was not like Caps at all. I would play only the set champs that I was really good at and knew, so I actually don't relate to how you function. I don't know how you can just whip out a Vayne, whip out anything like this and just be like, you know what, guys, we can go. So, no, just props to you. I'm always impressed with that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, I think like it's not like everything is like first time, right? It's definitely like,
of course.
Experimenting a lot. Like the Vayne mid was something that I tried throughout the year. It was very hard to get it through like in a good situation, but suddenly that situation comes up, and suddenly you're like, oh wait, that champion can come up, right? And if you have enough of these random picks, I'm not going to play 90% of them, but maybe that one game I can pull out one of them.
Why do you think we get so much diversity now? Why do you think we're capable of like pentaflexes and all these new champions? Is it just because of the chaos of a new patch? Is that the only reason?
I mean, definitely partly, right? I think also the fact that like a lot of the champions that were buffed in this patch were like flex picks.
Yeah.
Obviously, like the Karma, like the Gragas, like a lot of these champions. So I think people are just like flexing them all around and trying them out because they got buffed. And I don't think even know if people are like sure which lane they're best for them, right? Like we mentioned the Karma.
NA.
Garen mid, maybe that's his lane, right? And Karma top, for example, maybe there was a better lane for it, stuff like that.
About today, who do you think got the Kia player of the series?
I would guess on BB probably.
And you got it right. What did you think of? Yeah? Thank you. He looked happy, but tell me about what you thought of his performance and how much he helped on the bot dives and everything, and how he set you guys up for success with a very OP champion like Zach.
Yeah, I mean, definitely getting a lot of top advantages, right? And then managing to snowball it to bot as well to help out. And I think in the last game especially, he was just unkillable, right? And he could always go forward, which is nice for me because then I can follow up on him. But just having him unkillable in the back line definitely makes it a lot easier to play the game. So huge props to him.
I feel like we're going to see less and less Zach in the next weeks because I feel like the champion is going to get banned way too often. He looks way too OP. But moving on to next week, bracket and your next opponent. Hans was talking about it just right now. You're going to face off against BDS. What do you think of this opponent and how strong they look right now and they've looked since the beginning of the year?
I mean, definitely, I think BDS is looking quite strong. I think they have been just showing up very consistently. I think they are like doing a lot of the same things, which is obviously maybe we can find some weaknesses there, but at the same time they're doing it very well. And so far it doesn't really seem like most people can contest it that well. So it's been a long time since we played them. We played them day one of the split, so we haven't played them in such a long time. And we'll see if we can cook up some counters.
Yeah, it's super one-dimensional, right? BDS is playing front to back with really easily engaged third dragon fights every single time, no matter if they're further, behind or ahead, you know. I'm not going to ask you for any leaks on what you prepared, but you know, any cheeky flank angles, anything like Nico flex, any?
I mean, definitely there will need to be some counters, right? Because as you mentioned,
how
like
do you break the front to back?
It's like the front to back comp is like a classic in League, right? And I think there's always on different patches, different counters, and again, I don't want to give away too much, right?
Of course.
But I think we can figure something out.
Nice.
Story for another week. Caps, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
For dropping by here. Anything you want to tell or say to the fans who sticked around here for PGL and hear you?
I want to give a huge thank you so much for the support. I think it really helps a lot, especially today when we are down a game, and even the third game was not looking too hot for us at the beginning. It really means a lot to see you guys supporting us, and I really appreciate that. So thank you so much, and I hope to see you guys next week as well.
Thank you, Caps, and thank you, Aragon, also for sticking around for PGL, and thank you all, you guys who sticked around here in the Berlin studio, and for you guys who watched the LEC at home the entire weekend and this Monday as well. We will see you next week. Bye-bye.
Ice gets the kill. Red and white makes everything all right. It's a double. Ice is 5-0-1.
Nice. Go nice. Nice. I'll flash shot has ult. Okay. I can bump. Nice.
Oh no, that's an issue as Nuke runs on in. That's a shifting sand. He gets the sun turret up. Out he goes. Execution down video. Flashes. He gets out. The turret just went well.
Looks in. I got this.
Blinking health bar, but he's still alive. No, we're gonna get taken down by the fish.
Wait. Attack one more. I'm out. Nice, guys. Good job. This is so huge. Sinza is coming. Wait, it doesn't matter. Go. I have passive. I think it's useless here. I'm going bomb. Go. Zinzao, focus. Hoppa. C'est nano flash. Nice. Nice. Good job, guys.
Brad or no ulti coming in yet from Zinzao, but Yannick wants to fully commit to the play, trying to lock down Caps. In the meantime, Humanoid still standing. Oh, just barely living, and Yannick gets knocked down. Humanoid.
I can't reach. 3 seconds, my flash. Oh.
It's just moving, guys.
Is that? Good job. Okay, go. No flash in, no flash melee, okay? Change all the place. That's right. Let's go. Let's get it with Wade. Look! You f***ed them. Nice. I'm going. Please no flash. Look.
Poppy as well.
Oh my god, baby!
Go BG. Poppy flashed.
Nice. Okay, we got this now, okay?